While I'm here, repair everything, but I'm gonna upgrade my silver sword.
I've quite a big swamp I'm in, but it's nothing.
Same feeling where I am, actually. Massive swamp, but I have a hunch it's going to yield basically no results. Six iron, 2 leather scraps, 40 silver.
What?
For a tier 3 sword.
Oh, you're back at base.
Mm.
I was very
Oh
confused
no!
there for a second.
Oh god, if we had that amount lying around, if I'd found it.
I was like, where did you get that from? But obviously.
We have a whole chest of tin outside. Have we used all the silver up?
Potentially. But we did have like, what, about 300?
Hmm.
And all I've got is the frost. In fact, no, because I built the battle axe too.
I do have a level 2. Pardon me, a level 2 silver sword, a drake helmet, and wolf armored legs. But I mean, that only accounts for maybe 80 tops, I would have thought.
I get the feeling bopping the ground where I am would be effective because it is a huge border with Black Forest.
Hey Goose, welcome in. How are you doing today?
And the biggest ass mountain ever. Holy moly.
What the odd feeling Tone may be starting stream. If
That's
not
a big boy.
recently or has already. Very soon.
I will have to potentially head back to base and make stamina food for us all.
There's still 2 stacks of muck shake.
Oh, I know exactly where you put them now. I just remembered. Because they're in the actual cooking room, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm honestly thinking for myself, 2 health foods and 2 health foods and honey might do me.
Yeah, I've been using 2 health, 1 stamina. Honey might be the way because we've got that much.
It's 35? Oh, it's 35 stamina. And if we're doing late game hunger foods, we're still going to be getting quite a sizable amount of stamina for that. Sausages give 18 stamina. 23 from boar jerky. And beer stew gives 15 stamina.
Yeah, the boar jerky is quite a good. In fact, just now I'm using boar jerky, sausage, and stamina because nothing's really threatening me enough to need the 2 food, but normally I run 2 health food.
I also get that feeling because I have a couple of notifications in Discord and I only get
We can
them
make
for
ice
very
cream, right?
I
should have-
believe so.
Yeah, we should have. I just realized like I have 6 ice cream which I'm putting in the box right now. It's from the Yaklut fight day.
I don't think we have many.
Yeah, it's like
We
Bart
have-
says, we could probably just live off honey, but
We have
yeah.
4 freeze glands. That's 4 ice cream. So at the moment, I'm sort of running off 2 stamina, 1 health, which is
I mean, at some
fine.
point we'll have to do a food run.
I think we will.
The problem is 2 stamina, 1 health puts me at usually a bit just over 100 health points, which in the plains is basically bare minimum.
As long as I've got enough to be bone mass, we can literally beat Elder and Eikthyr naked.
Hunt begins. I'm gonna mark the boat because it could be actually.
Don't break the
Doing
boat.
alright, just have some back pain that's really annoying. Tyrone isn't streaming today. He had to go to bed early. Oh. Hope your back feels a little better. Soon? Tomorrow? When's a reasonable deadline? I've taken a sip of tea. I hate that when you take a sip of tea and you forget you've taken a sip of tea and then you just see less tea in your cup and you wonder why there's less tea. It isn't fair. I think I took a sip of tea. Just wanted to drop in and say hi. Have a good rest of your day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day too. Unstable goose. The world up here. It almost seems pleasant. No chest. No chest. I'm gonna go that way. I'm gonna follow around to the... Is that Linkle spawner? Oh, really? 1 tick away? House over there. Free coal, actually, if we sit near one of those for long enough. Us. It looks deeper than it actually is. That's so bizarre. Hello. Actually do with the coal. We burnt through a fair bit of coal using poison resist. Which I only have half an hour of. We have plenty back at base, but I think people are using it as much as I can make. Should I be hitting the ground? We've had 2 people say it works. We've had 1 person say it doesn't. Anecdotally, I trust Bob has tried it and come up with no results. I do think that is a statement. But I do feel it may be a compromise of just the scrap piles are not large enough to actually ever give you a withered bone. I mean, it does entirely depend on the reality of whether or not the devs coded overworld scrap piles differently to the ones in the tomb. Without being able to dig further down and mine further down into the terrain, though, you know what? I'm actually thinking.
Yeah?
Is there a way to dev command yourself below water? The camera won't, but I think you can, right? You just turn
If you're on a
flying
locally hosted game, potentially, because there's a free fly mode.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just for testing purposes, I'm thinking of dev commanding myself and seeing how far down I can dig on an overworld iron scrap pile. I want to know if they actually do go further down and are the same size as the ones in the crypts.
Yeah, I mean, you can
The only thing stopping
fire
us
up a
mining
solo
is the
game
water
and
level.
try, really.
If that works, if the scrap piles are the same, then it would be the proof? Question mark? That we could use them to get withered bones if only we could dig further down.
Yeah, I mean, the only method that we've not got any with is that is the digging method. We've only found them in chests. So.
Stands to reason that I trust Bob, having explored most of his map, hasn't found one. And I do feel like practically you're never going to find one in the overworld, but two people in John's chat today said they've done it, or at least said it was possible.
I think there's definitely a chance. I mean, at the end of the day, we've probably only done, what, 10 of those nodes?
Which is why I want to know, I just want to try and keep the game a little bit further apart and find out how those scrap piles actually work. And besides that, you could just have the practical outcome that if I can get a withered bone at all in my testing, regardless of whether or not they're the same.
Yeah, I think we're done with this swamp.
There is a lot more north, but it's all broken up by land.
Doing here?
There's one here and one here that we flew past, but I didn't see a whole lot happening on it. Might
So
just go back
we're not
north.
going back for it. So we're going back to the boat, right?
Yeah, I'm almost back at the boat. Found one spawner there and no chest, sadly.
Hang.
Free fly mode. The free fly camera would get us underneath the water, but we need to be able to physically dig with the character. I think regular fly command lets you go underwater though. You just need and the swamps are shallow enough that you can see. Because the problem is you need to dig, but you need to dig slightly further down to find a different iron. That's the entire premise. Can I just keep digging down until I find a withered bone, or do they not spawn in the overworld? I want definitive answer from my own eyes, basically. And I think if I can fly mode into the water and just keep digging, even if I don't see it, if I keep digging and eventually pick up a withered bone, that's all the proof I need. But I'd like to know. Because withered bones, what's the drop rate normally? Like one crypt gives you, let's say a crypt has 6 scrap piles. How many withered bones do you get? 6? That seems like seems like a lot, but I've never done the swamp naturally. This is awkwardly the first time I played through the swamp in any kind of run. It wasn't just a server that gave me resources and let me do whatever I want.
I'm not going to find any spawners again, never mind.
Bones and chests on the side that are piles. Do they actually spawn in chests in the sunken crypts? You might find some, but that way it'll take weeks, which is true. Regardless of whether or not you can, the answer is how much effort do you want to put in to commit to the bit of doing reverse boss run, quote unquote, legit. I think that question in and of itself, it's one of those things, right, where would you rather just compromise on one chair into one crypt, or would you rather spend another 6 months digging up scrap piles hoping to desperately claw your way to that last extra bone? Still, even if we have found the bone by the end of today, I do want to run that test. This is how Warlock fell off last time with that bone. Even if we find them all, I want to test. I want to go fly mode underground, dig up some scrap piles and see if I can even get one withered bone that is basically confirmation all I need. Yeah, I mean, even if we find the bones, I think the invite is still very much open. Shahusha, you're welcome to come in next week. I think will be... John seems set on doing it today, but I think even if we find the bones or not, you're probably going to get the invite next week. Message John, by the way, for the server info.
Just me, it's hard to tell from inside this one.
It's actually just turned day. Long ago. I believe. Facing east and the sun's seemingly in front of us somewhere.
Got a spawner.
Even if we find all the stuff, I think just message John and get the server stuff and organise joining forces next week. You know what's amusing actually? You have your build that you're doing as well as the extra challenge, but if we beat Bone Mass, even if you take the trophy, that gives us the right to then go fight Elder, which gives us the swamp key, which then gives us access to get our trophy. Like, no matter which way you slice it, I think whoever gets the trophy or not, I think we'll be joining forces next week by the sound. Chris hasn't screamed out enjoy, so no bone over his way. I can't see shit. What is this fog?
Got another spawner.
I can see about as far in front of me as the sails at this point.
You got the super treatment.
I don't know, I've got like 4 fogs applying at the same time right now and I can't see anything. It cleared up. I went into the
Spawn
swamp and it
upstairs.
cleared up. There we go.
There's a spawner right in front of us. They're going to land on it.
Do it.
Nothing.
I found, I found.
Nothing.
You got it?
No.
Oh,
Ah.
I thought you said it like you had it, Warlock. I was like,
Oh no, I was asking her if she found it. It's a good swamp.
Had a good sigh, prepping myself mentally for the celebration, and then it was just arrows and a ruby.
it's always feckin' arrows as well.
Right.
The odds will be coming towards us, I would say, since
We
we've had a
should.
few failed boxes now in a row. See John just sounding again. I dismissed John from my stream because he was bringing the bad luck again.
Well, awkwardly, we've had no luck since he left.
Yeah, maybe it's time to flip it and he needs to stay.
Warlock, you have the bench. I can't actually do anything here. We have no portal. Tree, maybe? Thank you very kindly.
You're welcome.
I think. I'm gonna take some of this stuff back to base. I have soup here as well, but I'm more worried about the tea going cold than the soup. Although, I've never had cold instant mug soup before. Is it foul? I imagine so.
I see another spawner on me.
Be back in shortly.
Get it.
Maybe it works like a toggle. We had good luck last week, and then Johnathan logged in today, and then bad luck and logged out, and then... No, that doesn't work. That's still the on-off.
Arrows and stupid yellow balls.
Nobody wants yellow balls.
Superstition applied at every level in this game's code.
There definitely isn't another way for chests to appear in this one, is there?
Oh, we're right next to a village, by the way. Fueling village.
Don't believe I've ever seen a chest in the buildings outside.
Yeah, the tall shacks never have them.
Some of those giant well-type buildings, they ever had any?
Yeah, they do at the bottom, but you can't get down to them. 'Cause they're the same ones that you get in the
Well,
mountains.
then you get them. We just roof our way down so that we headbutt the roof and force our way down there.
The swamp I was in, while small, was also not productive.
If they spawn in those wells, I might actually start roofing my way down to the bottom and checking those chests.
Well,
Yeah,
they
this
do in
one
the
is-
they do in the mountains.
Have withered bones?
This one is clear.
Or chests?
Oh, I just found another spawner. How did I miss that?
Oh, it's John back here at base. was like, wait, who's
You
the...
have a moment.
I actually got scared when you both exclaimed about being in the swamp. And I was like, who's in the farm? I just see someone picking onions. I was like, oh, we're having a short break from the swamp, I guess. And
You can make us stamina food.
right, on my way back.
Yeah, this swamp is gone. There's nothing here.
Good timing. We also have across the ways, unless they could... No, they don't connect up. We just sailed through them.
And the spawner didn't even have a chest.
Focus on the mountain path next week. We'll see what happens. I suppose... That, well, yeah, that would have been the only thing. If you dropped in today, you would have had your mountain build out of order. One... Kill him! You have 4. I did hear 4.
You guys finding much out there?
Bunch of fuel links. 5 so far. 2 left.
Yeah, there's a village right there.
It turned day and they can't seem to decide if they want to fight me or run away. Oh. Alrighty. Shall we take the boat across the waterway then and see what's on the other side?
Hang on, I'll just, like, I need to go back to get the rested buff.
Oh,
Where I just pinged on the map, I'm gonna head for.
I suppose you've explored a lot of what's between us, Chris.
Not really. I got as far as there.
Okay. A bit more we can check out at least.
I explored nothing in there. I would say if you're going this way, directly south, I'm gonna head, where is it? I've lost it. There.
there much south of you? That
Open
you've seen,
seas.
I mean.
Just open seas that I can see from this angle.
I might take a super wide berth out west, if I can find any other continents below you.
Yeah, I think you're more likely to find it in that area to your west, simply because you're not going to encounter as much ashlands or whatnot. I have an
can't
idea
tell.
for some modder buff science. I want two boats side by side close enough that one person can give them both the buff, and then I want them to go in different directions and see what happens. Probably create a black hole.
Curious, actually. One buff hits two people. I suppose it applies two buffs. But,
Yeah, my thought pattern is it should just mean that each boat has its own maximum breeze, but
because the
I do
person
think
would
it'd
be
be
the
quite amusing
source.
as a limit test.
Just to know how that goes. Oh, off we go. I don't know if that's a river worth sailing through. This plains definitely doesn't. Plains? This swamp definitely doesn't look worth stopping. Let's give the river a go, shall we? Swamp? Just on
Should
the
we go
other
down
side
this
of
way? Because I don't know. Or do you want to go down this way?
There's the swamp just here that looks rather sizable, actually. It's the...
Yeah, it could
See where
be.
this river takes us, because I want to map how far these swamps go as well. That's the same swamp in front of us, actually. Another whole...
That swamp there was one that I've been in.
No, we've got one dead ahead, actually. It's north of
Oh,
us.
nice. I've not seen any of that.
I don't see too much
Yeah, it
happening
does not
in it.
look like a big one. One spawner.
Yeah, I see that now, actually.
Come on, come on. Just tell me you've got it. That's all I want to hear.
Does not have a chest. Yeah, nothing.
Boo.
That's this swamp done.
Board made a good point that you guys should maybe go back, like, west that way towards the edge.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a huge curve around back to where you were, basically.
There is another bone mass down there. I don't think we've got anything near that, though. Or do you got any idea what our nearest portal to there would be?
So, where? Nothing. We have no portals anywhere along there.
Because that's another bone mass.
Most of our how-to spawn was throwaway portals that we picked up as we moved.
Yeah, just nomad portals. Well, I'm beelining towards a chunk of... well, what looks like a chunk of swamps.
Do you want to keep going?
I'm gonna go around the other side of the coast, actually. Oh, hang on. What don't I need? We've got the bench.
I see swamps ahead. Just as my rested runs out.
Swamp's dead ahead. Still. That's getting closer to where I think you've been, Chris, though, hasn't it?
That is my swamp.
Still far enough away. I'll cruise along and see if we can see any. Like it turns into mistlands. I think the leeches have actually made this predicament worse. They've somehow pushed us onshore. Well, this doesn't even worse. Maybe it'll solve it. Welcome in. It's over the ridge.
John just gave us onion sips.
And we're free. We're not free because there's a stupid leech blocking it. Out from underneath the boat! Pest! Ay, ay, ay. I was almost thought Moda would get us over that. Sand Bay you'd never see and have no chance of avoiding. The usual terror of sailing in Valheim. How much health did we lose? 10%? Not bad. Back to the daily task. What a quaint little village. Look at that. Ooh, it looks like they've got a farm set up. What a piece of map. Plains on the coast, swamp sandwiched in the middle, and right behind that is mountain.
Nice. I like it when you get all the biomes in like really close proximity.
I'm persistent, annoyingly so. I have another swamp over here. And I do know reverse, what do you call
I
it?
see spawners ahead.
Boat, rear wheel steer. It's effectively rear wheel steering in boats.
Not a
And if
chest,
you rear wheel
though.
steer, you can wiggle your way out of almost every predicament. With the exception of genuinely being beached properly, wholeheartedly on land, rear wheel steer gets you out of a lot of problems. Especially in the wrong boat. It's Black Forest. I need to keep an eye on where we're going too, as well as corners and respective things. And I think, again, with the stuff you can't see. Oh my word, stop. More shit I can't see. I hate this.
Spawner on the left.
Oh. I've hit everything. That stretch of water. Ah, you see that now. I'll stop up here next to the crypt. There's a blob elite though. Take your poison resist if you have any.
Found a chest, but I had nothing.
The lot of... I have done nothing but run aground in shallows this entire time. I resent this piece of the map.
Wait, someone has been to this place. I think Chris has already been here.
Yeah, you're in my swamp.
Ah, okay.
You have the workbench too, Warlock. Got 2 minutes arrested, so I'm gonna put a portal up anyway. Oh, that took a good year or so. Started to get worried. Love multi-binary areas. Gonna need a repair soon, yeah. I think we hit every... I hate shallows. Yes, I can count as it has a positive that there's no generation out in the ocean itself that gives you shallows, but it is such an annoying thing.
Yeah, there was
to
two
have.
in the swamp, but no luck.
What is this lag? I have so much lag right now. Portal took 13 seconds to connect, and I'm sitting in potions and not picking them up. Oh, God. I love boating, but I have my complaints, reservations. Not seeing things that you hit is a massive problem. I don't like it. I want it gone. If I hit something, I want it visible. I don't know how you fix that because water is already kind of translucent in the shallows. It's just that at that angle it doesn't show the translucency as well. I feel like you could make things look a bit more prominent in the shallows just to make it that bit easier to navigate. Maybe that wouldn't even work, right? Maybe because we're in the swamp, it makes absolutely no difference because it's all murky and green and gross looking, but I think the weeds and the reeds and all of those water grass things that pop up, I think are a great way to sort of signify that an area has, that it's really, really shallow. Maybe just making the weeds and the reeds a bit more prominent would be enough. Rightio. I guess we've hit the point you started at. And we might head due west and come back around. See what we can find.
Yeah, I'll see where yous pop back because I can still see yous travelling across the map. But basically, I went from there downwards, which I think is where you're landing.
More or less. I'm zoomed in
Yeah,
on my map.
basically followed the land south-southeast from there.
Head due west then.
That would make the most sense. I'm zeroing in on what looks like could potentially be quite a huge swamp.
So what house if we... What house? Good job, brain, reading and talking at the same time. What happens if we find the extra bone? Well, Rucho hasn't done his mountain build yet. I suppose we would wait till next week then?
Well, I don't know, because John's in the server. I'd be like, right, you.
Yeah, we could defeat.
That's where I'm wondering though, because I think the invitation is formally and officially provided for Bob to join us. Just a matter of whether or not he wants to square things up with his mountain biome before doing motor
Yeah,
and then
maybe
bonus.
maybe we've given Bob hope.
I suppose John's in
Was
the
that
mood,
pun intended?
ready to...
Oh, serpent.
Yes, it was, but also a true statement.
Oh, it's a guy. That's a famous
get the
guy.
meat, we'll get
I
the
get
meat.
it now.
Put the sails down a little bit, maybe.
Alright.
It's almost dead. I think it's dead.
Oh, hello, Leviathan. I guess it just comes down to how much Shahusha's here as well, and I suppose it comes down to how much he's willing to bend his own rules for the run.
Jeez.
I mean, he can always join us, right? This can be like a
That's
practice match.
that's what I take the idea is.
Oh.
Hey, welcome back.
Hello.
How's your dinner?
So we are wandering away, and if this happens
Yeah, that's
tonight,
good.
I suppose we should give fair warning to Shahusha. Does he have
No.
the server info?
Well, I said to Bob to hold on to his horses until we decide, as the four of us, that we're going to do it. We want to summon a board. As soon as we're on 9 bones now, I'd be happy for us to see to finish it. And
Oh yeah.
so,
I think
and I'm all for it if we can do it tonight.
finding the 10th bone seems so close within reach. But I think even regardless of how we get the 10th bone, I think inviting Bob along seems...
Oh, it sucks not having health potions.
Oh, me too. I'm out of all kinds of potion. I just
Um,
have.
I'm out
stamina.
gathering red berries. I'm out gathering strawberries to make health potions.
Yeah, we really
Not
need.
that I think we'll
strawberries.
need them. Yeah. I'm doing the farming jobs.
the time I even
Also,
forget
right
I
outside
have
Yagluk
potions.
Potion. I don't know. I mean, if it's needed, right outside Yagluk Portal, there's a plains farm. If you want, you can just flip that over as well.
Did just die, but it was slightly deliberate because there was so many leeches I couldn't help myself.
You couldn't help yourself dying.
I just couldn't help myself running at them. There was at least 6, and it was quite satisfying watching the bot.
Well, finding red berries is almost as hard as finding
I'm
bones?
Yeah.
I'm personally fine for a 5th. I've been processing it away mentally too, like... I didn't realize you were doing builds in each biome before the boss fight either. I mean, this process is already hard enough on its own without extra variables, but... even with that said... The missing link, I guess, is just how we agree to collect the bones. But if either one of us do it legitimately, we're one away now. That crosses that technically off. You would just be... in spirit, you would have done it. Legitimately. Just that someone else on a different server did it instead. But again, I think, to me, I think the fact it was done legitimately weighs slightly more. I don't know. I have been mulling through it in my brain, if I were in your shoes. Honestly, I was surprised to hear you were going to go back. Yeah, I'm happy for
Just
it.
mouse
But
to the left.
I think at this point I'm trying to figure out whether or not we're doing it tonight or whether or not we're waiting for next week. I think there's still hope in everyone's heart that it's happening tonight. I don't think it's happening tonight though. That's a massive mountain. Are we stopping for more meat?
We can. I mean, it's half dead. But I think he stopped chasing us. Yeah, he's running away. He's gone. It's fine. We, I think we got more serpent meat than we need.
I think we have 20 back at base.
Yeah.
Well, you can always kill biomass on DSG.
Yeah, I don't mind.
This is it.
The problem,
Oh,
I don't
no.
have a silver weapon or a blunt weapon. I'm like, what should I use to fight Mars?
We're gonna mark because we're gonna frost the
use
crap
the
out of them anyway.
Yeah, it's not going to last long, but it's fine. It's going to be really unsatisfying having spent 15 hours trying to find the bones, then having a 30-second fight.
Yeah.
We'll make the best of it.
Do we have enough poison resist for bone mass if we do end up fighting?
Yes,
fighting.
we do.
Okay.
How much silver does the crystal battle
And
crystal
there's
battle
also some in the fermenter.
Oh, nice. GG.
Crystal battle axe does use silver. I just
No
don't know
chest
how
in
much.
this one.
We're heading due west again. I'm very cautious about this. I'm trying to follow the coast of that mountain. But I should also be wary it's
Better
night
than I
time.
know.
We're in the Mistlands, and I could just fly off
Kill
the
them.
edge of the world.
I got feelings in the meadows here.
Yeah, because it's night time.
There's a ton of silver
Yeah.
for
Kill
the
them, we get
crystal
the back
battle
end.
axe. I thought it was only at least.
Kill them.
I was thinking it was
Around-
less than a regular weapon, and most of the weapons are 20 entry fee.
There's me, peacefully gathering strawberries and raspberries.
By the
red
way,
beans.
where'd he go? Welcome you.
Blood is red.
Has spirit damage, works against bone mass.
Yeah,
The
that's
rest
why we
is
have
pretty
frost.
bad against him. But a lot of fun. It is such a powerful feeling weapon to use. I don't need the other points.
Nothing in this spawner either, but I have got another.
Branches of Yggdrasil are actually right there. If the weather cleared up, we'd be able to see. Oh, I was a little off. They're over there. I thought they reached this far. We are pretty far west, but I thought the branches reached further than that.
Ouch.
Like, I'm looking east, and I'm seeing the tips of the branch. Italy.
We've just had 3 spawners on the
Right.
trot there.
I'm
not
going to
one
zoom
of
out a
them
little
had
bit so I can
chest.
see the edge of the world in advance, so I know to be cautious. 120 silver fully upgraded. So what is that?
This is the biggest
on.
piece of mistland that I've ever seen.
Would that be 160 would be 20, 40, 80. So is that 10, 20? That would be too little. And you can't halve it. You have to take. Let's
But
try
it's
and
quite
math that out.
empty.
How does that work? Because it's
Yeah.
Would it
it's
be
like
a
miles
fifth?
and miles of nothingness.
take a fifth away. So hang on.
Oh, imagine all the goodies we're going to get
It
there.
could be 20 from 100.
I mean, I'm really excited, but like, I wonder because I was reading an article on somewhere that it might be released on 2023. But yeah, I don't want that.
I doubt that.
20, 40,
I'd write
80.
a little paint letter.
80 plus 40 is 120
Yeah.
in and of itself.
I'm sure they'll listen.
Is it 15 then?
That's
15,
not like-
30,
That's
60?
another 6 months.
60, 7 acres, that would be
Um,
5
I
short.
don't know. They've already been
What?
releasing stuff, right?
Oh, wait, hang
They've
on.
already
No.
been showing stuff off.
The first upgrade is less
Yeah,
than
it's
the
not
initial
bad,
price,
it's
isn't it?
Something. They ramp it up.
So it's
like
20,
2 weeks
10,
before they release.
20, 40.
So
Make that
It should
4
be-
spawners without finding a.
4. Oh, well, that's a
And
good
no
score.
chests in 4 of them.
And another hell. Yeah, okay. So the first upgrade is half the cost of the initial cost entry fee, right? So it'll be 20, 10, that's 30. Then it's 20, 50, 40, 90. That doesn't work either. Oh, it's iterative, not doubled. Okay, that's where I was getting the math wrong. I didn't realize it was iterative. I thought it was doubled every time. So 10, 20, 40, 80. Not 15, 30, 45. It's not so bad. That's what I was getting wrong in the first place, because that would make it 20. That would be, because I was going 20, 40, 80. That would be 20, 40, 60. Using that. Even then, I'm still missing the 10. But it's iterative from the upgrade cost, not from the initial price. Let it be 20, 10, 20, 30. Right? Unless it's unique. Why am I struggling to process this? This is not the right thing to get my mind crushed up on. Is there no way through? Have we found a complete block of a continent here? That might be a river, maybe. I don't trust Mistland rivers, they're always so narrow. "70 ancient bark and 10 crystal." We definitely have all the ancient bark, but it's gonna be the... I'm not putting up with paddling. It's the best thing about Moda. Where is this river I possibly saw? I think it's the same place we were just stuck at, but... That's land.
Don't drink and that's it. Drink only water and milk. Else you won't
They're
be
just going
weak.
north and around the
Like
continent.
Skyrim. Water is
Because I want
healthy
him to
fuck
avoid.
bitch. You better
Avoid
drink.
that.
Water,
What?
drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch.
Welcome in, Canada man. My brain's hurting thinking about numbers, but apart from that, I'm doing pretty well. I think I'm just remembering wrong, because I, for some reason, remember this sword as 20, and then it was 10, 20, 40. I think you might be right. It's 10, 20, 30, and I'm just remembering wrong.
Any luck on your side?
I've been in Mistlands for half hour.
Nope.
You got a pause slope, Chris?
Yeah, it's called Chris, furthest on the left. Yeah, do you know the bone mass in the far southeast?
What? Near the McDonald's? The far southeast? South? No.
I've just pinged it.
No. I don't know that.
I reckon if we get something there, it would be a good shout.
Aye.
Because it just would be a good idea.
So, the swamp you're in, you've done it? You've gone through it, I guess?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot.
We
I
can
def-
sail there from Draugr Farm. Like Draugr Farm is still active, I think. So we can sail down to that one, the new bone mass that we found from Draugr Camp, or Draugr Farm.
Then we're going to have a look.
I regret going west. This has been nothing but miserable. And I don't think...
Have you read the poem called?
Is it-
Have you read the poem called "The Rime of the Ancient Mariner"?
No, but it does sound familiar.
I don't
It's an
remember.
Iron Maiden song.
I don't remember who wrote that, but the story was something like this. Like, you know, like they did something. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that because that's like the main part. But then they were like lost in sea, lost at sea. They kept on going, but they could not find land. That's what it feels like.
I'm starting to think hell might not be a specific place on the map, but rather just Mistlands in general.
Yes, well that actually makes sense to what hell actually is. More a state of mind
Hell is a
than,
state of mind. Whoa.
than a
Wow.
real place.
That was
Oh,
some coincidence.
I'm at the Droga farm. Still as much fun here as it was before.
It's not that close either.
Oh, wait, hang on. We have another portal called Roger Farm. Sorry, I thought there's another one called Roger Farm somewhere here. I thought that's the one we made first. Okay. That's bad.
Oh, I don't know.
Wait, hang on.
I am, where am I? I'm here, yeah.
Okay, so that's not gonna work. I
Something-
think you have to go somewhere here, maybe.
Here.
Thank you for the hydrate, Canada. I've got a bit of
We're gonna go over
That's-
here.
bit less navigating required in this part, so taking your hands
Yeah,
off the wheel.
that's a
Well,
new
don't
one
we,
was that
don't we have
Chris
don't we
found.
have a portal down here at this bone mass?
No to run out, watch the wind immediately go in front of us.
I think this is where we fought Bone Mass, right? Oh, we haven't fought Bone Mass. Mike, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're trying to.
Yeah, that makes But then I don't think where like I know that we have
thank
one
you for the
Bone Mass
hydrate.
portal, but I don't know which one that one connects to.
We
it
have
this
black
one?
Probably to the
The
Forest.
Bone Mass portal connects to that one.
Yeah, so it's yeah, we can
Then at least we can sail up there.
yeah.
That would be a good one to actually build a boat
We can
and
check
go
out this part as well.
exactly Warlock, yeah.
I mean, Chris and John can take the carve, right?
And
Or
we
we can-
have
I mean-
many carves.
Do we?
Yeah, we've got like
Wait.
4.
Damn.
There's like 3 in one chest, and I think there's another carve somewhere else.
Yeah,
That's the
I
one-
think we've left a few carves just around the map.
So that's the one Chris is actually in too.
Just like that. You know? If it goes missing, you don't have to pay for the
Wasn't-
tax or stuff. It's fine.
Just get a new one.
Yeah.
There's
repair
another
the boat.
mountain in front of us.
We need to repair the boat, really. Yeah.
It's at half
It's
hour.
below half.
but we
I mean,
do
it's
need-
at half, yeah.
I regret going west. I say that, but Murphy's Law does something. I would have regretted not going west if I hadn't. It's all black
where we're
forest
going,
here,
yeah.
though.
Right, my portal goes to the top of the mountain. Not to a boat.
Are you close though?
What is South Swamp?
The swamp in the south. I don't know. I think it was called 123
Yeah.
before.
Sounds descriptive.
It's not bone mass, so I'm not sure where it goes actually.
That is filled with crypt markings and stuff, but I don't think we ever checked it for spawners, but I bet you we cleared it out.
I like this tree. Didn't realize it activated a sound alert. Oh, it's perfectly fine. Lovely little
Well, I'm
tune
in
to
the
have.
swamp. And I did just sync my photography tables. I don't seem to have done this one completely.
Yeah, have a jaunt around that swamp, you never know.
Be a laugh, wouldn't it?
Oh,
Shame we've not got anything near that bone mass, but why would we have? When we were nomading for so long trying to find the flipping vendor. This is a dead end.
We've already got enough portals as it is. I just think we need to clean up all the ones that are there for resources.
This river is unriverable. Underriverable. Hey!
If we can turn all like the EEE... I know JJJ goes to a mountain. Have we cleared that mountain out yet?
I'm in a river in a snowstorm.
Joy. Well done.
Oh.
I've never been in a snowstorm at sea level in this game. Should
I've done
I?
it
Are we
once
landing here?
before. No, we're just paddling terribly slow.
Hang on, let me just repair the boat.
It's done. It's full health. Oh, I had the sails down. That helps. There we go. Wow. You killed the spawner with 4 arrows.
I mean, yeah. Once you get the Draugr and yeah, they don't have a lot of health.
Yeah, 4 hits with most arrows will take it out.
Yeah.
I feel like it takes more hits than that with a silver sword.
Doesn't with a Frostner, it takes 2.
9 minutes left on later. This is a massive Black Forest bay though.
Back into the swamps we go.
As far as interrupting anything, don't worry about that. I'm very well versed in running several streams of audio simultaneously. It's bizarre how I can't read and talk at the same time, but I can listen to a music video, sing the lyrics, and be watching YouTube without much problem. I'll admit one of the trickier ones is holding a conversation across about half a dozen is my usual.
Spawner
Which
here.
tabs?
You wanna scale this mountain on the left?
I just looked up! Oh my lord!
This is what King of Nightmares.
What is it?
I'm gonna have a new map marker for you in a minute, I suppose.
I think John would like this.
Y'all have me intrigued.
I can't I'm almost looking straight up to see the top of the mountain. That's a mountain to jump off of. Pray you don't bounce. But one of the trickier things is holding conversations across Twitch streams. Because that's not just, like, I'm fine listening to multiple things at the same time. Multiple Twitch streams.
You know this Carlin
Doesn't
thing, the crown
really
thing.
faze
It
me.
makes it look like I'm wearing some kind of a turban.
Donuts.
It was a little, like a Sikh's.
That
I don't know what that headdress
mean-
is called,
I've never put on a donut before, but yeah.
but
I can't say if I've ever worn a donut. What donuts thrown at me, but never worn.
You know
one.
what?
okay, now I need to
I'm
know that
100%
story.
sure there's like
Next to you, you're wearing it.
I'm
100% sure there's like plushy donut hats that people buy and wear because I've seen all kinds of hat out there.
Oh, like
I'm-
the donut things that you put round your neck when you go on the plane to help
No,
your neck.
that's a useful thing. But I think John and I we're talking about like an actual hat that is shaped like a donut.
I have one
No,
of
we're
those
talking
neck
about
things
an
and it looks
actual
like a sprinkled
full-size
donut.
baked donut from the top of your head.
That's how you get ants, John.
Is that it? Right, that explains a
that-
lot.
Yeah.
You don't want ants.
You don't want ants. Ants are spawn of
I
evil.
don't want ants, what bones? I don't need.
And that's why we should play Grounded next.
We could play grounded.
Ants.
So, do you know John the Real Viking? I think he hangs out at. Well, not much. So recently he got me like, I had the what is the game called? What's the name of the game?
Dunno,
we
you tell
spoke
us.
about- No, we spoke about this the other day. Conan Exiles, right? I had that game in my wish list. Like I was just like, I'm gonna buy it. But he got me the game, so like, yeah. Do you like? Have you guys played the game? I think
Right.
John has.
Yeah.
I think John has, right?
Quite a bit.
We could-
actually.
We could play some Conan at some point of time if you guys are interested.
Conan. I think I might like that. I think.
Yep.
Because I can build in that, can't I? I can make bases.
Oh, the building is amazing in Conan. It looks so
does
good.
seem more pleasant than Rust, but not my kind of game.
Guys, that's another failed swamp. Losing hope again.
No,
Does
no, we'll be
Conan
okay.
have-
Go and see this bone mash you found.
Conan
Where are
have
you?
private
Can
servers?
You come and pick me up at bone. Can you just pop down a portal? I'll come with you.
Oh, that's a
Right.
huge building.
Unfortunately, my portal is there just now.
Where just now?
Ah, shoot, I'm out of
Well,
arrows.
let me know when you're there, or we can sail off to that other bone mash you've got.
If you want to grab a boat and just carry on, I mean,
I do. If I could find a boat.
There's a chest they put both
there's
in the
plenty of
house.
carves in the main
Oh,
house.
is
I
there-
keep going to say the office.
Oh, we have a boat chest. Okay. In the office.
Oh,
They can get it from supplies.
God, dude, reminiscing. Talk about figuring out portals, reminiscing where they go. Do you remember back in May, March? Got one of those. Talking
Before
about how
Haldor?
we're talking about how we're actually going to set up a real base that wasn't on that spot.
I mean, we've got two time scales. Like we've got
Yeah, before
AH and
after Haldor.
BAH, which is
Yeah,
after and before Haldor.
Mm.
What's quite funny is because of the issues with the server wipe that the new update caused, the non-server,
Mm-hmm.
we found Haldor on our starter island after 4 days.
Oh,
I was almost angry.
that's pleasant. Yeah, it's like you're not supposed to be that easy to find. Yeah.
I do wonder if it's actually tied to the age of the server. Like he just does actually get further and further out the older the server is.
That's why I want the seeds to have a look.
I am curious. I do want to know where the other 9 spots are. There's a way to tell.
Yeah, there is. You can pop in the seed's name once you get the seed name and the Valheim map generator website, and it will show you the 10 possible locations.
I think I have hearing issues. They're beating up the beehives again. Ouch.
But Chris, I do need to know. You had donuts thrown at you.
Yes.
Are we allowed to hear that story?
There wasn't much to it. It's kind of a comedy food fight at an old workplace.
Sorry, I'm back.
Nothing too fun, I'm afraid.
What you talking about?
Why I got donuts thrown at me once.
Like donuts thrown at you. Did you at least like catch it and then you're able to eat it afterwards, or I don't know. When life gives you lemon, you can make lemonade. But yeah, why did people throw donuts at you?
I am going to die.
No, no. Hang on. Before you die, you must
that's
tell
a much
me why
better
people
story.
throw donuts at you.
Feelings are destroying everything here.
I don't even have an oh shit potion. If I make this,
No,
I'll
but
be
why did people throw donuts at you?
I survived! Oh, and I got poisoned. It was a food fight.
That's right, fuelings aren't an
Oh, it is a
event.
food fight, okay.
They just happen.
Sorry, I was desperately trying to get away after making a
I
really
know. I was
stupid
just trying to
decision.
annoy you. I know. I figured that you're doing something. Yeah, I've been there. I was just like, I'll piss this dude off.
Do you need us to portal home, John?
But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like food fight. Like I've always
I'm gonna
wondered.
set up
I've
the
never
portal
had
anyway,
food
we're
fight, to
just
be
gonna
honest.
swamp.
I'd get my ass whooped if I ever took
I
part in
guess
food fight.
some foods can be quite dangerous at pace.
I mean, if you're throwing the food along with the container, like imagine a bowl of soup. Yeah.
What a
Like-
bowl!
Yeah, like I don't know.
I don't think that's a food fight anymore.
That's
like,
assault.
That's a mockery fight.
I mean,
Technically,
It's
I think about.
I think you could bend the rules with a frozen steak.
Yeah,
like a crisscross fry could essentially be used
you
like
have
a
to
shuriken.
rules on this. First off, it has to be defrosted. It has to be in its natural state. We're going
I was going to say its natural
We
habitat.
can't,
for some
we
reason.
can't use frozen. We can't use frozen fruits or something like like apples frozen at minus 160 degrees Celsius. That's as hard as rock. We can't use those.
No.
Is that okay?
I mean, even then, like some certain foods in their natural state, if you will, are quite dangerous, like a crisscross fry or a hash brown.
Right.
Also, if you're throwing hot food, like steaming hot something,
Or you have to hold it as well.
Apples would be quite lethal as well, really.
oh,
Nice
there's
fresh
a
ripe.
one here.
Not even ripe apple.
Could stab somebody with an asparagus.
Are you dead yet? Are you dead yet? I don't know what kind of asparagus you get. Could stab someone in the eye with an asparagus would probably be some proper damage.
If someone lobbed a mango at you, that would hurt like a bastard.
I think it counts as a biological warfare
One of
if
those
they're
stinky
Sistrum.
fruits called a durian. Has spikes on it. Yeah.
This swamp is another pain.
Our aggression about this is expressing itself in our wish to kill things with food. Some health foods.
There's a big old swamp here as well.
Right, come on.
I've been in this swamp for 5 minutes and haven't stopped swinging since I've got here.
Oh, I was paying attention.
No box in this one.
I may have been staring at the map and ran aground in the plains.
Why is it always the plains you run around in?
Oh, but yeah, I was like, I mean, if you guys want to play Grounded after this, I'm up for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy
really
to
like
keep this
this game.
Sunday thing going,
Yeah,
regardless.
I'm more than happy to do that. Yeah, this is a nice thing. This, like I've had a really weird and really odd month, and I think this Sunday is the only thing that has been keeping me. Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
I hope
I've only
the
been
fun that
streaming
we're
on the last-
having is helping.
Yeah, it's really helping a lot. Taking my mind of things and stuff. It's just yeah. But hopefully, what date is it? Is it 23rd or 24th?
26th.
Oh, it's 26th, right? Oh, it's Sunday, of course. Makes sense.
I'm in the Mistlands.
Grounded was the only game I didn't buy in the summer sale. I asked someone Ralph, but Grounded, and it's pretty closing in on quite a bit of money spent.
See the bone mass in the south, did we actually clear out all the spawners there as well, or did we just go, hey look, it's bone mass? Kind of carry on.
I don't think we had any.
I don't think we would have been thinking about it.
I know we went back there to smack the ground, which is fine, I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
If we were smacking the ground, I'm sure we would have been looking for bones anyway. Well, maybe
not
not.
we used how to round bop there. John, are you coming to Bone Mass? Like, holy crap, it's nearly 9 o'clock here.
Oh my god.
Right, I'm back. Did we find one?
No. Where's
Okay.
the Bone Mass portal that I'm sort of sailing towards?
Basically,
well,
right next to the
I've
marker.
carved.
Oh, I'm
Gonna
going to
do
be
it.
heading off because it's almost 9 PM here and I've been sat since
Yeah.
1. I'm going to go sit and watch something with Thistle.
I can't blame you, buddy. It's been a long haul again. At least we've got 4 more bones.
I think I found all 4 of the bones today as well. Like, I
You
was
did?
really lucky.
Does that mean we're just sending Chris off on his own boat from now on?
Well, I just want
Yes,
you to be
sir.
helpful by spreading the board of looking for things.
Warlock's looking very angelic here.
John, can you jump through the bone mass portal so I can see where it is? I need to drop off this boat.
Yep. Well, yeah, I've got a
I
boat
think
on
I
me,
can
though.
see it already, actually.
Because I've got a boat on me.
I'm just going to leave the boat at the bottom.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I've got it. Actually managed to go straight to the exact building.
I'll see you there. Hello.
What's outside?
Okay, well that's good. Hey, Chris, wait. No. I
What?
need to do it. I can put a boat in a chest here.
Yeah,
Then
we'll
to
remember
level
it's
along with
there.
me. I'll put a chest here and I'll put a boat in it, right? And then what I've got to do on the other side is put my portal to a name. Okay,
There's a portal called, you can use the portal called Chris with a capital C, because I'm obviously not using that
I
now.
was going to use the one called JJJ,
Cool.
and I'll call it JJJX, because that's the next one in the
Right,
series.
well, I'm going to hop off the chat now. Cheers for today, guys. It's been a lot of fun. I will catch you
Thanks,
later,
Chris.
okay?
We'll round this up next week.
Hey, thank you for playing.
You have a wonderful evening.
Cheers, guys.
Bye
See you
bye.
later.
Oh, did we find all the bones?
No, we still need
Uh,
one.
Oh, okay, okay. I was gone. I was like, I think I. Okay. So we calling it there today?
Well, I'm just about to jump into a boat and go look for some stuff.
Okay. Me and Bird will continue doing.
I don't know what you two are up to. Oh, do you want to go do some
Wandering
study?
around in circles, swinging at everything that moves.
Now, Stardew, that's... I haven't played Stardew in a hot minute, to be honest. But really, I think the last thing I did was get perfection on my main farm, but yeah. So, Bert, if you want to jump back into it at some point of time, just let me know. I think
Yeah.
I think I'd be able to go. I mean, I thought last week was the thing, but yeah, I think I have to wait till the end of this month, and then I'll be able to. I just want to go back to working from home again. Yeah. Where are you, by the way? I'm here.
Where is he? Trying to cover a bit more of the swamp and see if I can find another spawner. Oh, I don't have rested anymore. No wonder I don't rested.
I want like giant elephants in this game. Like, you know, like there's something called an elephant. Do you know what
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
the elephant from Lord of the Rings? Yep.
yeah.
So I want something like
or,
like
or
a
maybe we still have all kinds of biomes to go. You never know what the
Uh-huh.
next one is going to be like.
or maybe in the deep
Flaming
north, like
elephants.
woolly mammoth or something in the deep north. Oh,
Woolly mammoth in the deep.
it'd be really amazing. And you know what? No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think the
Frost
Vikings
mammoth.
ever. Yeah. Icarus has a woolly mammoth, but it does not look fun.
No, it's something like a lux, but then in the form of an elephant.
Right, but much bigger than a lox. Like
Yeah, yeah.
something that can actually stamp on you and you'll die. Like
something
like
of the
that.
size of a troll, but then in lux.
About to
Shame.
say,
Yeah,
blocks the size
something
of a
like that,
troll
yeah.
actually sounds terrifying.
Crocs.
Ellie lux.
Or imagine this, like a troll riding a giant lox. Spawner.
Two. No chest.
Spawner.
No chest. Well, penguins in the deep north that you can tame. That actually sounds like a brilliant idea.
Penguins the size of T-Rex.
Oh wow, we
giant
finally get
penguins.
eggs. Tame penguins lay eggs.
Eggs would be nice for a food. I was also thinking about having a bit of... Is cognitive dissonance the right word? And make penguins give you chicken.
I mean, if they wanted to add something like that, we could have got, I don't know, like the birds can drop something like, I don't know, like a drumstick or something along with feathers. If I mean, yeah, they could have done that. but they did not. I think the
We
thing
could
that
get
they've
some
been
bird
teasing.
meat out of it. I mean, where's
Yeah,
the
we
rest
should.
of the bird? Just
Yeah, we
explode.
should get some kind of meat out of it, right?
Right, right. Pigeon jerky.
Alright,
Okay,
tree.
the Fenris armor is good against the Surtlings. But that's about okay. Yeah.
I missed all of that.
They do 0 damage.
I hit the damn abomination. I've used all my stamina up and hit it twice. Swing with the other hand. We have H-Bark. We don't really need H-Bark. We also don't really need more of that root armor. A little further north. I think that's the most of the biome. Tamed penguins to sit at the top. Are penguins naturally aerodynamic? Sounds silly when I say it out loud, because it seems like they would be. They just sort of slide everywhere on the ice. The process behind that. Penguins on the front make the boat go faster. Sounds humorous. I like the idea. I don't think there's another one here. There's more swamp over there, but... I think the rest of the biome is basically buried underwater. Finding any. I'm coming around back down south now, so I'm gonna head back to the boat.
That is this swamp down. I was just circling around the whole place. I was just circling around the whole place, but yeah.
3
I'm coming back
spawners
as well.
and 0 chests, sadly. First things first, I need a new rested buff. It is pain to be in the swamp without rested buff. Maybe we'll do a little bit of booping. These ones, is it the big ones that you can't remove from zeros usually? That one doesn't. We do have another one over here. Because I have found a fairly high common correlation previously. Bear in mind, my previously playing the game is before Hearth and Home. Finding iron underneath these trees did seem very commonplace. Okay, guys. So far, no cigar. Could just be random, purely random. My anecdotal correlation might be nothing more than luck. I get rested. I have more tea. I have no tea left. Treasure. Oh my word. So, it is never not a pleasant surprise to step out of a portal and see your frames skyrocket. Any twigs on this path? Oh, it's how it was. Here we go. One more. Ooh, we have a bit of money. We're keeping some here, aren't we? Isn't it? Piles and forward over at the base. There's out the jewels chest. Oh no! It's a silver necklace, I think, is the recipe needed to craft. The personal lockbox. It's a silver necklace. Alright. Where are we?
Alright, arrived at a pretty big swamp.
Are you set to head off? A weird archipelago over here. a little bit quiet. But I am thinking too whether or not I want to pack it in sometime soon. I wasn't planning to go for another 15 hours today. We've done 8 alone in the reverse boss run service. I was thinking about other ways we could, oh, actually, maybe I should ask. I know the last couple of weeks have been a bit off because we've usually stayed behind to do withered bone hunts. But are you still fine to do Stardew Valley on Sundays? Warlock.
I mean, I'm okay with. I mean, if you want to do it on like Sunday after we're done with this run, I'm fine with that as well. Because if you're going back to the run that we already started, then it's almost done. There's nothing much to do. It's just like a little bit here and there. We can do whatever we want right now. Like if you want to fish for the whole day, you can do. Yeah. So it's just chill from here on. Yeah. If you want to do it on a Sunday, I'm fine with that. If you want to do it on Monday, I'm fine with that as well.
I figure we'll finish feeding the parrots on the island, and I don't know if there's anything much more after that.
Yeah, we can do that. We can complete the dungeon, that like the volcano dungeon. We have to complete the 10 floors of the
Yes.
volcano dungeon.
I keep forgetting that
That's
island has its own areas to explore.
Yeah. And what else? Yeah, so perfection has a few things like catching all the fish, becoming friends with everyone, like 10 hearts with everyone, crafting every item in the thing. So all that is something like these are some of the things that we need to do for perfection. So yeah, there are a few things that we can do, but then the majority of the stuff is done. Like the game basically ends after year 2. That's when you get the grandfather's evaluation. So chronologically, that's the last thing that happens in the game. Everything after that is just repeating the old thing again and again. But the last new thing that happens in the game is, I think, grandpa's evaluation, and then yeah, then like, I mean, I'm not talking about unlocking stuff. You'll unlock stuff, like you'll unlock
Because you
the
can unlock
islands and
stuff.
everything else.
Yeah, you can unlock them at any time.
Yeah, yeah, you can unlock them at like. So I'm talking about like, you know, story wise. Technically, you're supposed to complete the island, or at least reach the island before year 2. Get the farm. I mean, get the, what is the thing called? The community center completed. So yeah. What I mean is nothing new happens to the story. Like there's no new development in the story. Like some event or something. Nothing like that happens after year 2. Oh, we have a thing. Do you want to run away, or do you want to just? We could
Do you
just
have
sail away. We
arrows?
don't need the meat.
I thought you ran. Do you have more arrows?
I made some arrows.
We've been in a boat. Let's find something.
How terrifying would it be if, like, you're collecting this thing and then, I don't know, some big fish or something just, you know, swims up to the surface and just like swallows the whole thing. Yeah, that'd be like.
You jump in to grab
That
the
used to be
meat
one
and
of my.
you see the Leviathan
that-
eyes below the water staring up at you.
Yeah, like it's you see like a whole gaping job just coming up towards the surface, big enough to swallow the entire boat at the same time. Like that used to be one of my biggest fears when I was a kid. Like I think I told you, right? Like I don't know it, but like I almost drowned when I was young. After that, I had fear of water for a very long time. That was one of my biggest fears. Like
I
like something big is going to like swallow me up. Like, you know, when I'm swimming or something, and something big is going to come and like it's not going to eat me. It's going to like devour me whole. If you know what I mean. That sounds
Yeah.
very wrong, by the way.
Speaking of drowning while young, actually, I had a weird story about that. When I was, I'm gonna say 3, maybe 4, we'll go up to 4. I was really young. And it was one of the first memories I ever had. And I remember telling this to my parents when I was much older, about 10 or 11, about the first time I ever remember swimming underwater. And I told them about the house where it was at the old town where we lived at the farm. And I told them the memory that from my point of view, was me swimming underwater with my eyes open for the first time and looking up and seeing you above the water. So it was a pool in my parents' room there as well.
You were drowning.
Yeah, they looked at me horrified and went, "Oh no, you were drowning," and we had to like CPR afterwards. And I was like, "Oh, I don't remember that." It was my first memory ever swimming underwater, and apparently, yeah, I was drowning.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. Something, I mean, it's exciting. Like, things need to be discovered, right? I've done a lot of stupid fucking things. Like, you know, I was like, when I was... Have you ever put your finger inside one of the plug holes? Like, you know what I mean, right? The electric...
Drain? Oh, electrical
Plugs,
plug.
yeah.
No, I've never done that.
Holy
Actually.
shit, that was like, that's, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, that's like, what happens if I put something in there? Like, the question came to my mind was like, why does things work when we put that thing inside that? I was like, okay, hang on, let me just put my finger in. Holy shit, the zap that I got. 220 volts. But yeah, I never did that again. So win-win.
Isn't that like a super lucky thing to survive?
I'm not, I mean, hang on.
I suppose it
think it was
depends on the outlet.
Yeah.
Some outlets have
Yeah, exactly.
different rates. So.
Yeah, and okay, so oh, another one. That was actually a big one for you know, like refrigerator and stuff like that. There's a tree around. Holy
The usual. There's everything around.
Oh my god, what happened?
What do you mean?
I just saw that. Okay, I'm taking everything away from your body. Just come back. You put down the portal, right?
What happened is there's like 4 Draga, 3 blobs, 7 leeches, and a tree.
Yeah. Okay, come back. I'll deal with everything here.
I'll be back soon. I'm gonna grab some food and... I'm gonna be greedy for a rested buff though. Oh, wow. Oh. Greed got me killed, but... Here, rested buff. Myself on fire. Do you need to sit next to fire to actually get the heal bonus? Do you need to go to the restroom? Ooh. No, next time? No worries, Bob. Thank you for popping in. Hope you don't mind me switching back and forth between Bob and Shahu Show based entirely on my lack of confidence pronouncing it correctly. Alright. Here we go. At least we got the portal down before we died. Given how hectic that was, I'm honestly happy we even got the portal down at all. Alright. I'm on my way over. You wanna trade? I've got full rested, so I'm happy to switch aggro.
I mean, I think I got this. I just like I'm not doing enough damage. That's the main problem.
globbly
And I
here
don't
too.
have health potion. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Right. Is the coast clear?
I'm sorry.
I think we finally... That's everything dead? We're allowed to breathe?
I think so. I don't see anything. Is it like, is it going to be morning soon or is it going to be night soon? What's happening?
I think it's gonna be morning
It's about
soon.
to be morning.
Oh, it's about to be morning.
That's
Okay.
why it's so pitch and pitch black.
Yeah.
Can at least see enough to know that's 2 Loxes over there.
I hear feelings. I don't know
See
where,
them.
but I hear them. They're fighting the Wraith. Hang on, I want to watch this. The Wraith have the high ground.
You
Oh, it
actually
died.
wonder. Oh, the Wraith died.
That was kinda.
I was actually gonna wonder whether or not they could even reach the Wraith.
Yeah, because the Wraith, they have to come
Oh.
very close to you to hit you, right?
Where's the swamp? Every swamp today is cursed.
There's another tree in the loose, I think. Are you fighting with Loxes? What are you doing? I hear the Loxes fighting something, I don't know what. Oh, you're fighting a tree, or is that a Lox fighting a tree?
I have no idea. If there's a Lox, I can't hear it.
Oh, that was you fighting a tree. Okay. Hang on, I'll bring the Lox. You don't ask me why. And I said I'm gonna bring the Lox.
At this point, it just sounds like another day in the swamp. Anything trying to kill you. A Lox just makes sense. As well as these extra 3 blobs, 2 doggy, and a bunch of skeletons.
I went through
Where was I?
6 or 7 spawners.
Did you find? Okay, from your voice, I can tell that you
Chest.
haven't found it.
2 chests, 0 ones.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost there.
Exactly.
I found 2 dead skeeters.
That are you?
No stamina. Tower should save me. But that skeeter seemed dead set on trying to hit the blob, actually. It's kind of amusing. Yeah, I can get the
That was a
blob
fun
to
swamp.
activate poison. Mosquitoes all around. Hey, Science John, welcome in. Unfortunately, today has been nothing but running into distraction after distraction. Every time we land at one of these swamps. Today was this swamp right here, the worst example, honestly. We dropped in, we had an abomination, three Jarga, ton of skeletons, and a normal horde of 4 or 5. Bunch of leeches. I think there were 3 blobs. We're lucky enough we got the portal down. All in the search for 1 bone. We have 9 out of 10 bones.
Okay, one of the locks is dead. Sheesh.
Everyone wants to run. I don't... We want to keep the server up. I don't know if it's a matter of wanting to be done with the world or done with the run. I think it's more just the...
Another reason I'm doing this is because the locks, when they do the storm thing, right? They can actually break the muddy piles underground.
Right, okay. And then the iron comes floating to the top, doesn't it?
Yep.
I think A-bombs seem to be able to do that too. I've had a couple.
Yeah, yeah, they
scrap
does it too.
Let's get up. Oh. How you doing, Sides John? I don't know what level or health these things are at. Not low enough, I'm committed to this. If I can break enough to bring the stability down, that's all I need. Maybe there's a couple. I haven't seen a 0 in this mess of numbers except for that tree. Just want a regular sledge that does the sort of damage as cheat sledge. Or maybe just... Cheat sledge is over the top, right? So you could just make it do regular over the top damage instead of 9,999. I mean, what we do with weapons that... What does this do? 8135? A hammer that does... 8135, blunt and what is the other blunt one? Blunt, oh this has pierce because of the antlers. Blunt and, no idea, might just be blunt. I think this tree might be the cause of my ability here.
Yeah, the swamp ends where I'm at right now. This is where it turns into plains and ocean.
I had my fun. May have been childish. To be fair, it was going to try and... I wanted to clear up the area so I could check for scrap iron on below the ground, because there's so many of these giant tree trunks here that there has to be some. But my attempt to bring down the whole house did not work. Got Warlock further north, so we should just head back. Alrighty. Into the next swamp.
Yeah, I guess.
Clocked in 9 hours already. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be going.
I mean, we don't have to do this now because we're not finishing the run today, right? So,
I would like...
in fact,
to-
we can just log in and we can do what we did for, what's his name? Haldor?
Warlock,
Just log in during the week sometime.
It's true.
Try to find that one bone. But then if we do that, think about it. If we do that, then next Sunday, like it'll be over in like, I don't know, 15 minutes. It'll be done. Not even that, maybe. If we find the last remaining bone, what do we do after that?
It's a fairly good question. Normally set 4 hours aside for this run. If we're done in 15 minutes, that leaves us with 4 hours
True.
to figure something out.
Something is backing our boat. Oh my god. Come here.
It's... I mean, the plan for the world is to turn it into a... I was going to say community build server. I don't know if the community part was... At the very least, some kind of build.
What am I looking for when I'm smacking for iron in the swamp? For a 0 or for a 2 hard?
0.
I think
Rocks.
0, yeah.
Rocks, fir trees, and iron all give 0. Our bees are all dead.
Yes. I haven't put them back up again. The fueling's took them out. Unpleasantly.
I need a restroom break soon. Oh. Opportunity to grab one, I think. Happy, happy, happy. I need more space. Happy, happy. Oh, it's a little bit hot there. Turn this into a bit of a more slopey slope. Oh, you can just do that. Okay. These are happy? No. I like that. You down there. Maybe that's the strap to it.
Does anybody know where that other bone mass was, which Chris was talking
Oh.
about? It's up here, isn't it, somewhere?
I
Right,
only
right.
have 2 marked. There's a bone mass here.
Oh, you pinged it? Okay.
It's
Huh?
due northeast. Quite a little ways though. Sorry, I was muted talking to myself. It's a little ways due northeast.
Yeah, no, okay. That's still a way off. But I'm on my way out there. I might find something. Dun, dun.
Have a short break. Be back in a sec.
Okay.
Alrighty, I am busting for the loo. So I shouldn't be too long. Only a few minutes. Once I get back, we're heading back into the swamp. We're going to go back in the boat and we're going to try it one more time. I'm going to say one more time. Because I think I do want to end it for a while. I'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. I used to do super long, massive streams, almost on the regular. Streaming every day for an average of 10 hours. And I do say average. Sometimes it was 15. The longest I ever did was close to 30. I once had the VOD split in 2. We did a 36-hour stream. I did it again with Deep Rock Galactic, Season 1. These days, though, I find more and more I'm ending streams because my voice just goes. I have no idea why I was fine before and now I can't talk for more than... And again, I do just point out I am talking. I have an app that actually breaks it down. I talk for an average of 50% of the time that I stream. Today has been a little less. I'm expecting maybe 30% of the time that I stream. My mic's been active, and I will just clarify that is how the software works. When my microphone detects noise, then the app says I am talking. It also can distinguish background noise from actual not background noise, so I don't know if that goes into the calculation. I technically, background noise should not count as talking. But again, the only numbers I get is length of conversation, or length of the phone call, because it's a conference calls piece of software. So I get length of the phone call and percentage of time talking is what it's listed as. But the software's point is to filter out background noise. So it also gives you length of time in seconds and minutes that the microphone was filtering noise, lengths of time in seconds and minutes that there was background noise, and then you get hours, minutes in my case, of time. Sorry, no. You get hours and minutes of the length of the call, and the rest is measured in time. But the percentage of time talking is a percentage. Now that I've completely over-explained what crisp audio filtering software is, I normally average 50% of the time I stream, I talk. So if I stream for 10 hours, my microphone has been active and I've been talking, assumedly, for something close to 5. Today feels like it'd be maybe high 30s, but definitely 30%. I've had a lot of quiet boat moments today. And yet, despite that, I feel like like the numbers haven't changed. I used to talk a lot, and despite that, I still feel like I can only do about half as long, stream timer-wise. I can only go for about half as long before I start running out of steam. My voice, throat, whatever it is, right, starts, like you get that burning kind of pain where it's just been used too much. Well, awkwardly I ran out here without eating and could have just died, but thankfully we're alive. Not for lack of trying. Right. I'm gonna get in the boat and try and find another swamp.
Hey, welcome back. I'm on my way to that spot you pinged. I'll see if there's some swamp there.
I think Warlock took a break as well. Like to go back to the days of streaming a little longer because I have so much stuff I only do on stream. Like I'm playing through Elder Scrolls Online for High Isle, and I really want to get through a bit more of that story for one, but also I want to get the character leveled. I'm only level 11 on High Isle, just in general, and but for two reasons, because one, I need to start getting into leveled gear so that I can join raids and gain content and any dungeons. Two, because I have a whole other character I want to level up for the guild use. I'm currently playing a Templar, which is a healer. Solo Templar kit is very battle magey, which is what I eventually wanted to design my character as, was an armored battle mage, but I do want to, like, for the guild build, for playing with people in the guild, I do want to go full heal. I want to play a proper support role. It's been so long since I've played a game where I've genuinely got a proper support role. But that requires a ton of leveling. I've been logging in basically every day to Elder Scrolls Online. I've even been doing a bunch of stuff off stream. I've been keeping the story. The story is exclusively something I'm playing through here on Twitch for High Isle, but the other day I snuck up a couple of levels. I did a whole side story without streaming. I'm trying to be better at that. I know there's a lot of things that I set aside, and I end up in this mindset of, oh, I can't do that if I don't have OBS open. I mean, a good example is the fact I'm playing through Dirt Rally Career Mode. And I've got a couple of VODs actually. Dirt Rally Career Mode goes up to 4 VODs on YouTube now. That being beside the point, there's no reason why I can't just say TLDR, I did like a championship or 2 stream. And it's a weird mindset to be in, because streaming itself is what's motivated me to actually to play some games a bit more seriously, I think that's how I phrase it. There are a lot of games where I'll play them once and then never open them again. Listeners. I have a ton of tiny little games, like roguelikes are a terrible, terrible genre for me. Because I'll play them once, twice, maybe 3 times, and then forget I ever had them. And yet I keep collecting more and more roguelikes. I think I booted up... What's the name of the game? I should know it. It's like super, super popular. Everyone who's played it has loved it. Got the white mask horn guy. 2D platformer, Dark Soulsy, sort of. Really, but also kind of Dark Soulsy. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on that game. Point being, terribly famous. Everyone loves it who's played it. I booted it up once and did the settings. Got it running properly and never opened it. It was years ago. Still haven't played it.
Oh,
Probably still installed.
So just get Agti as valleys. So
Yep.
you like it. Confused.
I actually have a stat number, I think, for games I have bought and never played. Steam DB, Steam Calculator, says that I have played 40% of the games I've ever purchased. But Steam DB also says that I average 55% discount. So if I pay for 45% of full price and play only 40% of games, I'm probably breaking even value-wise, but it would be nice to go through, and again, my original sentiment before I got lost in the source of trying to remember games was that I have been motivated to finally go through and play and beat games on stream. But it's been a weird double-edged sword where now I don't play games off stream again. It used to be a motivation thing where I didn't really feel motivated to play games off stream. Well, before I did stream, it was a motivation to play games at all, I suppose. This is Ashlands. This is not swamp at all. Oops. That was swamp. But when I started streaming, it went from motivation to play games at all to
something
motivation to play games off stream.
Weird just happened with me. I walked through a portal and the portal is gone.
Did you go through the B portal?
No, it was an unnamed portal. But the thing is, even the materials for the portal is gone. Like, yeah, I was spat out at a location which has nothing. I mean, I'm in a mistland right now, which is next to a swamp. But
Yeah.
yeah, like I walked through the portal.
Let's have a
You're,
look where you are.
You're awkwardly a little ways away. The blank portal's done that 3 times now.
I mean, the portal is not here. I think it's like it was put, like we put it down here at some point of time, and I don't know, it remembered something. But like, yeah, the portal has been moved on this end. Like, it just, yeah, I don't know. Like, John, are you still at the base?
No, I'm in a swamp.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I was
We're gonna have to
wondering.
move-
I walked through the portal which is right next to that thing, the heart, right?
The
And
blank one.
it was active. Yeah. I just wanted to see if that is
Yeah.
still active on that end, on your end. And I want to see what happens if you walk through it. It's not a trap, I just really want to see what happens if you walk through it. No, I mean, like, something has been on. I just want to see what happens if you walk through it. Do you just appear out of nowhere on my end, or do you just like or does it not work for you?
Well, you're gonna have to wait a moment because I'm trying to not die with dual raids.
Okay, no rush.
Hang on.
I'm in the Mistlands. Yeah, it's surrounded by swamps and all
Yeah, you
sides,
should
and
be
it's like,
safe.
yeah, it's a pretty nice place.
It is. It's very calm.
Yeah, but
That's
I don't
good
know how to
photos
get
ago.
back. I mean, I guess I can find. I just put away all the cores that I had on me. I had like 5 cores on me. I just put it away. But I guess I can find more cores, and if I can find some planes, I can get some portal materials. Yeah, I think I have the cores already. I just need the the eyes. That's gonna be a problem for me because I don't think I have any black forest nearby. Yeah, I might need someone. I might need a little bit of a rescue mission. I got the cores, but I don't have anything else.
We could leave a dead portal over there. I could portal home, grab an extra set of portal mats and jump through.
I mean, there's nothing here to be honest. Like there's no. We
You're
don't need to
there,
come
that's...
back here.
We need to get you out.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I have the cores that I need. I just need the eyes and the thing.
If I get a portal home, I can grab the extra portal mats and come through and place down another live portal back. But we'll probably
I mean,
be
that's
leaving-
what I wanted to check. If it's working on your end. Yeah. Can you try doing that once? If you can see the portal.
See if there's black forest up north. Actually, there was. I'm normally
there is?
surprised to see black forest out in these parts. Lord. I was staring at that troll cave for a while. I didn't see anything spawn in. Saw the deer pop in, but I didn't see the troll. He normally pops over if you have a bench placed down, so we'll know when we get. Jump back quick. It's the safe. Worry that I've done something terribly wrong. Eyes. Pause. That's the blank one. Shouldn't be alive. For some reason it's connected to something. But we'll quickly go back through B. They normally wander over if you place down a workbench. I've had trolls, only in my permadeath run, I've had trolls chase me through the entirety of a black forest as I sailed past in a boat. Like the equivalent of doing that, sailing past. And I would go all the way out to like a biome,
Is the
5
portal
minutes
still
that
active on
way.
the base?
It is. I would go out like 5 minutes that way. Dead center of the meadows, and I would just hear a troll stomp, 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 stomp over. I had cursed troll encounters in my Emma runs though. There is a troll here. It's gonna run. I don't think so. I did keep a keen eye on the horizon. One nearby. Wandered off somewhere else, I think. Right. We have enough for one portal. And hopefully this is what I need to do, right? This is blank. Live should not be live. I mean, we could leave it live. You have to call us. I can't leave it live because that's the gateway back. I need to rename it and let's go do the order. Oh. Don't connect. I'm gonna sit here and wait. You know what? No, hang on. We have that one. We have enough for portal mats. I have enough for portal mats before I run. Hello? You still there wherever you dropped in? I'm about to run through.
Yep. I want to
I'm on
see
my way
if
back
this
to the portal.
I want to see if you just like, I don't know, appear out of thin air.
Let's go. I wonder if it takes us to the same place. I could end up anywhere.
Yeah, you can end up anywhere.
Hello.
You're not here though.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, it seems like you're coming here.
Do you have 10 wood?
Oh, that's you.
I bought a
Where did
portal.
you come from? I have wood on me. Hang on.
I need 10
Where'd
wood
you
because
come
I brought a portal, but an idiot didn't bring anything for the workbench.
I have workbench stuff.
But yeah, the portal's down there. It was where we parked the boat back here 3 hours ago.
I mean, the portal is not here, right? Did you find the mats for the portal? No.
Oh, there's no portal. It's
Yeah, there's no
phantom.
portal. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. What did you name it on the other side? You. Why? Why is it called 10 letters?
Yes, the portal name is exactly 10 letters long.
Huh?
Hello, welcome
Hello.
back. I didn't find anything. I went through the whole bone mass swamp out there, and got nothing. Oh, we can make another longboat in ancient wood, but
Well,
no bones. Can't put that away anymore.
anyone want to go back and grab things from the Brennan Michelin spot before I fill the connection?
I mean, what kind of stuff do you want to grab?
I'm just gonna leave it all there. I'm asking before I
Hang
kill
on.
the connection.
Yeah, you can kill the connection. Where is your portal that you call 10 letters? Is it somewhere else?
It's in the Michelins?
No, I mean the other end of that portal.
Yeah, in the Michelins. We just used it.
Yeah, but what
I'm
is
gonna have
like?
to pop off here, guys.
Yeah.
Getting late here.
No
Thanks
worries.
again. See you guys sometime this week.
Yeah.
Good
I
night.
think I've got
Thank
one
you-
more
thank you
swamp
for the
in me
games.
before I'm gonna join you logging off.
Yeah, I think this is a good place to call it a day, right?
I'll see you next week.
Bye bye.
Let's call it day 250 or something.
Oh,
I think it's
let's
Two-
try and find the
30
last bone
something.
before day 3.
I think we'll finish the game this run before day 300.
I hope so. That's another 25 full hours. All right, good night, guys.
Catch
Good
you
night.
later.
Take care. Why are you hanging in the? Oh.
Right.
Wait a minute. Which one did you break? Oh, you broke. Wait, how did you get back if you broke that one?
I didn't. It's still there.
Then why is it? What is it called? It's called 10 letters, or was it 10 letters? 1, 2,
That
3,
one's
4,
called
5,
10
6, 7, 8,
letters.
9, 10. Why? So why is this not connected? Because this one is called 10 letters right now.
Yes, the other one's been renamed. If you really want to go back and collect the campfire, you're welcome to.
Oh no, I'm just like I just want to know what happened. That's all.
I renamed it and walked through. There's nothing there. It burns a portal for the sake of getting you home at least.
Okay.
And 10 letters, is that what that one's called? Because the
Yeah,
blank
that's the
portal
one on the-
seems to be cursed in this server at the moment. Blank portal was on that 3 times now.
Yeah, it was called 10 letters. The one on the other side.
You're going to be heading off as well, Warlock?
I think so. Yeah. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna keep searching for the bone?
One more swamp. Too stubborn. One more swamp.
Are you
and back up.
Are you already at a swamp, or are you gonna look?
No, I'm not. I have one further down south that I'm not actually. I almost had the mind to boat all the way back up to pick you up physically before realizing I could just boat. You know what? Just for the sake of being fair. Mark the old dead portal. Maybe for some reason we do end up picking it back up someday.
Yeah, I mean, we have lots of. I think we have tons of portal like that hanging around here.
Honestly,
I think so.
if we have the cores and the fine wood to burn, I think leaving a bunch of unmarked portals. You need a system.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
You need a system to name them, or just mark them on the map with a specific name.
I usually have numbers, like I number my portals as 1, 2, 3, 4, like that.
I was thinking like a version of longitude, latitude. If you have the center of the map be 0,
too much
0,
work.
and then the top of the map is 100, bottom of the map is negative 100, and every portal only needs, you've had negative number space negative number. It's more than enough characters.
Yeah, but then you have to remember the whole thing. And imagine like you're putting down a portal in a crunch. You have to put down like negative number, this, that.
If you're doing it in a crunch, you
mean-
always have a blank one at home normally, but the blank one here is broken, sadly.
I mean, I just usually like put a marker on the map, like this is 1. So no matter where, like, and okay, so I don't mark my the portals in my portal hub, because those are the ones that keep changing, right? But the destination portal, they usually remain the same. So I just leave the like numbered portal on the map, like okay, this
Yeah.
is 1, this is 5, this is 7. And
There's
so
a
whenever
portal
I'm like,
name.
I need to go.
The portal name itself doesn't particularly... If you're doing a system of leaving portals behind, it doesn't matter what you name them so long as the map marker has the name of the portal.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
So,
And that's why I like just like adding numbers.
I do wish in
Evil.
hindsight that we had burned a bit of fine wood and a bit of cores, just leaving portals all over the place while we were boating around for Haldor. Because it'd be
Yeah,
nice,
I mean-
it'd be so nice now to be able to just jump to a portal across the map instead of having to physically carry these boats around all over the place.
Right.
I like sailing, but I also don't want to spend another 100 days looking for the last bone. Welcome in, Crazy.
Yeah, we'll find
How
it.
you
I
doing?
think. I don't know, like how does RNG work in this game? But then I don't know, like, yeah.
Sometimes I feel like it's
I-
pure RNG, but then I know they do have stacking RNG with monster spawns. I think the serpent spawner has stacking RNG based on certain elements like nighttime, storm, things like that. Add like an extra 4% each. We'll just throw that in. So you can end up with like a 12% chance of a serpent spawning on every type. But I don't know when it comes to static world spawns like copper, tin, iron, chests, seeds, the low spawn rate stuff is what I'm not sure about. Because it could be just a pure chance. Pure chance says that you could get 0. If you have a 10% chance in every chest to find a bone, there's a 90% chance you find 0 on that map. You know, like it's
And, yeah,
stats
and-
are weird
and
in
it's
that
like-
way.
And here's the thing. It doesn't mean that if I open 100 chests, I'm gonna get 10 bones, because when I've opened like the first 5 chests, the percentage is not increasing by any means. It still remains 10%.
You could open 10
So-
chests and get 10 bones, or 100 chests and get 0.
Yeah, exactly.
That's raw
Yeah,
chance.
I mean that
Yeah.
10% doesn't mean ass, because it's like I have I've done this one
mean.
thing. I remember doing like like getting a Draugr Elite head for making the big hammer, and I have found like a spawner for at least a little over an hour maybe. I did not get it, but according to the wiki page and the spawn rate and everything, I should have got I think like 3 or 4 by then. But yeah, I did not get 1.
I think the one thing that is true about any stat line though is that
This is why I don't like probability. I've never liked probability. Such like a hoax. I mean, it's not a hoax, but yeah, probability.
the one thing that is true about any stat line or any statistic is eventually, if you do it enough times, you will end up with an actual percentage that should be identical to the raw percentage. So you
Yeah,
could
it's like
search. For example,
If you succeed, you'll be successful.
if you search 100 crates, you might find a bone 10% of the time. If you search 1,000 crates, you might find a bone 6% of the time. But if you search an infinite amount of crates, the theory says that you should find the exact same percentage of bones as what the raw percentage is. The more number
You know what that means,
you
right? Like
process,
that is
closer
that
you
is
should
like
be.
that. You know what that like. Obviously, like if anything that if any situation that is run like infinite number of times, we will get all the possible outcomes, and getting the thing
True.
is one of the possible outcomes. So it's
suppose
always
that's
going
the
to be that thing.
That's the fallacy of the infinite number of outcomes, infinite
Yeah,
number
I
of
mean-
tries thing, because you always get, well, I mean, yes, I get that.
I mean,
but at
think
the
about
same
it. Think
time-
about it. Think about it.
I think about that actually.
It's like saying that you're going to hack into a system, and let's say that the system has a 9-digit password. If you do infinite number of tries of all the like combination and permutation and combination of all the different numbers, you'll eventually find the digit. You'll eventually find the code that we need to get in. But you do realize how ridiculous that is, right?
Yeah, oh, that's an impossible conundrum, but I
I
think
mean,
the one
not for a supercomputer maybe, but yeah, for a human being that's impossible.
I think the one thing that does still work with statistics though. The statistics require a specific outcome, not just any. Because
True,
an infinite
then-
amount of times guarantees we find the amount of bones we need to summon boneless, but an infinite amount of times should also guarantee we find the exact percentage of the time as what the raw stat is. The game says 4% of the time we find a bone in a chest, then if you do it 1,000,000 times, you should be super close to finding a bone 4% of the time. Whereas if you only do 100,
okay,
it could be any percentage.
that's
You're
the beauty-
doing
that's the
20
beauty of-
and
that's-
4.
Right. That's the beauty of infinity. I mean,
Mm.
it's like, yeah, it's not like a million. It's not like a billion. It's like as many number of time as it takes to get the outcome that you need.
That's a fair point too.
It's not a like tangible number, right? Think about it. It's yeah.
Infinite is impossible, so shouldn't be an option in the calculation.
Yeah,
No.
I agree with what Crazy is saying. I mean, that's what I said when I okay. So I had this one maths teacher, like back in school, and I really liked him. Cool guy. He this is something he told me so calculus was his thing. He really liked calculus, and that's I like calculus. That's thanks to him. But then he was like probability is it's like a I mean, it works in a lot of different scenarios. It works. A lot of programming systems and everything are built on probability. But then, yeah, kind of like you cannot put those things into like real life perspective because it sounds kind of weird to do that.
Infinity is
If I-
definitely the extreme example. But
They're like
the sentiment being that the
you
the
know,
larger
it's
your
like-
supply of data, the closer you should be to the raw stat. Infinite
I mean, it's in
is literally
physics,
impossible.
whenever they're teaching something in physics, they're always like in like hypothetically because in like a utopian scenario. Okay, don't die. But it's like a hypothetical scenario, like like pressure and everything is. Yeah, so that kind of like that's the thing, right? Like you're setting rules already. Like under this scenario, if you do it like infinite number of times, you're bound to win. Obviously.
Can I land at a swamp and not have every single thing in the world try and fight me? The only thing I'm missing is a tree.
Yeah. Well, you're not rested anymore.
But the infinity bit is simply just saying the larger your supply of data, the more close your raw stat and your outcome stat would be the same.
No, I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah, and that's how most of the things work, right? That's how RNG machine works mainly. No, not mainly, but yeah, one of the ways. But I'm just like okay, I'm trying to say like when we are doing things like this, like when we are farming something and looking at the numbers, and then you're like, okay, according to the number, how can we tell that this? Okay, we need to do this many number of, we need to clear this many number of, I don't know, like spawners before we can get that. There's no way of telling. Even if we have the percentage, there's no way of telling. Like, accurately to the exact number of spawners that you need to clear before you can get all the 10 bones.
You can get, well, you can observe. If someone was counting from like the first moment they started playing Valheim to the last, I wonder what the actual rate they would observe would be for things like this.
And okay, so that's okay. That will be valid if someone else does the same thing and gets all the bones within the same number of spawners from the same number of spawners. Only
Okay.
then will it be proved that Otherwise it's just random. Think about it.
That
It
would
has to be, like,
that's
done
why you
twice.
rely on the massive supply of data. If you have 2 people who play the game for 4,000 hours, they should, in theory, get the same amount of bones over that time if they search the same amount
And
of
by doing
crypts.
this, exactly. That's what I mean. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case. I mean, okay, there's
But I
so many things
suppose
working in
that's
this
another
scenario
thing
because
that's
the map
misleading about
itself is like
statistics.
RNG, right?
Because the statistics themselves obviously dilute the more you search, the less each bone found is going to be worth in that statistic pool.
How do you mean? I mean, like,
If I
finding one
search-
bone does not change the percentage, right?
If I search 10 crates and find 1 bone, that's 1 bone equals 10%. That's a massive percentage increase. If I search 10 crates and find 2 bones, that's 20%. Massive, massive jump in percentage. But if I add a couple of zeros to the amount of crates I search, then all of a sudden 1 bone difference doesn't make too much of a terrible statistical difference in the outcome of observable cut rate. Because rates are all percentage. So I suppose that's also the misleading factor too, because we're looking for raw number 10 instead of percentage number. But
No, I know what you mean.
pain
I know what you
being
mean.
that could be hundreds of
I-
chests.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Like, you can say that like 10%. Yeah, that's the thing, because there's no way of guaranteeing that, like, 10% doesn't mean that I will get 1 bone every 10 chests. I mean, I know, like, that's how statistics works in terms of statistics and numbers and everything. And just like, if that was true, we would be swimming in withered bones right now, however painful that sounds.
I genuinely have actually forgotten why we brought up observable statistical data versus raw statistics. That conversation has flown out my brain.
Oh no, I mean, I was just like,
That's interesting to me though.
you're
because
throwing facts and stuff. You're throwing facts and stuff. You're like this, that, and I was like, okay.
This whole day has been trying to manipulate stats to make it sound more pleasant. We haven't found the birds.
Oh, is that
Oh,
what we're
there's the
doing?
tree. I knew there was one close by.
The delay is massive on Twitch. On my end,
How is it?
just found a tree.
The lag shouldn't be too much more than maybe 10 seconds tops, but refreshing, pausing, or changing quality would fix it. If it's too...
Probably. Yeah.
So I have
No,
delay
that's- I mean,
turned
no.
off, so it should always catch.
I mean, I have delay turn off as well, but same thing happens for me. That's why it's like, I'm always a little bit behind on chat. And everyone is like, this guy is like, he's not reading things. Hang on, it's not appeared for me yet.
I also think I have the 2-second chat moderator thing applied. I don't know if that stings. I mean, it
I
should.
think that's like, no one can
Oh,
type
Jesus.
something within 2 seconds. Like, I cannot send you, I cannot type into text in an interval lesser than 2 seconds. I think that's what that is, right?
With the mod icons, it's pretty... it's sort of manageable. Are you down? Auto down? Climb? Let's see. Skim past this on the way 4. I don't actually know if there's anything much over here. Cross your fingers, place your bets. You know what? Make something out of this. Can I get a break? I'm trying to... You don't get 10 seconds of breathing space in this game. Baffles me how people ever make a build server at all. Okay.
How did you make? How do you make like a? How do you make the fish shield?
The scale serpent shield? I think it's 8
Yeah.
scales and a bit of silver and some iron.
Yeah, I think it takes a lot of iron. I'm just like. No. I mean, okay. I'm just like curious. That's all. I'm not questioning. Where did you find this? No. I'm just like. Why are you still wearing the goat cape? I mean, not the goat cape, the deer cape.
Mods who have voted will not be able to choose the outcome. Are you kidding me? Hang on. This is way too much happened.
Oh, you're being eaten. No, you're not. I'm just kidding.
I had a moment where I was confused how you were seeing into the future.
Oh, you thought there's a lag, and I've been there before. Like, no, it must be the lag. That's why I'm not seeing it here. And then I realized, like, hang on, I'm playing this game in real time. There cannot be lag. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently my browser on my phone is not set up incognito. Yeah. Are you kidding me? You can't open up the Twitch website on the phone? It just says open an app. I try and chat, it says open an app. What a ripoff! Let me sign in with 2 accounts on the app then. Ooh, that work. Oh, can you wave? This is why I don't use you. word. Well, this has backfired dramatically. My bot only has 300 birdseed. I was gonna put up a prize pool for whether or not there's a withered bone over there in front of me. That's what this has all been for. I wanted to set up... I can't donate actual channel points, can I? Oh, only the fake one. A bounty of 300 channel points doesn't seem like it's worth it, and I can't do it as channel owner. Well... there it is. It is what it is. I cannot donate to inflate the prize pool, sadly. It would be nice if I could set up a bounty for the prediction, like create the bounty, put up an initial prize fee. All of that. No results, sadly. And I will say, for what it's worth, you have a bunch of leeches around me, but it has been kind of calm. No blobs, no jogger, no trees.
You got the be right back thing on.
I do, don't I? Thank you. I also think I turned off extra bets. If you select the 10 default. And also, having said that, how would I inflate? If I had 300 points, I would have to pick the side I think is least likely. I'm gonna be pessimistic. I'm gonna say the bounty is on no bone. Oh, God. I didn't even think that part through. What side do I want to have the bounty on? Well, originally it was going to be a third option called donation pool. And I was going to put the 300 in there, because I'm never going to select donation pool as the winner. It's either yes or no. Put myself over in that regard. All of that is such a terrible payoff. Ugh. I'm gonna be pessimistic. The bounty is going on yes. If you vote no, you get found it. But that sounds stupid, doesn't it? I want... Ugh. I screwed up. This is harder than it looks. Why is prediction this annoying to run? Let me set up a prize pool. That would fix everything. If I could just put up like $1,000 prize pool for a prediction. Then even if there's only like 3 people guessing, you at least get a pretty penny out of it. I have 300 points on my bot account.
I wonder if you can make prediction into like a hotkey. I mean, maybe not through normal thing, but maybe if you use something, I don't know.
I could set it
Uh,
up as a
like a
macro
Stream
key.
Deck. Yeah, like can we do it through Stream Deck?
Would probably require a third-party plugin to OBS, but I'm sure you could.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, it'll look at some third-party plugin, but I think we can do that. Because the other way to do it smoothly is having an active mod, which, yeah. But I think it can be automated, like among other things. Like I've been thinking about doing this one thing where, every time I say something, I'll just censor it. Like there'll be a beep when I say something bad. But then yeah, that's like the prediction thing is one thing which I really have always wanted to try. Like I have I have the same problem like doing this while I'm playing the game, pausing the game and doing all this thing, and that's like, yeah. And it's like getting the thing right it's hard. I have no idea what you're trying to do, to be honest. Like we're explaining the whole thing, I was like, okay, but I have no idea.
Predictions are basically...
What is a bounty? I mean, I know what a bounty means, but what's about? Like a lot of things have changed in.
You know when you play... Have you ever played Texas Hold'em? There's a big blind and a small blind.
I know how to. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Um,
But I'm just like,
in Texas Hold'em, the big blind and the small blind go into the pot, and that pot is what the person wins. But after the big blind and the small blind are compulsory, you have to pay them no matter what, and it goes in rotation. So
Right.
that guarantees,
yeah.
even if everyone folds immediately, if everyone immediately folds, someone gets paid out big blind and small blind. If no one bets. Otherwise, you would be required to bet for any money.
no, okay, so that's, yeah. You're explaining
I
poker
wish...
right now, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I'm wondering how will that work over here? Because
I just want to be able
I
to
don't know.
front the pot. I want to put some money into the pot so that even if only 2 people predict, there's still stakes on the table. I also don't think my bot even was allowed to
you want to give like a, sorry, go on.
My bot seemingly didn't even bet. I tried to put the 300 down on yes, since it was the alternative. I don't think my bot even got allowed. Oh. Well. If my bot did
There's
bet,
that.
the answer is no. No chest.
Yeah.
I know you can get predictions set up quickly, but I just want the ability to make the stakes worthwhile. If I can put 5,000 channel points down immediately, then it just, I don't know, it makes it a little more interesting to me than just having 2 or 3 people, 10 each, and then the pot's 30. It's like, because I'm the broadcaster, though, I'm not allowed to bet. I can't predict on my own prediction.
I bet like I think if you have a mod, they can do that. Like I'm not doing like not setting up the prediction, but like putting that bet. If they have not set up the prediction themselves.
The streamer
if
is
they set up the
never
prediction, they
allowed
can't do
to
it.
pick an answer, but the
So the thing is,
moderators
like,
are.
the one who creates the prediction, they cannot do anything like that.
Oh no, a mod can
So even if-
create and can bet, but a broadcaster cannot
I
bet because they have
I think I
infinite
had
points.
this discussion. I think I had this discussion with Sassy a long time ago because I was on Tuna's channel, right? And she created a prediction and she was not able to participate in it. And then I think it was someone else who had to. I mean, and then like she took part in a prediction and she was unable to end it. I think that was the other scenario.
Definitely, yeah. If you bet as a moderator, you cannot select a winning side.
Yeah,
But
right. You
I
cannot
think the
end it.
broadcaster is the only one ever permanently locked out. 3 elites in a row. Still no chest. I thought there was another spawner here. put down whatever was that? Am I not the casting above? Even though I didn't. Whatever. Which, let me put down a bounty. I'm asking. Let's have a look. Yeah. The 300 put down by the mod didn't go through. Waiting for a result. Me too?
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
My bot technically bet. They can't pick an answer. But why can't I pick an answer? Prediction closed. Submission closed waiting for results. This whole system is shit. Why the hell can't I? I've done this before. I know I can. Why can't I now? What if Twitch changed that I can't select one of the answers? Wait. So annoyed at this. This is way more effort than it needs to be for what is effectively a yes-no question with a bit of gambling on the side.
Your game is not paused right now, by the way.
I can't, I'm on the server.
No, I mean, like no one is on the server right now. I think you can.
I don't think it's the server's
Yeah,
third party.
can you try it once? I think you can if it's. But yeah, I could be wrong. But I want to find out. I mean, I know you're in the middle of doing something, but you don't have to do it right now.
I'm in the
but
middle
yeah.
of being slightly annoyed by Twitch being annoyed. This could all be solved if you could just put down like an initial
Oh, it's not
bet.
paused. No, it's not paused. I just saw. Is it paused? I'm sorry.
Not. The shadows are moving.
Yeah.
Choose prediction. Choose outcome. Why can't I do that? Oh, hang on. Is this user error? This might be user error. Let's not do it through the points menu. Let's do it. Is this off? They tweaked it, right? You can now have 3 answers in the prediction instead of 2, but ooh, 10 points get refunded. See, I just imagine if, right? Imagine if instead of 10 points get refunded, it's a bounty of 10,000 channel points just got paid out. Doesn't that sound so much cooler? You won 10,000 channel points, whoever put down.
I see what you're trying to
Yeah.
do. You cannot do that because you cannot create channel point out of thin air, I think. I mean, it has to be earned by someone
I
on your
should,
channel.
even if they put a limit, even if I can only make it $1,000 bounty, that's still a lot. Compared to 0.
And also, you cannot give channel. I've seen this. You cannot give channel points to someone. You can give. So there are 2 kinds of points, right? Like one is channel point, and I think the other one is like some kind of a. I don't know.
If you have
2
bots,
kinds of
they can have their own loyalty systems. but-
Yeah, the bot has its own loyalty system. So you can give the bot points to someone, but you cannot give your channel points, and that's really annoying.
How much
Like
cooler
I've
would
tried
it
doing that to
be
people.
if I could just say, oh, a bounty of $10,000, 10,000 channel points. Here's the question: will we win? Will we lose? And then, even if 2 people bet, right? There's 10,000 channel points on the line.
I mean, you can still say that. Most of the, I don't know, most lottery systems are rigged. You can still say it, just don't give it to them at the end. You're like, yeah, 10,000 channel points, and then like after it's done, you're like, suck it.
I'm
No
gonna
channel
have to
points.
properly lurk in. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna have to properly lurk with my bot, because apparently all this time, my bot being here through OBS hasn't counted it as a viewer. So it only has 300 channel points. Very sad.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. You're. How do you? Wait, I did not. I don't think. How do you check that? I mean, I had. Yeah.
I'm logged in as my bot
don't
right
think-
now, and they only have 300. I was expecting them to have like
How do you log in
10k,
as your bot?
20k, and I
you
was
mean-
gonna
You mean
put
the
it down as a gamble.
other? Oh, you mean the other account that you created? Like, I think it's called something else. What is it called?
Bouncer-Bocky.
It's-
He's
Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I let Stream Elements sign in as Bouncer-Bocky and parade around using his name. But I really am sad that he doesn't collect channel points in that time, because that was my plan. Originally, was make Bouncer-Bocky front the cost of the bet, the pot. I was gonna have a third option. Bouncer-Bocky would just donate 2k channel points to, so there's at least some stakes for the people watching.
Yeah, I don't think
But-
that's gonna work.
It will. Well,
No, I mean this
if he
part
has
where
the
you
points.
can- Yeah, that's yeah. You have to like. I don't know. And okay, it's not a one-time thing. It's like okay, I mean it's your bot, so it's gonna watch every day, all day, whenever you stream. So it's gonna have a lot of channel points.
I just have to start collecting.
I mean the other account that I have, I think that has like some 198,000 channel points. One day I'm going to make something like like an impossible channel point thing, and then I'll use the other account to redeem that. And like not a lot of people will know that account is mine, right? So they'll be like, hang on, people are actually doing this. And then yeah, people will be like, I need to do this, I need to get this, because that's what we do.
Just redeem, make a channel point or something like make streamer and you got cool or something. Second account, you're so cool. Isn't that really cool that you
I won't even do anything. Like it's just going to have like a voice note. Like whenever you redeem that for like I don't know, like 200,000, you redeem that and there's like a voice line that plays. Like cool. That's it.
I
Yeah,
think
I'll
this
not do
swamp
any of
is
these
empty.
things that I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I know Twitch are against creating channel points out of thin air. It just would be really nice to be able to spice the game up a little instead of just making it either refunding one person or someone losing 10 points, winning 10 points. It's like, I want to make it worthwhile. I want to put 10k on the table and say, right, if you get this question correct, you get 10k channel points.
All fun and games till someone shows up at your home. Like like I was promised 10K. Yeah.
I think that's it. I think I've done the whole swamp.
Yeah, just go to sleep or something. I mean, I think I'm gonna just, I'm just at this point I'm just watching like whatever is happening, what's going on.
I
You've been
said
chased
one
by
more
a
swamp.
ghost. That's fun.
There is a wraith here. And I did say one more swamp, but I'm just... I'm terrible at this. I'll say one more, but it's gonna be one more until I find that damn burden.
Listen, no one is watching. Just like okay, that's okay. First thing I said is down. I was gonna say like nobody's here, and I was gonna say like just chair into it. Then I realized like oh okay, not the thing which I should be saying.
I'll chair into a crypt, I'll clip that happening, and then I'll name that clip Shh, Don't Tell Johnathan. Almost say that.
I mean, yeah, that'll work.
No one would dare share a clip called Shush, Don't Tell Johnathan. Especially not to Johnathan. Ooh.
Do you think his last name is Raymaker? I mean, I'm curious. I've always wanted. Do you have more info on it?
I believe the
Maybe
Raymakers
sounds like
are.
a superhero name.
I believe the Raymakers are a family on Second Life. Back when the
What's Second
Second
Life?
Life had families.
What is Second Life?
Second Life is like a Second Life
game?
simulator. It's a program where you make an avatar and you can spend real
okay.
money to do things in that world. It's basically VR chat, but in the 90s.
It's like
nice.
oh I see what you mean. It's like a Ready Player One. It's like people have been working on something similar, like a virtual lobby where you can just create an avatar and hang out. And I don't know, spend real money to buy virtual booze and stuff like that. There's something I was reading about. I was watching a video about it. Like they are trying to make like an I don't know like a VR artificial intelligence world which can it works automatically, but then you can interact with. It's like a world within a world. You know what I mean? Oh, you're fighting. Hang on. Sorry. Don't die.
The archer threw me for a loop because I had to time my blocks and attacks between two different mobs then.
Oh, since you're talking, that means the tree is dead. Oh, there it is.
It's over here. I need a little bit of swamp to the north with, yeah, the swamps. Such heights. All completely dashed. Hey!
I think Sparkles has been. I think yeah. I think Sparkles is saying something.
Yeah, I have chat.
Oh no, hang on. I just saw that like ignored for 20 minutes. I was like, okay, hang on, my bad. I thought she's not being able to hear what you're saying. But then I realized that I have your stream muted. That's why I did not hear your
She
response.
thought I had all
should
the
just
sound
go.
alerts muted, but...
Yeah, I thought you had all the sound alerts muted as well, but I had your stream muted. I mean, the stream is not muted. The browser is muted, but that still counts as a view.
Yeah, I think. Been doing that trick. I hope it counts.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh? There's a portal here.
Can you do something? I mean, hang on. You really like sailing a lot. Can you sail back all this metal to your base?
I mean, I can do that when I've... Yes? Question mark? Why not? Let's end the day sailing metal back.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long way. I was just like, you know.
I don't
was
think
trying
I've
to,
ever ignored a message from you, Jay, before. That is slander. But when I get 15 messages in the space of a minute, I tend to want to catch up on them later and not drop everything to read chat.
Here's a trick. Here's what you can do. Like, you know, you can just like random. If you get 10 messages in a very short span of time, within a short span of time, randomly pick like 3-4 of those messages and like, you know.
True, I could pretend I've read them all.
Yeah.
I could just be like, yeah,
give me out. And
that message, that message, that message.
3-4 of those things and try to make whatever, like make something out of those things.
Because I know
if you're right, the person would be like, oh yeah, they're right. If you're wrong, the person would explain it in like a more like cheesed form. Like, okay, this is what I meant.
I've had that happen a couple of times though, where I just get like a bunch of people to be talking, and it doesn't even have to be me, but if there's like a lot happening, I just wait. It's not gonna happen, I read it later.
In real life, usually I'll just ignore, but you can't do that if it's your, I mean, okay, I'm not talking about Sparkles. Okay, this is, I'm just talking in general. Like, yeah.
I'm specifically like chat. In real life, if someone's talking, then yeah, you listen, but if I see chat just light up, it's gonna be like, okay, I need to finish what I'm doing, find a chair somewhere, sit down, and then catch up on what's happening. It's like a whole endeavor I need to go through if I see chat give me any more than like 4 messages at a time. Where are we, by the way?
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Can you do? You know what? I think John left with the cultivator. I would have asked you to flip the barley, but then I think, yeah, I think it's on him.
Our cultivator should be in the gardening shed. Yep,
Yeah,
chest.
it was not there the last time. I don't know if he left with it, but then no, it's inside. It's inside. It's inside. Oh, you're looking for something else? Okay. Oh, we have a bone box. I've just been throwing it around here and there, and everyone else got blamed for it today, but it was me. It was I.
I honestly, yeah, I
I.
found like 4 piles of bones, and I was just wondering, did we have
Oh no, not all of
skeleton
them.
surprise? I
someone,
found bones here. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit.
someone
Bones
else was
behind the
doing. Oh,
smelter.
that was not me. That was Chris. That was
There was
definitely
bones
Chris.
behind this kiln, and bones
That
was
was me.
somewhere here,
that's
I
me.
think.
That's me. Where you're standing right now? That yeah. No, not that. Like the furnace, the area of the furnace. Yeah. All the bones we found. That's all me.
Alright, let's go in and get my rested bonus. And then these are the moments where now I would go back and read all the chat that I'm behind on. I only can do so much at one time. Bobby, what are we doing? I'd like to continue Stardew on Sundays before you. I think you were heading up soon, so I just want to say, I think Stardew on Sundays, and we'll try and finish off the islands. Clean off the caves, feed all the parrots, and then we can call it done. I don't want to do 100%, because I don't have the
Yeah, me
patience
neither.
to actually learn everyone's favorites or
I mean,
anything.
I just finished like a perfection run, and the last thing that I had to do was get 10 hearts with Pierre and Alex. It's one of the most excruciating things I've done in a video game. Wake up every morning, and you can only give like 2 gifts. I had to do so many things. Yeah, you can only give 2 gifts in a week, right? So I had to, yeah, like there are ways that you can make better quality food, like star food. I had to make star food. Then I had to take them to the movie theater because that gives some more friendship points as well. A lot of things.
Oh yeah, we
Still,
haven't even done
it's.
Jojama yet.
Oh no, we haven't. I mean, you're working on it, right? I think you're working on it. You had the wine, you had the
Yeah,
caviar.
I put a couple of things
I
in
think
there.
you
I'd
might.
like to get that completed as well.
Yeah, I think we had the duck. I think we might have completed it because I think we have the dinosaur mayonnaise. We need dinosaur mayonnaise. We need 3 items, right? But there are like 4 things that you can submit: a prismatic shot, a dinosaur mayonnaise, um, a star wine, and I think the next thing is I just said the name. What was it? It was called. I think it's a void mayonnaise. Not a void mayonnaise, like a void salmon. These
We
4 things.
I think we left it at 2
So
items out of the 3. But
right, I think you're still aging the thing. I think we need to upgrade our house, get the cask, and age the wine.
yes, that's right, because it's an Iridium Star wine, isn't it? Or Gold Star?
I mean gold. But there's one more thing. You can buy a gold star mango wine from Gus once you have completed the island. Like there's a thing called the island. It's like a I don't know. It's like a shack thing that we have to, like we feed the parrots the golden walnuts and they repair it for us. Like it's like a shack thing on the island. So Gus would go there some days and he would sell certain things, and one of those things is star wine. So you can get it from there as well. You don't have to age it, but then yeah, you might as well age it. Yeah, I mean, I would love to get back to it on
Either
Sunday.
would be fun. I'd like to
Yeah.
do that on Sundays, because we get 4.5 hours of reverse boss run, and that leaves me with another 6 to 8 for the rest of the day. We don't have to go super long like before. 4 hours of both. Valheim for
4
4
hours would
hours
be-
and 4 hours of Stardew.
Yeah, I mean, okay, hang on. Once we find the bone, we won't be doing this for 4 hours.
True.
I
It's
guarantee
very
that.
likely we'll be done with this run very shortly next week, but that does require we
Yeah,
find the
pretty
bone.
much.
What happens? I think that would be good to go back to Stardew on Sundays.
Yeah, I think I'll just like I'll do this thing, like complete the island, and then maybe like after that is done, we can do something else, some other
Yeah.
game.
I know I picked up Raft actually in the summer sale. It was either Raft or Grounded, and I know more people that own Raft, so I had to maybe. I did pick up Raft. I also picked up
Yeah, we can play
Project
some Raft.
Zomboid. I don't know if you have Project
Me
Zomboid.
and I don't. I've watched a lot of people. I mean, I can get the game, but then I mean, it looks like a really interesting game, but at the same time, you know what? I feel like start. I that's how I felt about Stardew Valley when I first saw the game. I was like, I was not sure about it, but when I started playing, it was a
It's
lot of fun. So I'm pretty sure if I start playing Project Zomboid, it's going to be a lot of fun. I think I've watched a few people play that game, and there's
trying
like
to
a
learn
lot of
it.
depth to it.
It really does, and it's very. It's awkward. The user
I mean,
interface doesn't help you. It feels like you have to fight the user interface, but I know you can mod a bit of the user interface.
and the amount of character customization, like the things that you can add to your character, like you can make your character claustrophobic, you can make your character like
Mm.
weak. There's so many things that you can do. Why? But yeah, the main thing is I don't like zombies. That's the main thing. I mean, I'm not a big fan of zombies.
Well, you can turn the zombie part off and just have the survival aspect. Or you could turn it into a survival crafting game, technically.
I mean, how do you? I mean, wait, what are we surviving from?
Hunger, starvation. The water turns off after 30 days, but the world itself is custom. So you can make it as scarce, like DayZ, for example. Biggest problem in your first time playing DayZ isn't the zombies, it's other players and finding enough food or any sort of
I mean,
weapon
yeah,
to defend
DayZ.
yourself.
Yeah, that's
You can turn Project
DayZ is
Zomboid
not a
into a
zombie
similar
game. It's
thing
just
like
a
that.
right, right.
I think the
I
regular
haven't played DayZ
Project
so long.
Zomboid run turns the water off after 30 days and the electricity off, I think, the same week. So you have 30 days to use it, like, and bear in mind, food goes off, things go bad. So if you don't have a working fridge or a working freezer, you can't keep frozen goods or anything of the sort. Cold goods,
Right,
things
you
that
have a
need
lot
to
of
stay
things like
fresh.
right.
After 30 days, all of your electronics turn off. So you need generators and a fuel supply. It's you could turn it into like a post-apocalypse survival without the zombies, for sure. Or if you do want the zombies there still a little bit, you can have them but turned
I mean,
down.
if I'm yeah,
It's all
if I'm
customizable
if I'm
from
playing
top to bottom.
yeah, if I'm playing a zombie game, I'll do it with the zombies. I mean, no, okay, that sounds very wrong. I mean, I'll play it with the zombies.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's all
Yeah, we,
customizable. The character and the world are both top to bottom customizable. You can change every setting. And they're looking at adding
I mean,
cattle next update, actually. The next major update is animals and cattle.
wait, we're getting animals and cattle in Project Zomboid. That's
So you
ridiculous.
can keep sheep, you can tend cows. The more I hear about it, the more I'm curious if it's ever going to end up just being a farming game that also happens to have zombies.
Yeah,
I feel like
Plants
farming
versus
and...
Zombies. Like you, Project Zomboid turns into Plants versus Zombies. Like you start growing crops and something, and the crops get infected, and now the crops start fighting back. Can you imagine? A pea pod carrying an AK-47. That's ridiculous. Also, we can. I have like we're going to play 7 Days to Die. That was the thing as well. I don't
honestly,
know.
I really like 7 Days to Die, but none of my friends like it. Every single time I've tried to get a new friend group to play the game, they all bail within a
I mean,
week
it
because it's
creeps me out a little
so
bit,
slow
don't get me
paced
wrong.
for everyone else.
I mean, it looks kind of scary. I mean, it's one of those games. Like I think it's one of those games that if I want, I can just stay in like the safe area and everything. But then if I go outside and if I do that, I'll eventually die after 7 days when I get the horde.
Mm.
But if I take the risk, if I keep going further and further out, trying to get more materials, chances of me surviving increases. But yeah, it's kind of slow.
It
Not gonna
is.
lie.
That's why everyone I've tried to introduce into the game is dipped. They play for 7 days, they die, and then they're like,
Also,
alright, I
what
beat the
did
game. And then never play it again.
what did they add with Alpha 20? Like, was it just like a graphics overhaul, or did they add something new?
For
Or
7
I
days
don't
to
know.
die? I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, so that's when I actually got the game. Like when they released the Alpha 20, I think I don't know. It was an update. I don't know what kind of update, but some kind of update.
I
And
can't
that's when I
believe
got the game.
Alpha 20 was only like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, it was. Was it 2 3 years ago? I think it's like 1.5 year ago, maybe.
Well, that's even worse. I can't believe that Alpha 20 is that. Like, like I bought the game back in like 2015. I think it's still Alpha 20 all these years later. Blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean the yeah, there's okay. Hang on. There's a few other games which are like that. Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov. It's still in. It's still yeah. The game is not released. It's still. I think it's still in. It's yeah. I think it's.
This
I
is
think it's still in
why I
alpha.
think with time I
I
lean
think it's
more
still
and
in
more
alpha.
towards the sentiment that if a game releases at all in any stage, I'm counting it as full release. Early access is a fake concept that does not exist. You get one
I mean,
launch day,
I like it.
you get
That
one
I
launch
mean,
day, and from that point on you're just doing post-launch support. That's how I'm gonna
I mean,
start playing things.
releasing a game, and saying that it's complete without any. So when you say that I have a complete product, when you say that I have a complete game,
Yeah.
it means that there are no bugs.
You,
When you say I have a complete game, people would assume that there are no bugs. But when you're releasing a game on early access, you give room to yourself. Like I can make mistakes. There can be bugs. So I think that's smart. That's what most gaming companies have been doing nowadays. They go
but
for
I think it's been
here's the thing.
abused too much.
You don't have to spend money on they don't have to spend money on testers. The people
True.
who are playing the game on early access, they are doing a lot of testing for them.
I think
So I think
community
it's
testing has been a thing for a while too. You get MMOs with
yeah,
time that send out beta keys for people that sign up.
right.
But it is true, like the old days of hiring a test group is long gone. And
I mean, they're still
unnecessary
there,
too.
but yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think they serve a higher purpose now, more than just testing and finding the problem. I think now they're more like troubleshooting, depending on the problem that has been pointed out by the people who are playing the game in early access.
There's benefits to having a testing group for sure, because if you have a proper testing group, then you can guarantee they work closely with the devs.
Have you
You
ever
can
tried
have
to be a tester?
non-disclosure agreements and stuff like that too, but you also
Yeah,
get
and
those at the
and the payment
betas.
is not bad. The payment is pretty good.
Oh, I don't know,
I
thought
mean,
of payment.
oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, not if you're playing the game like in early access. I'm saying like if you're actually working like as a tester. Of course, if you're working as a tester, they pay you. Can you imagine like you're working at a gaming company and the guy says that you're just playing games, that
What parents
and they don't
told
pay
me
you after that.
so that you're just playing games, you don't get paid for that.
Yeah, you don't get paid for that, and it's like a video game company. No one gets paid in the company, whole company, because it's a video game
Yeah.
company.
I'm sure there's some. I am sure at some point EA tried to pull "you do it for the love" line. Sounds like something EA or Activision would have done.
I was recently
mean,
looking at a game.
to be
that
fair,
EA
I say
owns, and
that
I really wanted the game. I can't remember the name.
I say that cynically, but at the same time, that is what a closed beta testing phase is. You send out keys to people to download the game and test it. Free. They don't get paid. They do it for the love. I say it cynically, but it is genuinely
I mean, that's what Valheim has been doing, right? Think about it. The test server.
Oh, PTBs?
Saves.
Public test beta?
Yeah. It saves them so much money and time, I guess. And I'm not complaining. I love it. I'll be happy to do that again. But yeah.
Oh, right. I got another swamp to do at some point today. Okay, one more? I'm gonna say one more again. It's almost night time.
Okay, what are you looking at right now? Are you just like staring at the thing at the cartography table with the UI turned off?
Just a nice scene. I thought it was decent.
Oh no no, yeah yeah, it is nice. I was just wondering, like, is this some kind of a screenshot or what is this? Okay.
Would be. If I had a higher angle, if I was in the top, just a little higher up, I think that would be a nice screenshot. Yeah.
Yeah, this house reminds me of something. Hang on, let me think about it. Like it's like you know, it's not like a like an architectural example or something like that, but it's like trying to think. Who is that one? I'm trying. Who was that one character? I can't remember the name, but they used to live in a house which was like, you know, it was like it was like a, it was being held together by tapes and like, yeah, like things like that. Okay,
I'm
that's
not
a
sure.
very bad way to no, that's a very bad way to describe a house that you guys have built together. So I should just shut up at this point.
You mean in Valheim?
Yeah, yeah, I'm talking about this house that, yeah. I'm just like I was up on the roof a little while ago. And yeah. I'm trying to say is like the house looks nice. That's what I'm trying to say. But with a lot of different fillers in it, so it sounds like I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. But yeah, what I'm saying is that the house looks nice.
Considering I think we spent the first month playing this run saying, oh, we need to get a proper base set up. I think we've done pretty well for ourselves here.
Yeah, I mean this wasn't even like this was supposed to be temporary
Hmm.
while we waited for the real thing. That reminds me of a song. I don't know if you like it, but like yeah, if you on a completely unrelated note, but since I said that, there's a song called "The Watchmaker" by Porcupine Tree. You might like it. It's on the same theme. Like you know, like um, okay, in that song, the watchmaker is talking about his wife, not his house or anything else. He's talking about his wife. That his wife was not supposed to be his wife. It was supposed to be temporary while he waited for the real love of his life. But the real love never arrived. So he just like you know, yeah, he got used to her. That's a beauty. Like it's a nice song, but it ends in tragedy.
It
But
sounds
yeah, it's the same kind.
sounds a little awkward, honestly. Like, oh yeah, I was
It
waiting
sounds
for the love
very.
of my life, but I just
It
you know you do.
it sounds very sad. It sounds very sad for the woman, especially. Like I don't know. But I mean, I guess that's what a lot of people do. Especially the people who are not, you know, who don't fall in love. They just get married,
Oh
and
lordy,
eventually
lordy.
they just make it work. And yeah,
The hydrate,
like
tolerate.
how many people do you think would like, you know, like they get the the chosen one, or okay, the chosen one sounds like a superhero, but like the person you've like dreamt of, the person of the dream. That's the thing of
Hmm.
yeah, unrealistic expectations. That doesn't happen. It's most of the times it's like you know just people trying to make it work. Just make it easier to go through life. I think you like the song. You might just check it out. Oh, by the way, I think Sparkles wants to play Raft with us, and I like that idea.
I think Raft
If
would
you,
be a good idea
yeah,
after we've done after
I've
we've
been
done
playing with.
Stardew
I
Valley.
started. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, we still. I think yeah. I think still completing Stardew Valley is gonna take another couple of weeks. But yeah, we can do
Although
something after that.
Sparkle's going to have to realise that means she's going to be up at European time, 5 a.m. It would be her 7 a.m.
Well, I mean, yeah, yeah, I gave up a long time ago. Now I just get up when I have to. It's fine. What is time? I can't handle one
Actually,
time
almost
zone.
slept
Even
through
three.
today. I had a quick lie down and I was watching a couple of videos and a few Twitch streams, the usual. But the accident was lying down because within 10 minutes I was passed out cold. And if I hadn't woken up to go to the bathroom, I would have slept through. I would have woken up
That
halfway
happens with
through.
me every single day. Every single day, I'm like, you know, after like, at least for the last few weeks, I get back home and I'm like, okay, hang on, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna start my stream. I'm gonna stream today. I'm gonna do something. I just okay, but before that, let me lie down for a couple of minutes. Like
Mm.
after I freshen up, I lie down, and bam! When I wake up, it's like it's morning. I'm like, okay, another day gone.
Yeah.
That thing, that lying down, that's yeah, that has been screwing me up since like forever. I have never been like an early riser. I've always been like, I'll stay up whole night and to get the job done rather than waking up in the morning. I can do that. But yeah, like you waited the whole day that you're going to finish your work at night. You'll stay up all night and finish your work, but then you
I'm
fall
the
asleep,
same.
and now
I
you're fucked. You're like
Yeah,
absolutely fucked. There's nothing that can be done.
I'm the
You just
absolute
waited the
same.
whole day. Me too.
I've put so many days where I would double my rostered hours. I roster for 6 hours once a week in IT, and I've had days where I've doubled that. I've done 12-hour shifts just because one problem won't go away.
I sail myself lies in my sleep just so that I don't have to get up. I mean, I'm like, it's fine. It's gonna be all right. You don't need that. And then I wake up. I'm late. I'm like, oh, I needed that. It's that. I lied to myself. I needed that. That was absolutely like, yeah. But yeah.
Hmm.
And alarm clocks, they don't work for me.
Neither,
I
not at
need
all.
like, yeah.
I
I need
do
some kind of
have
a contraption that is going to give me like an electric shock. But yeah,
I
alarm
do
clocks, they don't
have
work for me.
there's a couple of workarounds. Alarms don't work. Any alarm clock or ringtone does not work. There are two sound alerts in this world that wake me up. The Discord phone call and the Skype phone call sound alert. They're the only two
I
sounds on the
sleep through
planet that I
heavy
get out of
metal.
bed for.
No, I sleep through heavy metal. Yeah. I don't think there's anything that. Okay, I will get up like like some days. Okay, this is something which I really like. There are like situations like I don't know in my head. There's few days which I don't know unconsciously, subconsciously I mark them as like very important. So those days, those moments, no matter what happened, I will be up. Like
Hmm.
it's that's something. I mean, that's something in my like it works in my head. Like if I know it's like it's paramount, it's that important. But yeah,
It's a
I
nice
mean there are a
control of
few.
the body clock, honestly.
I mean, yeah, okay, and it's weird. I don't decide those. I don't decide those moments. It's just like it is what it is.
It's the
Because
fact the
I was
day
supposed
is
to.
urgent that gets you up. Yeah, interesting.
Right, but then there are things which I think like there are things which I think is more urgent. Okay, I'll give you an example. Like I was supposed to drop a friend of mine. Wait, hang on. She was going somewhere. I don't remember where. But I was supposed to drop her off in the morning. So I was like, okay, and I think our flight was somewhere around like 5 in the morning or something. So it was like pretty early. So I was like, I won't be able to wake up at that time. So I'll just stay up throughout the night and just yeah. And I fell asleep at around like I don't know, like 3:30. I fell asleep. Of course, I did not make it. And yeah, long story. But then my brain did not mark that as urgent, but I thought it was urgent. But then if I have an interview or something like that, or if I have to I have to do something at work or something, my brain I think it's just because I'm scared. That's
It's
the
the
thing.
fear factor.
Yeah,
Could
I
be
think
a
that's, yeah.
thing.
Like in my head, I know that even if I okay, it feels terrible to say this, but in my head, I think I know that it's not going to be that bad, even if I fail to take my friend to the airport. It's
Well,
gonna be
that's
fine.
one of
She's
the
gonna
things,
understand.
right? Social interaction, effectively, versus something that might actually have implications. An interview could be a job, a promotion, being fired. Whereas taking your friend to the airport amounts to talking for an hour and driving for a bit.
True.
Functionally, no matter what she's going to the airport for, no matter how important it was to them, there's like the
Oh yeah,
social
that
interaction
is yeah.
versus like the job
That,
interview where it's like money. That's a big red flag for a lot of people and stress inducing for many more. The idea of losing your job, getting a promotion even, that's like stress. And there's different chemicals in the brain for just
big stress.
I need to do something versus like, oh, this could affect my life. Like there's need, and then there's like, oh, I need to do that.
Work is stress. Like yeah, that's like, now
It
that you mention
is.
it's like one of the hardest things that I've realized while working is that you have to look people. I don't know like there are these people that you want to like I don't know like you want to punch them right in the face, but you can't. Instead, you have to, you have to sit with them, you have to talk with them, you have to smile, you have to like yeah. But all you want to do is punch their face. Like you just want to punch a hole through their face. But yeah, that's one of the most exhausting things. like having this one, what's it called? Embargo? Is that a right word, or am I using that wrong? Maybe it's not. Like it's like
That's a-
yeah, I mean something like that. Like when you're like it's tiring. I think that's something which is missing when you're interacting with a friend.
No, I normally try and keep a schedule. If I can keep a schedule, then I can try and have a rhythm to my sleeping pattern as opposed to relying on clocks, alarms, and any sort of urgency. In regards to future planning, because I know Reverse Boss Run has a thing with Yumi, Chris, and Johnathan. Not English. Chris, Johnathan, yourself, and I.
Yep.
I don't know if the idea is to continue on this world and to just use it as a chill day to hang out and turn into a build server, or if the idea would be switch to something else on the Sundays. I mean, it could be anything from another Valheim run to a different game entirely.
I think what John wants, I think what John wants is like I think he was going to use it like a community server, but then what do you do on a community server? Like I think this is where he's going to build, this is where we can build, but I don't think it's going to be a Sunday thing. I think it's going to be more like on Sunday. I think, like he said, I think John wants to play Grounded, or I don't know, Conan. But then yeah, I don't think you have Conan, so we can play Grounded. Do you have Conan?
I don't have Conan or Grounded. That follows then into, like, if we do Stardew Valley afterwards, because we get the 4.5 hours, John then heads off dinner. And then if we switch over to Stardew, and then Stardew becomes its own part, and Sparkle joins in, assumedly. I'm trying to think too. 5, 4, 9, 10, 11. It would be 11 in the morning, Sunday, Sparkle. 4 hours ago from now, 5 hours ago almost.
Flicky, I miss you as well, man. I'm sorry, I just responding to Flicky. But yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, we would normally switch to Stardew at 11 AM Central Standard Time.
Okay, I'll be
So-
honest with you. Right now, that's just numbers and numbers. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, number.
I'm more stating
I
for
just figured it out.
Sparkle.
Yeah.
Because we start at 5 AM my time, plus 4.5 for the reverse boss run puts us at 9 AM my time, which is 11 Sparkle. So it would be 11 in the morning every Sunday if Sparkle wants to join us, if we keep the Sunday slot. If we had to find another slot, that's where I'm running out of days, because I've got Wednesday race day, Monday I work, Tuesday technically free, but I'm trying to figure out what the best way to go about that is. And I do want to try and keep a day to myself somewhere in here. Thursday, and we've got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday I work, which leaves the Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah, okay. So I've been thinking about like Sunday is going to be this thing that we do, right? Valheim or whatever game it is, and that's going to be followed by some more co-op gameplay, depending on the game. I also have a raft gameplay that's going on with Kaylin. I think I started last week, and I have to finish that one as well. So that's there. I'm just like pointing out things on my end. Other than that, like that's 2 days, and another day I want to have I'm pretty soon I'm going to start like a community server or something like that. So one day I'm going to keep where I'm going to play Valheim with like Flicky and Lady. I miss Lady. Like people who usually hang out with me and on my channel and stuff like that. So that is 3 days gone. I haven't fixed on those days. So if you want to have like another day for
Well, that's where I'm. Where I'm thinking. Like Sunday is the current. It's so hard to schedule. Sunday is where we do Stardew Valley, and I think we've already got that locked in. I would like to keep it, but it's going to be... If Sparkle wants to join is going to be the question.
I
Sparkle
mean, it's
Day.
the Stardew is going to be over soon, soon-ish. I
Yeah,
think.
but
I mean,
the slot is still there. So, the time slot, the
yes.
roster. So I'm thinking if
Yeah,
we
that's
switch
so.
to something like Raft, whether or not Sparkle can make it 11 a.m. Sunday. But again, she does... If
Yeah,
it
we can do
can,
that. Or here's another thing. Here's another thing. Since we were playing this game called Star. Okay, again, I'm just throwing random idea. It's like yeah, I just thought about it. I have played Core Keeper. Great game. I don't want to play it alone. But if after completing Stardew Valley or the run that we're doing in Stardew Valley, if you guys want to start a Core Keeper run, that would
yeah,
be yeah, we could do that as well.
I've heard
It's a
people
really
say
fun
good
game.
things about it, but I don't own it.
It-
So many games I don't own. How do you have
I mean,
5,000
I can
games
agree
in your
with
Steam library and not have any of the ones people have been... Can't say that. I have Ralph now, I have Valheim.
I don't have yeah 5,000 games. That's a lot of games. You know, I'm just like if even if you like sell one card from each game, you still make a lot of money.
I'd make $10. 5,
I
maybe?
mean, yeah, it'll make yeah something like that. But yeah, that's $5 from nothing. Think about it. I was okay. Never mind. I was going to start another rant about another story.
But I think 11 a.m. Sunday Central Standard Time would be the current slot. Try and fit Raft into in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, Sparkles. Okay. You know what? We can play some Raft. Yeah, we can play some Raft. I love carrying the goat around in Raft. It's adorable.
I've never played Raft. I've only owned it for a few days. I've not opened it. So, no idea when I'm actually...
I think I played Raft that one day I played with Kaylin. I think we played for like 6-7 hours. That's it. Yeah,
I
and
think
I
that
think I
might have
died
been...
like I died a couple hundred times from crews. Stupid fucking crews.
I think I saw that stream actually.
Yeah, I think yeah. Oh yeah, you were there because I remember I was showing you the goat.
Why is it that every time I see people play Raft, they're carrying a goat? I think that started with you, but I'm pretty sure every other stream I've seen since of Raft, someone has picked up and carried around a goat.
Okay, so if you had the option to carry a goat around and not carry a goat around, which one would you choose?
I just find it amusing that that's the one thing I remember from everyone's playthroughs. Everyone has picked up the goat.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot do anything else. Like you cannot put a noose around them or yeah, that's the only way you can take the goat from point A to point B. Carrying it like a yeah. And have you seen how people carry the fish? Like you hold the fish like a machine gun.
I've not seen anyone pick up a fish, actually.
Yeah. It looks like you're holding a machine gun, the way you hold a fish. The bigger the fish, the bigger, most, like, yeah. The funnier it looks.
I think at this point I could switch over to just
Fleeky
chatting.
played some Fast Forward 7 today. I know, it's not. I'm just messing with him.
Fishing Fantasy 7. The
Yeah,
franchise to make 7 games.
it's a new fishing game, isn't it? Right. There's a game called Fishing Simulator. I almost bought the game the other day. Looks really
I
cozy and fun.
I am so annoyed that the Expansive Worlds team have announced Call of the Wild fishing. There's a Call of the Wild angler game coming out. I am so...
Call of the Wild. Why do I know that name? Call
It's,
of the Wild.
well, the same dev team do Hunter Call of the Wild.
Oh, right. Hunt Call of the Wild. That's why I
It's
know
the
name.
same exact engine. It's the same exact game engine. And I think the reason I'm so sour to the idea of a Hunter Call of the Wild fishing game is because there's no reason it can't go in the hunting version. You could just have them both in the same game. Why is there another $60
Oh,
title being released?
they're making another game. Okay, okay, you know what? I
Yeah, if it
expected
was
it to
like,
be at least be a DLC or something.
yeah, if there was the fishing DLC that cost even 20 whole ass
It's another
dollars,
game.
that
Hey,
would
I
be
mean,
fine.
people like making money.
People do like making money.
People like making money.
I
That's something
mean,
which I've
Call
learned.
of the
Like,
Wild is already a cash cow. It cost you close to $100 to buy any of the complete packs.
yeah, I'll yeah.
They're still releasing new maps and they're still releasing new content, new cosmetics, new weapon packs, all this sort of stuff.
Now, hang on.
Just,
When you say fishing in Hunt Call of the Wild, like it just dawned upon me. Do I have to take like a harpoon gun and go underwater and hunt down sharks and stuff, or am I just sitting on a rock fishing?
I assume it'll be with a fishing rod, but there may be a harpoon gun.
That sucks. I was expecting like like I have flippers. I have like the thing. What is the thing? The scuba diving gear.
I hope they
I have a
improve the
harpoon
water
gun.
mechanics because the water mechanics in, pardon me, the water mechanics in Hunter Call of the Wild. Basically, you can wade out to waist deep and then you get stuck. Once you're waist deep, the
Yeah,
water stops you from
most
moving.
video games get water wrong.
Oh, they're
I've
not trying
hardly
to
ever
get it right. They just, the deeper in the water you go, the less you can move.
Fish the country style, toss the dynamite into the water. Hang on, I think I saw that in that was in Mummies. That's what they were doing, catching
Yeah.
fish with dynamites.
I mean, imagine
I love
taking a game where the
I love
idea is
random
to
friends.
walk across entire beautiful maps and then you remove the need to track anything because fish stay in the water. You remove the need to actually move anywhere because tracking doesn't exist. It's just go to a lake and sit still. I know, I'm getting off on a tangent now. It's gonna be a good cave fishing game.
No, I
I
get
just,
it. It's dumb. Like
I wish it
like
was just in the main game because the main game
yeah, another
does have all
$60 for
those
that. It
reasons
doesn't
to
make
go
any
walking
sense.
places. I don't know.
Yeah,
There are
it's like
plenty of
spending
fishing
another
games out there.
$60 for it. That's kind of dumb.
Mm. And then you have every new map released ever is going to be another $7 US, and then you have every other item in the game. New rods, new reels, new lines, new bit, new tackle, new lures, all of that is going to be sold separately, bet. In that sense, I guess I'm at least glad it's a separate title so you can not that drowning
I mean,
in
I'm
the
guessing there'll be
DLC.
like a lot of locations and stuff, like tons of different kind of locations.
There's a
All those
dozen
things, like
locations in Hunter Call of the Wild. I'm curious whether or not they charge you for the same locations in the fishing game, actually. That would be amusing. The maps are already there. In the same game engine, nonetheless. I wonder if they'll charge you money to have the privilege of buying them twice.
well, now here comes a question, like what you said. Like we don't have to track down the animals, so we don't need a lot of ground. We need a lot of water, right? Or we don't even need a lot of water. We just need, I don't know, maybe we can get on a boat and go into the middle of the ocean or something. Okay, you know what? I'm not even, yeah. I like it when fishing is like a mini game in another game
Yeah,
rather than being a game by itself.
I actually really like Final Fantasy XIV's fishing. It's got different
Never
ways you
played
can
it.
approach it. There's like a prep. I'm gonna call them phases, but it's all just hotkeys, right? So there's like a prep phase, and then you cast the line out, then you reel it in. But you get different choices. So you can just cast the line out regular, and you can reel the line in regular, and that just gives you a basic chance of catching a fish. But if you want to catch like super cool rare fish, you have to prep the line a certain way, and you have to reel in with a certain technique. And that changes your chances of actually catching certain fish. Big fish require a strong pull and a strong line, and then you have like the precision technique, which reels in special fish. It's really neat. Like, you can change on the fly. They're all just hotkeys. It's a really neat minigame. I do quite enjoy fishing in Final Fantasy.
Huh. I think no. I've I can't remember. Like, have I watched anyone play or catch fish in that game? I don't think I have. What was that game that came out? It was an Amazon game. It came out and like everyone was
New
crazy
World.
about it.
Mm.
New World, right? That game. I mean, I have not played it, but I have been told that that game has some really good fishing mechanic.
I've heard that too, but
I'm never gonna buy it. Nope. Also, it's
yeah.
dead, kinda.
Honestly, I was surprised it lasted as long as it did.
I feel like that about so many games. Like so many games, I thought it's just starting out as a gag, and I'm like, oh, hang on, people still play
Yeah.
this game. I
Fall
didn't say that out
Guys,
loud because
Among
that's
Us,
such a.
New
You know
World.
what? I was not gonna
Like,
say.
oh, they'll
I
be
was
dead
not
in
gonna
a
say
week,
it.
and they're not. It's like, oh,
I was not gonna say it because there are people who enjoy that game, and then yeah, I think if I say it like that, I kind of like come out as a douchebag. Then yeah, there are games which I really expected to die a lot sooner than they did. Fall Guys. I mean, now that you have mentioned the name, I'm going to slander a little bit more. Yeah, Fall Guys. I guess you okay. It's rage inducing, and then okay. You know what? Fall Guys is not even the worst. I was thinking about something else as well.
honestly, Fall Guys was the one I thought would do the best out of the lot, but Among Us
Yeah, it's
had such a
basically
strong
it's a goofy
audience
battle
base for
royale.
almost the whole year. Among Us lasted a year. I am so blown away by that because I played it twice.
Among Us is so boring right now. I mean, Among Us
Played
is
it twice.
fun if you're playing with people. I have played quite a bit of that game. I played. I used to play it with Sean and yeah, a lot of some of my old friends.
I think I've spent
Uh,
more time staring at Among Us memes. Actually looking at an Among Us meme, I've spent more time doing that than I have had the game open at this point.
I mean,
To be
it's a
fair,
lot of
that's
fun
the
if you're playing with people like you already have an understanding. It's like yeah, it's a psychological game. If you know the people you're playing with,
yeah.
it'll be interesting. But if you're joining a random lobby, like if you're joining it's going to be boring as fuck. Like no one communicates, no one talks to each other. Immediately, like if someone gets voted out, they'll say that okay, that guy is the whatever it is, the sus guy. What's it called? Imposter, right? Another game which I thought was not going to last, but now they have been adding a lot of content, and it really looks really interesting. I mean, you need friends to. Phasmophobia. I did not expect the game to last this long,
Actually,
and the reason
Fast.
behind it is like, but they have done really well. Like they have added new characters, they have added new maps, they have added new scenarios, and it looks like like a lot of fun. And
Hmm.
that's another game which I wanted to ask. Like if you guys want, I'd love to try that game out because that's one I cannot play that game solo because you can't.
Phasmophobia was actually a game I thought was pretty solid. It's fun to watch. It's great to play.
It's
It has
yeah.
the
I don't
mystery
have
of
it.
it
I don't
all.
have the game.
I will
I've never
admit,
played it.
until the Nightmare update came out, you did have that awkward space and time where you've played through every single house and every single encounter. So you start like knowing immediately what to look for and how to prep for
Oh yeah,
it.
that's what I was talking about.
You
Yeah.
can be in and out in
Like
5 minutes if you know what you're doing.
all the
Nightmare mode
scenarios
makes it
have already
random.
played out.
Nightmare
You
mode
know
goes back
exactly what's
to
gonna happen.
RNG. So it gave it that replayability that was really cool. But I think Phasmo was actually quite solid. It's the other ones that I was surprised. But Phasmo I wasn't. I thought that was because it's so fun to watch.
I mean, I think I've watched Thor play a lot of Phasmo.
I've seen
Not a
Thor
lot, but
and
yeah.
Unicorn Jenny play.
Yeah, I don't think I've Thor and Jenny. I don't think I've watched anyone else play that game because I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think playing the game is more fun than watching. It's one of those games which playing it is more fun than watching it.
Mm.
I feel that way about Stardew as well. Like Stardew is more fun playing than watching. Unless like unless you're into the game, you'll not have fun watching it.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But then yeah, there are some games like you don't have to like like play that game. you can just watch it like a movie or something like that. Or yeah, Stardew is not one of them. Phasmo, right? Phasmo. Again, it's like it depends on like the people who are playing. How is the interaction between them? Is it funny? Is it entertaining?
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
goes a little bit into it as well. But I do think there is quite a solid design behind the mystery of ghost hunting in general. It's just maybe that's the catch. Maybe I'm already biased
We're not
towards
even
liking it
hunting
because
the
I
ghost.
like
That's
ghost
the thing.
hunting.
I love ghosts. I mean, I don't yeah, I don't strictly believe in them, but I don't I do not believe in them either. But yeah, I really like the idea of I like horror things. But we are not even hunting the ghost, right? Like we just take notes and we just leave. Like yeah, okay, that's a jinn. Out again.
Yeah, you sort of just get back in the van and drive away. I guess you call the
Yeah.
real Ghostbusters later on, but
Yeah, we're like the ghost I don't know. Ghost reporters? Ghost agitators? Yeah, we just agitate the ghost and leave, and then the ghost riders come in and then do their thing. Suck the ghost out.
we're like a forensic team. We go in, we collect the evidence, we make a conclusion, and then we someone else does the conviction.
Something like that. Flaky wants to go ghost hunting.
And turned up.
Well, I mean, we can use him as bait.
Hmm.
Hey, Flicky, you've watched a lot of. Okay, I just remembered a joke. I can't say the joke because it's not. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. But then I think Flicky remembers. If I don't know if Flicky will remember the thing, but Flicky, do you remember the Family Guy joke where Peter and Peter and Cleveland they're riding on a car and they're being chased, and then Peter is like, "Oh my God, we're being chased by ghosts." Do you remember that? Like that's hilarious.
Oh,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
I could infer the joke.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's I just put the pointers in there like this. So they okay. To put things into perspective, they had traveled back in time. I think yeah, I think we're on the same page now.
1 hour ago, Sparkle asked, "Do you have your stream sounds muted?" No.
That's what I was. Oh my God, what are you on? And I want some of it. That's what I was talking about. Like
I know.
all those time ago.
I was
That's what I was
there.
talking
I
about.
read it. I just don't reply to it if there's too many messages.
Oh, you're giving sass. Makes sense.
So now I'm going back through and reading it all and replying properly.
Right, Flicky. Okay, Flicky knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. It's one of the most it's one of the funniest things I've like like and like okay first they're like oh no and Cleveland is like oh no and then Peter is like we're being chased by ghosts.
Handful of messages over 20 minutes. It was 7 minutes from the hydrate onward. Oh, yep. Oh, because actually I scrolled up. There's also a new sound alert, an emote, hydrate, tolerate, and another sound alert. That was 4:26. All the way up to 2:54. That's 8 minutes. 20 is a bit of a stretch. But hello, welcome in spot. And I can multitask, but maybe 3 things max. And that also depends what exactly I'm doing, because when it comes to a good example is racing games, I sometimes drive off track if I ever reply in racing games. There's a certain aspect of concentration that's required. And dealing with an abomination, 2 blobs, 2 Jaga, probably a wraith at the time, Lord knows. Today has not been chill. I've actually been enjoying just sitting still and doing nothing for an hour. And officially welcoming Flicky. I have another entry for the Flicky files. Warlock, have you heard about the Flicky files? I saw the last 3 words in that entry and now I want to read it out. You've got HTE of the breed of the other Bimum. I'm not going to do it fast paced, but we will try and do it in one go, shall we? Broad brain, the brain of the broad, with the brain of the breed of other brim mumbordium, with tessurum of the brim brum breed of the brain. Bane
Sorry, I was
of
getting
the
some coffee.
bird.
Did I?
Bird,
Tell me
brain
something. Did you
board,
say something?
brain of the bird with brain broad, board, brain, skater board, skateboard, brain board, race car, go woo. HTE is a terrible thing to try and pronounce phonetically. Tuesday is Minecraft. Is that a set thing? Last Tuesday was Minecraft. I hadn't penciled anything in for this week. Because I'm normally not home until 2 AM Tuesday morning from work.
Two a.m. Are you a spy?
No, I just get overcommitted to silly things and work on my Linux
Oh no.
super perma-boot USB for like 10 hours.
That's
It's so much
understandable.
easier. Like, you work when customers are around. You work when clients are around. You actual work then. But when it's closing time and everyone else is locked out, it's just so easy to burn an extra 7 hours. You have time to yourself. You can do like personal projects, things you have backlogged.
I have like up until like recent times, I've always worked night shift. Always, I've preferred working night shift because lot less people, lot less drama. Not a lot of people, I can work with my team. Not a lot of distraction. Yeah. I think the worst shift that I had to work for like, I think I had to do that for like a month, and I kept whining about it. Like I am not a whiny person. I don't whine a lot, but I kept whining about it. Like, come on, come on, come on. And they're like, fine, go. If you find someone who is willing to switch the timing with you, so yeah, basically they told me like if I can find someone to voluntarily switch our timings, I can do it. So if my timing was 10 in the morning till 7 in the evening, that's like, it sucks. You know what I mean, right? Like
Yeah.
the whole day is gone. It's just gone. I don't have the morning. I don't have the evening, and then again I cannot stay up late or something. So I just found someone, and I found this one lady. She was like, yeah, she was married. She had kids and stuff, and she got night shift. So she was like, oh my god, I cannot do this. I have kids, and again, you know what? I'm gonna save you. No one is going to do this for
Hey,
you. I will
yeah.
do this.
Win-win.
I'm going to exchange it. And she okay, no, I mean, she believed that I was doing her a favor.
Doing each
But yeah, I
other a
mean,
favor. It's a win-win.
but she, for some, she thought that I was doing it for her. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're right. We're doing it for each other. That's the thing. It helped us both. But yeah.
Do you own many fishing games, Flicky? I'd love to play more fishing games with people, because it's just a great excuse to sit still, do nothing, and chat. Which is probably why I'm gonna end up getting the stupid Call of the Wild fishing game. But I'm gonna bitch and moan about it until I buy it.
4 to 12 in the morning. 4 to 12 in the morning. Like 4 in the afternoon till 12 in the morning. That's sucks, man. I mean, the entire evening is gone. No happy hours, no nothing, even on weekends. I mean, I don't know. But 4 to 12. I mean, I guess it can be worse. I have done 5 to 2.
And I'm
Wasn't that
caught up.
bad. I had to drink in the morning. But then that was fine. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Flicky. I completely sometimes forget that. Okay, you know what? You're streaming. I should keep that in mind.
That's fine.
I'm just
I
like
mean,
talk. I'm
just
just like
terms of
talking like it's
service
a
is all I
podcast.
ask. So it's a podcast. I like that. Every stream I run is now a podcast from now on. Just
We
with
should sit
gameplay,
around the fire thing.
incidentally.
Sometimes, yeah.
But
You
the
know, 4 in the
run,
morning till 12 in the noon. Oof. So you have to go back home when the sun is above you. That's kind of. Yeah, I have a lot of ridiculous, weird rules, which I don't strictly follow, but yeah, I try to follow them. Yeah, it's like returning home after sun comes out. It's like annoying. I'm like a vampire sometimes.
I was napping, then streaming, so missed it all. We found 4 more bones, but we still haven't fought bone mass. We might, pending approval, I do think we're going to be inviting Shahu Show onto the team. The bone mass fight specifically, and then he's going to head back and complete his verse run over there.
If he dies, I'm gonna steal stuff from him. I'll take his crystal battle axe. I remember. I remember him. Like he was giving sass earlier. That like he knows that I don't have enough stuff to make a silver item, a silver weapon. So I'm gonna. If he dies, I'm gonna take his crystal battle axe. He loves his battle axe. It'll be
A
mine.
whole conniption today over crafting numbers, because I was trying to remember what the actual full cost of the battle axe was, because he said it was 120. And in my mind, I was like, oh, I can reverse engineer that number back to a 4-part piece. But I kept doing the double. I was going 20, 40, 80, not 20, 40, 60, which is what the game does. And I kept failing entirely. I spent like half an hour being annoyed with numbers.
What were you trying to do?
So he said the crystal battle axe completely upgraded costs 120 silver. So I tried to
You're
reverse
right, it does.
engineer. Apparently that's 15, no, it's 30 silver. Then it's 15, 30, 45 for the upgrades. But I was trying to figure out completely differently. I was...
No, I mean, okay. I get. Why? I mean,
Oh no.
okay. No. That's what my question was. Okay, it doesn't have to have a meaning. I was just wondering, like, sometimes I'm afraid that I'm missing the picture, that I'm not getting it. I was just making sure that I was not. Yeah, I mean that's fine. It doesn't have to have make sense.
If there was ever a motivating reason to backwards engineer the numbers, it was to find out what the upgrade cost and the initial cost was.
Are
But
you
I
trying
was-
to like find a? Are you trying to like find a relation between like a ratio?
No,
How it's
I was just
increasing
like,
with
oh,
every
how much does
upgrade?
that cost initially? And I was taking 120. I tried taking... If... That didn't...
And how were you reverse? And okay, hang on. How were you reverse engineering it?
Terribly. I tried so
Okay,
many
that-
formulas, but it didn't work.
That's a good one.
I think if there is a formula to reverse engineer total cost back to the initial cost, it would be a quarter of whatever the total cost is.
Wait, what?
A quarter
sorry,
of 120 is 30, which is the initial cost of the battle axe.
Right. Okay.
Because the upgrade makes up the other 3 quarters.
So is it like 30, then 40, then 50?
The upgrade's 15, 30, 45, and the initial cost is 30.
Oh, 15, 30, 45 makes sense. I mean, that could be a really cool math problem. Think about it. Like, we know the total is 120. I mean, I have. This is like a textbook type of maths. It's like early class maths. Like, but you need some information, like I don't know, like the total is 120 and you're starting with 30, and then we will need some kind of a relation between the upgrades. You know what I mean? If we have this information, we can find it out using, I don't know. Maybe now I'm just deep diving too much into it, into the whole thing. But yeah,
That was my
that
whole
is the only way you
conundrum.
could work. That is the
Was-
only way you can work. Like you have to assume that it's x times every time, and then yeah, you need a ratio, and yeah, you need the ratio. That's the thing. We need the ratio. What is it called? Ratio? If it's three numbers, it's not ratio. It's called something else.
A
I forgot
scale.
the name. Is it called scale? And it's so like it's so confusing because it's called like it's I don't know. It's some things are different. Some things are called different. You know what I mean? But yeah, scales would make sense. Like there are two ratios in the middle, and there are each of those things are connected to another one with one ratio sign. Does that make sense? Like there are three numbers, and they have a relationship going on. Not the Mills and Boons kind of relationship, like like a thing. I'm sorry if
I
it doesn't make
know
sense.
the full cost, 25% of the full cost is the cost to make the item. 50% of the cost to make the item is the first upgrade cost.
Right, something like that. Yes, that's what I. Yep, that's what I was thinking.
And then you just add the upgrade cost on every time you upgrade it. So it'd be 15, 30, 45. What I was getting wrong was I was doubling. I was going 15, 30, 60. And that extra, that 60 on the end was completely killing me. Math is dying. That was my brain. Tammy T, welcome in. But last week we did Tuesdays, but not as early. I don't remember how long ago last week was. I thought we'd already done 2 weeks of Minecraft. If I'm awake, I suppose I'll let you know, but I thought that was my answer last time, was like, oh, if I'm awake, I'll let you know. Because I get home from work at like 2, 3 in the morning. No, I swear! We said, no, we played the week prior, and then we said Tuesdays, next Tuesday. And I gave you the whole if I'm awake, I'll let you know. Because I remember specifically not falling asleep. But again, it's the same sentiment. If I haven't passed out after work, then yeah, Minecraft Tuesdays, I suppose, is a thing. Lucky's old work schedule is honestly close to my streaming schedule some days. But I believe the math is not multiplied, because that was what I was multiplying and getting the math wrong. I was applying it iterative. Oh, was I applying it iteratively? I don't know if that's the right phrasing.
So yeah, like it's like the initial cost is 30, and then every upgrade it starts from half the initial cost, but then it doubles. Not
But it adds the
it does not
initial.
double.
It
Hang on.
adds the upgrade cost.
It's like
Which, yes, doubles the first time, but then it only goes up by this upgrade
yeah,
cost
so
again
it's
the
not
third
doubling
time.
actually. It appears that it's doubling, but it's not doubling. What's happening is like it's if we take this thing as x, right? It'll be 2x and 3x. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be like x plus x plus x, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's the
And
upgrade
X-
cost applied 3 times on the third.
Yeah. If 2x is yeah right. Damnite is yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Damnite is right. Initial thing is 2x, right? That makes x is the first upgrade cost, and then you have to add it to itself every time. X plus x plus x.
But
Yeah,
if while we're using algebra, that would explicitly mean you cannot count the cost of the item as x also. The cost of the item is 2x,
True, because
and the
yeah,
upgrade
because we know
cost is
that.
x.
Yeah, right. True. I mean, if okay, I'm saying it from the point of view like I'm trying to frame it in form of a question. Like, if we did not know that the 15, 30, 45, if we were only given this, right, that the relationship between the upgrades and the initial cost, and we had to find out uh, the upgrade values. How would you do it? I'm just trying to I'm trying to make it into like a like an algebraic problem. That's
If we're going to write the equation, when not the answer, it would be that the cost initially of the item is 2x, and then the upgrade cost is x plus... It would be x,
yeah.
and the next upgrade
Right.
is x plus x, and the third upgrade is
Right,
x
right.
plus x plus x.
Right.
I suppose you could write
Exactly.
that then as x, 2x, and 3x in algebra.
Yeah, it's going to be like a linear equation. That's not, yeah. Okay, can it be a linear
I
equation? I think it
really
can, yeah.
dislike those math questions that were... the math that told you to figure out the equation and not actually solve for an answer frustrated me to no end, because it's like
Oh, I
pointless
love
math.
those. I love those.
Oh, they're great
See, that's the
puzzles.
thing.
It's a great
those are
puzzle,
pointless
but I'm not
math. I
learning
love those.
anything.
I think I find probability is kind of... See, that's the thing. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, you're never going to use that knowledge in your life, probably. But you can. But then, yeah, I mean, I guess you don't have to. But it's fun, isn't it? Like finding
The
out the
puzzle,
pattern.
it's great, but when I'm sitting in a classroom and I'm locked there like a prisoner, I don't want to do like weird shit that doesn't apply to real life. If I'm gonna learn math, at least
90%
teach me
of what I've
times
learned is-
tables, not how to find letter number combination and not actually solve for an answer. Because that's the thing. If you can write down the equation, it doesn't matter. You've gone from a question to a question. What am I learning there?
No, okay,
Frustrating.
okay. Maybe, okay, hang on. What
But
do you mean?
I do, like, as a mental exercise, I enjoy them now. But they didn't teach me anything in school.
I mean, it was one of the few things which I actually genuinely like. I'll tell you what. I did a lot of things. I studied a lot of things because this, that, ulterior motive, ulterior goal, and stuff like that. But this is something which I really always, I don't know. This made sense. It did not. I did not have to memorize anything. I did not have to do anything. It's just like simple. Like
Yeah, that's what I mean.
this. I loved it.
If you're gonna go to a
and
school,
hear me out.
I want to learn a
90%
thing.
a lot of the things which I don't know, which I was taught in school, I'll never need that in my whole life. For example, think about it. Like a lot of things. Like I was taught the number of countries in the world where you can grow sugar. Where or when will I ever need that information? Or I was like, I learned. I remember learning. Like we had in geography. Like I don't hate geography, but I just hated how it was taught to us. Like geography is such an interesting subject. Like it can be taught in such a better way.
But
like,
geography is also
we had-
this kind of practical knowledge. Even if you learn the trivia
Yeah, but
stuff of geography.
Okay, hang on. Why would you need the information? Like, where do you find black soil in the world? Why do you need that? It is so specific. Like, unless you're like you're growing cotton in that part of the world, because that's what. Okay, cotton needs black soil. That's why I'm just remembering something from which I learned a long time ago.
I think there's a difference between trivia and geometry, because trivia is the means, I think, to trick kids into learning geometry. You just give them a bunch of cool bits of information, and then you go, oh, bit of trivia is Bolivia, and then the kids go, oh, Bolivia is the funny thing with the trivia. I think it's just a method of teaching geometry. The end result, you should hope, would be that
You mean
you learn
geography, right?
about Bolivia. One of them.
Because you said, did you say geometry or geography? Now I'm a little confused.
Countries are shapes too, don't discriminate.
Oh, I see. Okay, makes sense. You're right. That's fair. You're right. That's true. I was going to say something. I completely forgot. Damn it.
Okay, Thor, sorry, I
But
did
yeah,
welcome in.
no, you're right. That definitely that, like, it depends on how it's taught.
'Cause yeah, I mean, knowing trivia about Germany, at the end of the day, just tricks me into learning about Germany. Doesn't matter what trivia I know about Germany, I now have associated with a country and a place on a map.
I mean, oh yeah, that I definitely, yeah.
And see that
And
as a
okay.
practical thing.
You know
Even
what I
though the
like
trivia
about
itself,
geography?
I do agree, is pointless. The trivia is never applicable in real life, but knowing about Germany is.
No, I'm okay. Okay, yeah, I completely agree with you on that. Like, I mean, I see people say all these things like you know, like amazingly stupid things, and I'm glad that I agree with you on that. I'm trying to say things like you said that's something which we will not need in our whole life, right? That was a thing. I'm talking about parts. I'm saying that every subject has something like that. Like in geography, it's good to know about a country, but then why do we need to know like the types of forests that grow
No, you don't. But
throughout the world, like deciduous,
my
coniferous?
my
Those are the
devil's ad
places where you get this kind of forest.
my devil's
just
advocate
pointing out things
answer
which
is
annoy
that
me.
that's going to teach you about Germany. The end result is that you learn about Germany, not that you know the trivia. The trivia could be forgotten so long as you remember about Germany. I am using that to then juxtapose against the math. Figuring out an equation is only ever useful if you need to then solve the equation. Otherwise, it's
Yeah, I
useless
mean-
information. But in that case,
Okay,
just knowing the math, the mental math of solving the equation, that's it. You've already reached the solution without having to do any of the gymnastics to get there.
that's exactly my point. Like every subject has something like that. Like every subject has a like a loop like that. Like you know, you don't need it exactly. But at least in case of maths, I don't have to memorize random things. I can just figure everything out. I can just use every single thing. I don't have to remember even a single formula. I can just deduce that thing. It's and the more you do, it's like it's you know, I've always struggled with memorizing things, like remembering things. It's always given me a lot of trouble. But then in maths, right? Like the different kind of problems that I do, like the more I solve, I can't explain. It's like the more number of sums that you do, you get like your idea increases. Like you start recognizing patterns which are not there. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's okay. It all comes down to like, what do you prefer? It's that. It's just that.
Well, there's different methods of it, too. I suppose in that argument you could argue entirely that trivia via learning geography could be a useless method. But
Yeah, I
I've-
mean, I
I've
think
never
general knowledge
in
is
my-
better for trivia than geography.
there's never been a point ever that finding an equation has ever been applicable outside of the mental exercise in and of itself.
Well, I mean, okay, I have been in like you know situations. I've been in like I don't know. It's not like a maths test, but an overall aptitude exam or something like that. I have been in situations where just because of how many of those problems that I've solved or how many, it has helped me tremendously. As compared to like I've seen people struggle with things which I.
But are
and
you
I'm not
talking
trying to
about
be
the
a snob.
equation with no answer, or are you solving for an answer? Because that's two entirely different things that I was taught.
Okay.
Solving for an
okay, I don't
answer gave you a
completely-
fail mark because it's a fucking stupid fucking concept.
Hang on. What do you mean? Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Equation for an answer and equation without an answer.
You either find
That
out it
confused.
equals x, because this is the difference, right? When you're not solving for an answer, you write down stupid shit like x plus y equals ab. That's not anything. That doesn't teach you
Hang on,
anything.
hang
It's
on. What are you
useless.
talking about? Okay, hold up. I'm so confused. What are we talking about right now?
The
X-
equation
okay,
thing.
are you-
X plus y
are we
equals
talk- are we
ab.
ta- okay,
They could mean
Are you
anything.
talking about like factorization? Are you talking about not factorization? Are you
No,
talking about like
factors are useful.
rationalization? Are you talking about like rationalization? Like
That's
are you talking
literally
about,
what
like-
we were taught. We were taught to just figure out. We would be given stuff like x2 plus yb plus c3, and we were told
So
to
you're
like
trying to make-
cut shit out.
Yeah.
And it was like, this doesn't teach us anything. You're
So do you have to
literally
make
not
left-hand
teaching
side
us
equal
things
to the
except for
right-hand
the
side? Is that what
mental
you're trying to do?
exercise itself.
Do you have to make the left-hand side of the equation equal to the right-hand side? Is that the goal? Or
I do remember that as well. I just
I'm trying to think of it. I mean, you
lot.
have to either find the x or you have to find x and y. If it's like if it's not linear equation, if it's like I forgot what it's called, like square equation. What is it called? I forgot the term, but I know how to solve it. I just forgot
I
what
think
it's called.
square equation might be
Like
right.
square equation, but it's called something else. I think it's quadratic equation. My bad.
Because there's
Quadratic
never...
equation.
Oh yeah, that might be right actually. That sounds right.
Yeah, so x and y. You have to find the value of x and y, or it can be more than that as well. X, y, z. Sometimes, yeah. In fact, you know what? There, like you can solve equations for, yeah. I mean that's where it becomes complicated. Like you can solve equation for unlimited number of variables.
Well, that's
Where you get like a you get like a set of numbers, a set of results. Your answer is going to be a set. It's not going to be a single number. It's going to be a set given for a entire. You know what I mean? Like for this set of variables, for this set of equations, these are the set of answers.
I don't think I am actually following.
I mean, so imagine okay. This is applied in computer science as well, computer programming as well, right? Imagine you're given an equation, but it's not a single equation. It's like a series of equation where the value of x is slightly changing with each equation, but the base equation remains the same. That's where I'm starting with.
But even in
In that
computer
case-
science, you import a number. It is literally never useful to know the equation only for the sake of solving for an equation.
How do you mean?
Well, when you're dealing with even in computer science, say for example you're programming a game and you, in this case, you have a recipe that costs 2x, and then the upgrade path is x, and then the second upgrade is 2x, and the third upgrade is 3x. You still manually set x, the number. The equation itself is only useful to find an answer.
That's
That's
the
the
point
part
of an
I-
equation. An equation is not
Exactly.
a problem. The equation is it's so that we can understand the problem better. Like we can put it down into, because okay, which one is easier for you? Like reading like words, or if you're reading an equation? I think equation is much easier, right? It puts the whole thing in a simple line.
My point is it's to find an answer though. But we were just taught to find an equation.
I see what you mean. That's the thing. Sometimes finding the equation is the answer. Like once you find the equation, it's like you find the relation between the whole thing, right? Once you find the equation, that means you're halfway there. You know how they interact, how the variables are interacting with each other. Oh, there's a rate. Okay,
Why would
I'm
that
so
ever
glad
be
I'm not in the
useful
game.
though? Because again, the only reason I want
Doesn't
to
it-
solve the equation is to know an answer.
we will send you an article. Hang on. I'm not going to do it right now. I have a perfect. But you'll have to check that out. Like you'll have to be a little patient and check that out. I'm going to send you an article.
It doesn't make sense
Yeah.
to me.
No, it
Like-
will. I like with real life examples of how you need and how and why you need the equations.
Yeah, but all of the real life examples are going to be to find an actual real number, to figure a number out. There's never going to be a real life example that stops at, and the answer was X.
Hear me out.
It's stupid.
I know what you're saying. Hear me out. 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 Nature is not like everything that is happening in nature. It's not all black and white, right? We don't understand everything that's happening. Sometimes, and this is something which I learned. Okay, this is something which I actually learned during the machine learning thingy. Some of the biggest problem right now, some of the biggest modern day problem is to find the equation. If we find the equation, we can automate much better, but we don't know exactly how. That's why we need data so much, so that we can compare the data. We can come to we can find out what's the
Okay.
equation. How is the data interacting with each other? If we can find the equation, it'll be much easier for us to predict things.
Yes,
Automate
but
things.
but
We
you're
can-
predicting an
yeah.
actual outcome. You are getting a result. You are not saying equals X. You're
Using
saying
an
equal
equation,
thing. Even you're just leaving the solving to the computer. The answer still happens. There is never a practical reason to never solve an equation.
I think we need to meet in order to because it's okay. What I'm trying to say is like, how the hell will you find out the answer if you don't know the question? and how the question is the equation. How do you? It's like in nature, no one is giving you a question like solve this and you'll get the answer, right? You have to figure out the question as well as the answer.
No, but my point is,
So that's where
if
we
this,
need to find the question. The equation is it's going to tell
yes,
us
but
how
then you
it's going to
solve
get it.
it.
It's not random, right?
There's a step missing that was in my
No,
education
hang on.
curriculum.
You
There
solve it.
is,
There is no one solution because there is no one solution because it's going to be different as compared to like every situation. It's going to be a different answer. You know what I mean?
okay, but
So
I'm,
finding the equation is much more important than finding the solution
if
because the
this
solution is going to
tree,
vary.
if this tree is y high and x wide, I can then find a literal real world number.
I'm
That
sorry.
number is the
I'm sorry.
point. My problem
I missed
is,
that.
if this tree is y high and x wide, what I was taught in school is that I should answer that y high x wide equals a ratio of c. That was a correct answer. That makes no fucking sense to me, and that is never ever going to be used practically in the real world.
Okay, that appears to be something
Y
very
high,
case sensitive.
x y, you take those variables and they are in that spot as a placeholder for real numbers. Every tree is y high, x wide, right? Every tree has its own variables, but you put the variables in. Even in computer science, the computer puts variables in and gets an output. Otherwise, the equation is pointless. I was taught that equals C is correct, and you do not solve or it's a fail mark. That is the most stupid thing I have ever heard in a curriculum. There is no practical reason to solve for an equation without actually punching in the variables and filling out the answer.
I mean,
Because the reason I want to know y
I
high and x wide is to figure out about that tree. There's no reason I would just stop. I don't stop and go, oh, it's y high, x wide, and that equals a ratio of c, and then move on. Because you've solved nothing.
okay, but
You've done the equivalent of
Remember-
some
okay,
hillbilly in the
remember-
woods going, oh,
remember-
it's yay high and about this big.
Remember the other day, we were talking about like me, John, like I think it was last Sunday. We were talking about the Fibonacci sequence.
So I actually do remember that.
Yes. So how did we find that out? Because we found out the equation, right?
I don't
I mean,
remember what it was in relation
we
to.
would-
The Fibonacci
Okay,
sequence in itself, isn't that a set, like an actual set series of numbers?
Yeah. So there's a Fibonacci like a ratio. It's also called, I think it's called I don't know. It's called a magic ratio or something. But yeah, there is a ratio which it dictates a lot of things. But the point, okay, the point
It's
that
the
I'm
one that
trying to make
dictates the
is
spiral shape and everything, isn't it? Or is that something
yeah,
else?
the spiral shape. Yep, the spiral shape, and also the number of leaves on a, it's weird. The number of leaves growing on a plant, on a single branch of a plant, a lot of things. Okay, that's irrelevant. That's not the thing. The point is, like, how will you? The problem is not just one tree, right? It's not just one single tree. That one tree is going to die. It's not relevant. The point is to find out how all the trees work, how
Yes,
all the
but
trees matter. So
all of
that's
the
where the equation comes
trees-
into play because
all of
that
the trees
equation
have
connects all the trees.
actual real numbers. You put the real numbers in. You don't just stop at every tree in the world is x plus y equals c.
So you're saying, okay, so your solution is to go and collect the data individually for all the trees.
You would have to, or else you're not measuring
No.
anything and you're stopping at x plus y
No,
equals
you-
c.
No, that's how you like. That's
How else are you measuring
That's
a
how you-
tree? If you do not stare
the
at the
formula.
tree and apply the formula to it, how else are you measuring it?
See, that's the thing. There's a margin of error. That's a lot of things. It's impossible to like. Okay, we're just not talking about tree, but any problem, any real life problem, it's impossible to go check each and every, I don't know, each and every like data point individually like that. We cannot do that. We have to take like we have to take like a common thing. Like we have to find a relation between all the data points so that we can just apply all the things to that one rule.
Okay, but
I'm
if you're not
explaining this
solving
clearly,
for
but
an answer, then why are you even bothering to find out in the first place?
of course I'm solving for an answer, but it's not just like
To
you know,
solve for an
it's not
answer,
like
you
a,
need actual data. X plus Y equals C does not give you actual data and cannot be transferable to the real world in the slightest. You need the real
hang on,
numbers.
okay. Okay, let me just come up with a random question. Okay, it's a random question. Okay, there's no solution because it's a random question. Okay, but the question is, what if I tell you that, like, you know, I give you a set of data. Let's say I give you a set of 100 trees from across the time, like from, let's say, starting from 1990s to 2000, equal interval and stuff like that. You're given information about trees, and now I ask you, and it's not just like height and breadth and width and everything, like a lot of different kind of things, like I don't know, rings and stuff and all those things. And now the question that I ask you is, tell me that like how long will it take before we get a tree of this height or something like that. How are you going to solve that without an equation? We're
No,
talking
there's
about
an
a tree which is not
equation.
even here. We're not
This is-
even we don't even have the tree yet. It's
Yeah.
a hypothetical question about something which is about to come.
But
How
the
will you
key
solve that?
flaw in this example
Without
is
an
that I
equation.
am solving for how many years? How many years is a number? I would give you a number. The number is 110 years for 110 rings. The equation is solved
No,
to
it's not.
number. I would tell you that tree needs 100 years to get X amount. I would not tell you, oh, the tree costs C years to get XY rings, because that doesn't make sense. You can't then turn around and say C years, and in C years in the future, this tree will have XY rings. Doesn't work in the real world. You get a real number out of the data. That's what equations are for. Teaching equations to solve for equations and not actually solving anything is a redundant process.
Well, I mean, you know,
The equation
We can
still
agree to disagree.
exists. The equation's
We can
still
agree to
there. I don't say the equation is useless. I say you need an equals number for it to not be useless. Without the equals number, whether it's a computer processing the data or someone actually going out with a tape and measuring trees, you need the equals number or else you're not actually getting anything out of it. The equation just sits there inert and solves nothing.
I mean, okay, so when all these things are like, all these things make more sense when we add things like, you know, like constant and stuff, all those things, like when we have more variables, that's when this kind of things, it has more impact. Like in a linear equation, all those things will never matter. Like there will always be a proper solution, there will always be a proper answer. That's what I'm saying. But if it's like, you know, there are a lot of different things, like where, I don't know, it's like when we're going towards things like tends to and all those things, you know what I mean, like when we're going towards that part of the thing, like where things start getting a little, I don't know, hazy.
I'd rather have learned about cons, sine, and tan than have learnt about how to solve an equation without solving an equation for an answer.
You need you need trigo for, I mean, you definitely need trigo for algebra. It's such an integral part of algebra. I love trigonometry.
Trigonometry
absolutely
was not taught in any part of our curriculum. Cons, sine, and tan was like college level tier shit. You had to be like super qualified at the school to even get allowed onto that.
Actually, that is something which we were taught. Yeah, I mean the maths.
I
syllabus
disagree.
which
I
we
would
were
have
taught was
preferred to
pretty,
have learned that
pretty-
than how to not solve an equation.
We were taught both, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. But then, yeah. I love trigonometry. Trigonometry was like trigonometric equations, solving them. It was so, and you know, some of those sums they went for like pages after pages. It's like you, it just keeps on going. You're solving it again and again and again, and finally you reach that answer, and it's so satisfying. And then there are like
remember.
two answers.
We had
Two
graphics
answers. Sometimes there are two
calculators.
answers.
That sounds scary. But isn't that getting into like quantum physics sort of territory there?
Sorry.
Two answers simultaneously from the same equation. Wouldn't that be delving into quantum physics territory?
Quantum physics maybe, but it's also like like the graph, like the quadratic plane, right? The Euler's method. Never mind. The quadratic plane. So it's like the x axis, the x y axis, the minus x y axis, the minus x minus y axis. They're like 4 quadrants, right? So depending on the answer, so all these answers they're like marking different points on the graph.
Mm.
Like if there are like if you're getting a positive value of x and a negative value of y. I mean, okay, I'm just taking like 2 dimension, like x and y. I'm not even going towards x, y, z because that only complicates things. But if we have, yeah, that's why we need like 2 different answers. That's what that means. Like you plot it on a graph. But you know what? Yeah, I think it
As in,
might.
wait, you're finding y and x on a graph? I could, okay,
Yeah.
no, I get that.
Yeah. I mean, the equation, it's like very strongly related to the quadratic or like the graph section of things. Like that's the other thing. Like equation, the best way to solve the equation is if you can plot it on a graph. But then you can't always plot all equations on a graph. That's why you have to solve it. But yeah, having different answers, it's mostly that. Now I'm trying to think of a real life. Okay, not a real life thing, but I'm trying to think of a real life example where the 2 different kind of answers will be applicable. I'm trying to think of it.
Oh
This
my
is where
lord.
things start getting a little. What?
2 leviathans popped in front of me.
Oh, okay. What is that? This looks like a wasteland of some kind. That's not swamp? What is that in front of you?
So you're black enough to probably grow cotton, actually.
Sorry?
You mentioned before about black soil growing cotton.
Yep.
It's ashlands, which has black dirt.
You know what? Do you think we'll ever get cotton? I mean, we don't need it. For some reason, we have the flax.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, insulated armor, I think there's space for... Cloth armor throughout the whole game, I think, should be something we aspire to see.
I mean, I don't know. Some kind of special metal armor would be... I don't know.
Both.
Like a
Like,
best
not
color
saying
metal,
one or
okay,
the
we can
other.
have
I
best
just
color.
think... At one point, we had the best armor in the game was, Troll. And then you just had to go to metal armor to play into the planes.
Okay. The troll was never the best armor in the game.
No, but it was the best cloth armor. You didn't get a
I
better cloth
mean-
armor past Troll.
Okay, fair. Agree. Correct.
And if we ever have to fight anything that deals a stupid amount of lightning damage, metal armor doubles lightning damage. So does being wet.
Right, agreed, but still, any day I'm going to have my padded armor than anything. Because the padded armor is like
Yeah,
so good.
but that's
Why
what I
do you
mean.
need that, by the way?
I'd like the Mistlands to give us the option to have a cloth equivalent of padded armor. Something as good made out of cloth.
I doubt it because if you think about the thing, what's the thing? The thing that I'm wearing right now.
Yes.
The Fenris armor. Yeah, right. The Fenris armor. If you look at the Fenris armor, right, it's not. I don't know. It's not as good as. It's not even as good as the iron armor. I
No,
think
it's definitely a tier
slightly better
down.
than it's slightly better than the bronze armor, I think. The fully upgraded bronze armor. I think it's slightly better than the fully upgraded bronze armor. But then
You could be on par with
cloth-
iron, right?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you get more like armor points from a fully upgraded iron armor.
You can get
You get-
Fenris
I
up
think-
to 40 max level, and I'm only at, well, with my helmet I'm up
Yeah, I
to
think
60. With silver.
I think you get like 48 or 47 if you have a fully upgraded Fenris armor, and then 4 for the cape if you have a cape. Why do you need chitin, by the way?
I don't.
Okay.
I do need the wind to change direction, so it's something to do while I wait.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
much more anyway. We already have 2 stacks at home, but we don't really need anymore.
We don't need it for anything, I think, because I have a like. If you want the fully upgraded dagger, I have a abyssal dagger which is level 4 back at the base. I mean, I
so
switched to the
tempted
sword.
just to set up a portal here at Ashland too. Where were we? I missed the video.
What was your favorite subject while growing up?
Radgar, I think you got geography and maths up there.
Sorry?
Radgar said trivia about Germany and then math is fun. I like to think that was intentionally mixing up math and lessons. Pointed out anyway. Some subjects teach you to learn. I think some subjects are.
I'm
only
sorry. I will
useless.
put the article
Oh.
in Discord. I just saw that. I'm
Yes,
definitely
yes.
going to do it.
I'll read that.
I'll put it on Bird's Discord.
As long as it's in, I don't know, it's probably fine on the main floor.
Wait, when you say CBDs, are you talking about what I think you're talking about? Is that a 420 discussion going on? I mean,
Well,
it
it
could be
was-
something else.
Thought it was like a branch of the DMV.
Yeah, it's
Very
it's,
useful when mixing explosives. But you see, the key point
No.
of mixing explosives is you need the actual literal number to put in the thing. You can't just go X amount of this ingredient and Y amount of that ingredient.
That's exactly how it works, though. Now
But
that you
no,
mention
no,
it, it's a
'cause you
thing in
need the
chemistry. No,
number.
No. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. There's
X
something in
has to
chemistry.
equal 12 and Y has to equal 20.
What
The
is it called?
ratio could
It's called-
change any volume, I suppose, yes, but they need
What
the
is it called?
number.
It is called something. You know. Okay, so there is something called like a. I can't remember the exact name of the process, but it's like. Do you know the molar value? It's like 6.0 to 10 to the power 20, 10 to the power 27 or something, like the number of particles in 1 molar of. Never mind. It's basically when you're combining 2 solutions. I'm sorry. It's like.
No,
But yeah, it's
I-
like when you're combining 2 different like kind of chemicals or something together. Like, imagine you're dealing with numbers which are so vast or so small that it's literally impossible to deal with the number based on their face value or their place value. You have to deal with you have to take that as because the number is ridiculous. It's impossible to I'm not even talking about instances. It could be you have to take the value for a million instances. That could be a problem. The second problem could be the number itself. The number itself could be something ridiculous that it's if you use stat to operate on, it's going to be difficult. So you just take a common equation which applies for all the scenarios, and you just something like that.
But all the scenarios are the examples that have numbers. My point is you never stop at the formula. You never go X plus
God
B equals
damn
C and then make a bomb out of X plus B.
No, you make a bomb out of explosives,
Yeah.
and explosives are X served. I'm sorry.
What is the...
I
what's
see
the
what you
plastic
mean.
explosive? C4. There you go.
C4,
C4
yeah,
is made
yeah.
by algebra C4. C times 4, there you go. There's your ingredient list. But that's, no. You need the number. In these molecular level experiments where you need microscopic measurements, you still need to know that number. You never put X amount of things into an eye drop. You put a specific number of things into an eye drop. You solve X for the number. You don't fail students for solving X. That's the dumbest thing I was ever taught.
I think now is that what this is about? Did someone fail you a long time ago for Like
No,
for-
no, you were just
for-
failed. That
for
was
an
the
X
rules.
equation.
You were stated if you
I would
solved
have
for
solved
X that you failed. This was a common way to fail this math class, was actually solving the problem.
So okay,
I didn't
really
want
need
you
see
to solve the
question.
problem, and that is
So
never
you
going
tell
to be
me-
applicable in real
Hold
life.
on. That sounds like some kind of tyranny. That sounds like some kind of like like some kind of Hydra plan.
Lord
Yeah, that's
knows.
like
Not the
something like that.
stupidest.
Like,
I will be
but-
honest. Like,
like solve the equation will be failed. I'm so curious to see the sum that you're talking about, the math that you're talking about.
it was
I'm really
always
curious.
it
What
was
do you
like
mean, like solve the?
you had to figure out what the equation was, but then that was it. You stopped. You were done. Like what you would write a bunch of letters on the page, and you would get a tick. But if you write letters equal anything, you would be failed. If you actually solved the equation, you would be failed.
Hello there.
Yeah, I don't. You
You're an
always have to solve for a number. The variables are there in place of a number. In every situation.
You got a rate, by the way.
Well,
Yeah, but
we're gonna should I speed run chat?
Introduce yourself, and I'll answer after that.
Then put the article in Discord when I read it too. Oh, that's why you put it in Discord. Okay. Insert other variables. A is an ingredient, B is another, C is another. You insert X to find out how much of each you need. Yes, but the key point there, you find out how much you need. You don't just stop at X, Y, A, and B. Those are now numbers. You have to translate them. You were failed in my school if you translated those numbers to any meaningful result. You were not taught to solve the equation. You weren't taught math. You were taught English in a maths class. Teacher got the absolute shits because you spent 10 pages of working out trial and error checking until the sum made a whole number. Nice. Can't fail you if you got it right and showed all your working. All your working in the margins. That's what they ask, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I'm not getting what you're saying. That's I think what the problem is, because I still don't completely understand what got you failed. Like,
I would be
Like,
given a
you-
mug, and I would be told to find out the diameter of mug if it is X tall. I would be failed if I wrote a number.
so that's okay. So if you said that the answer is X, you're passed. But if you actually found the solution for X, you're failed. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
That's bullshit. What
That
the
was a-
fuck?
You weren't taught how to solve math, you were taught how to write English characters down.
That what? Okay, you know what?
Because-
This is something which I've said throughout my life, and I used to I used to when I was in college, I used to teach little kids, not little kids, but younger than me, for some money, and I have always believed this. Your first teacher in any subject can make you or break you. How you're going to feel about a subject, it entirely depends on the first person who teaches you that, or the last person. Yeah, you can make some terrible people, and then you meet this one good teacher who can change an entire subject for you.
And
But
to
yeah,
be fair, say
It depends a lot on the teacher. Teachers are
elementary
amazing.
school, I was fine. Math in elementary school was actually phenomenal. We had one of the best math teachers in grade 3 onwards. I think it was 3 to 6. I had one of the best math teachers, probably, I would argue, in the state. Not because he was just brilliant at math, but because he was a brilliant teacher. He gave us shortcuts, practical things to do. He gave us ways to visualize and see how math worked. And by grade 4, we were doing near junior high level math. It wasn't anything spectacular, but for a 4th grader to be adding together 6-digit sums, that's phenomenal. It's even more rare these days, but brilliant teacher. I only ever ran into this issue of
nowadays,
theoretical
people
math
hardly
with
ever
no
do math.
practical application once I got to junior high onwards.
Right. Nowadays people start learning with calculators, which I'm not against. I mean, it's fine. But then yeah, we were not allowed to use calculator. Like, I don't know how. Okay, so what over here in India, the thing is like we have like the, like, I don't know what is it. It's called like there's a initial class like nursery.
Welcome
which
in,
people
Raiders.
skip
Sorry,
mostly
I'll
nowadays. They move directly to the next
get
sections.
to
Like
chat in a
there's
second. We'll properly ourselves, shall
like
we?
yeah, like, and then you have got like, so yeah, the toddler
It's not
section,
really
like 2
lost.
years of toddler section, and then you've got like from class 1 till class 12. So 12 years, school completely. You have to give your exam and everything, and this is the time when you choose your subject. Like you can go for commerce, you can go for literature, you can go for science or whatever the fuck you want to go for. And this is where you learn most of the things in life, because after this from class 1 till class 12, you go for specialization. Like yeah, like I took science and I went for engineering and stuff. Someone else took something else, they could have. But yeah, most of the basic things, most of the maths and history and geography and all those things, you learn in the years 1 till 12. So yeah.
I'm going to speed run a little bit more in chat. Sorry, we got a little too far behind. I think 20 minutes back. but
Oh no, no,
okay.
go for it. Yeah.
Finding the equation lets you find the solution. Exactly, yes, you don't stop at finding the equation. If my pharmacist was good at algebra but didn't solve for number, he'd still be a bad pharmacist. You need to solve for number. We were taught not to solve for number. We were taught to stop, leave it there. You've done a good job. You don't need to actually figure the math out. Adding, subtracting, multiplication, BODMAS, PEMDAS, whatever you want to call it, was not taught. It was bypassed entirely for learning English in a math class and writing down letters. And if my pharmacist did the same thing as what I was taught in school, Lord knows what absolute concoctions he was putting together. They'd be the right ratio. Lord knows if it's the 50 milligram one or the 150 milligram one. He didn't check the value. He just solved for x plus y. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible curriculum. Anyway, rant over. I'm gonna try and catch up. Dyslexic
Do you
pharmacist.
believe in alchemy?
I believe in alchemy. As in metallurgy, iron to gold kind of deal.
No, I mean, yeah, devil's devil. Yeah, it was kind of a show, but then I realized.
And then you have the. I think
Yeah, I was like, because
plants are
alchemy,
known to have
alchemy,
negative effects. I
alchemy
think
did
it's-
not believe in equations and all those things. Alchemy is not equation, but it literally believed in, how should I, like, transmutation, but then it's hard to explain. I mean,
turning objects into different things.
I need more time. Yeah, turning. I mean, basically you just like change the yeah,
Change properties. I'm following.
change
Yeah.
properties.
'Cause you've got
That's like
You've got fantasy alchemy, which is put 3 plants in a mortar and pestle and you get a potion.
oh, yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Alchemy is completely bullshit. It's yeah, alchemy is totally.
I mean, I don't think
fantasy.
it's completely bullshit. We do know that there are psychedelic plants, and I do think there might be plants that have positive effects, as well as psychedelic effects.
Oh, I know that some plants have positive effects.
In that
Yeah.
sense, yeah, you could make a potion that lets you trip absolute balls.
No, but alchemy was mainly like okay. The thing, the reason I started talking about this is because you said that's like we don't need an equation. We can just like yeah, like what you said about the pharmacist thing.
A pharmacist who doesn't measure his ingredients and stops at the formula. He just makes
Right,
any
yeah.
pill with X plus A plus B measurements.
Yeah, that's yeah. But that's something which the alchemists did not believe in. The alchemists believe in like not a formula, but yeah. So basically, it started like people try to make gold out of random things.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. One good thing that came out of alchemy was we got a lot of different kind of like metallurgical processes. Like we learned a lot about how to purify things, purification methods. So yeah, they were doing it for a wrong thing, but then the method was somehow right. But yeah, the point is like that's what the alchemists they believed in. Like I'm just going to make something out of it. I don't need equation. It doesn't have to like, follow the equation or something. I'm just gonna make it because it makes sense.
I got so lost in the source of this conversation, actually. I forgot I was meant to be looking for a bone.
It's fine.
I will let you know if I find one. Stopping at each tree, talking about the forest, tree by tree. Lee, I'm not gonna, okay, I'm gonna skip through things I understand and remember quickly because I am a little tiny bit behind. How dare I improv a Valheim with the Oblivion soundtrack, the audacity. I mean, Gregor, I know you're not new here, you have a shiny diamond. I have Oblivion soundtrack with every game, including the completely unrelated title ESO. Has nothing to do with Oblivion, and yet I still use that soundtrack because Oblivion soundtrack is universal. Finding the right equation is a very important factor to arrive at the correct proportion of ingredients. But the proportion of ingredients is irrelevant and useless unless you actually know the number. You still need to physically measure out a number of ingredients, otherwise you just have a random variable that could amount to any surplus of ingredients. Not solving the equation just leaves you with a lethal concoction of ingredients. And we're up to date! Kind of, sort of. Welcome in, cranky old dude. I'm so sorry, it's been an effort in the making, quite its own adventure today. Just getting through postponed messages in chat. I'll mute myself real quick, Warlock. Be back. Welcome in,
Okay,
Raiders.
yeah,
Welcome in.
Take a short break as well.
I actually really need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm trying to find a place I can park the boat up. I suppose Mistlands isn't safe as any.
See, this is where the anchor would have been really useful, but no, go on.
Yeah, honestly, the raft mod, having a portal on the boat and an anchor, amazing.
I mean,
Land.
okay, I've been meaning to ask you something about
Yes.
the mods. Do I need Smappy for all mods? Can I get mods without Smappy? You don't have to answer it right now, I know. Go
Without
ahead, take care of your business. When I
without-
get back,
sorry?
we can talk about it.
Nappy?
Without Smappy, it's like a, I don't know, it's like a, I don't have it. I was just reading about it, but it's like a mod manager software. You know what I mean? It's like a one place from where we can manage, and I don't know if you have it or not. So that's
No.
what I wanted to discuss.
I have
But we
R2
can talk about
Modman.
it when it gets back.
Yeah,
R2, yeah, that's the one that John uses as well, right?
yeah.
Which brings me to my next question. Like, I was reading on Reddit, and according to Reddit, like, Smappy is something which is, like, really, like, it's one of the most important things. Which, yeah, do I need? So my question is, do I need that over R2 Mod Manager?
I don't know anything about that mod manager.
I don't know if it's a mod manager or something that we need to have in order to use mods.
I would just say R2 Modman handles dependencies. So if you want to use the raft mod, and let's say the raft mod needs 6 other mods to function, like it needs a place anywhere mod, it needs this and that, right? R2 Modman will download all the dependencies. It's very self-sufficient, and it doesn't actually touch your game files.
Okay, so according to Google, Smappy is an open source modding framework and API that lets you play the game with mods. I'm guessing R2 is the same thing. R2 Mod Manager is the same thing, right?
I don't know if it's open source, but it does the same function.
Yeah, it's a framework. It's a modding framework that like
Yeah.
you can just easily manage your mods. Okay, so I can have either. Okay, that explains a lot. Because I will have to get some mods for a few games.
But
Finally, want to dive into mods.
I don't know anything about Snappy, so of course I'm going to recommend the one I'm familiar with. But
Yeah, that's the one that John has been. Yeah, he has.
it's
I've
good
only heard nice
because
things about it.
R2 Modman is good because if you close R2 Modman down, you have vanilla Valheim. So if you ever need to switch between versions, it's as simple as just shutting down R2 Modman entirely.
It's like a toggle thing. No, that.
I'm going to die here. Holy cow.
Why are you gonna die? It's a skeleton.
Just wait till you see how many bugs I have in
Oh,
front of me.
you're holy shit. Oh, you don't have a point. Oh yeah, you're dead. Pretty dead. Pretty dead. Do you not have poison resist meat on you?
No, I don't. I actually almost just died. Wow. One star must have bit me. Did I?
It's like, you know, it's like 19, 16, 12. Aw.
Bye! Oh my lord!
Oh, did you die?
No! I may not
Dang.
get back there though. I really have to go to the bathroom. I need to heal. I need to personally take a break, but I didn't die. But I did run away a little awkwardly. I can't go back out and deal with that. I'm gonna have to risk the portal going
I mean,
down.
running away is always awkward. I don't think anyone can run away in style.
I'll be back in a very quick second. I'm only gonna be a minute.
Go on, go on.
Hey. Toxic pig and cranky old dude. I'm so sorry. I don't even think I even introduced myself. My name is Board Brain. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. The Bird Fest. You have chosen, or been chosen, to be witness to some of the most scuffed content this side of Twitch. Okay. I think I can pause for a minute before I head back, shall I? We have a spot for... We have a new one. I got the first 2 Wraith trophies. Did Warlock... Hang on, let me check. Did Warlock properly off for the night? No, he's... Right. Let's find out what the damage is. Hopefully very little. Blobs can't do a lot. Leeches can attack the boat. There are real-world reasons to figure out what the equation is. Yes, but they require you find the number. Every real-world reason to know an equation, to figure out an equation, or to be told an equation is to replace those algebra letters with actual numbers, or else the equation is inert and solves nothing. What's the whole swamp? I mean, it's black forest, it's not even swamp. We have more over there. repent. The problem I have with the concept of purely equation for equation's sake is that it doesn't actually teach you anything, and it literally cannot apply to the real world. For equation's sake to ever apply to the real world, you inherently must solve for number. You either replace one of the algebra with a number, and then you figure out the rest of the algebra, the rest of the numbers, or you at the very least have to then infer what the answer is. No, you just need to replace them with numbers. Without replacing them with numbers, you have a sentence half written in English that doesn't make sense. Not teaching kids how to solve for the number is just setting them up for complete failure. It's the equivalent of, I would say this with an analogy, it's the equivalent of giving a kid a hammer and a chisel and then saying you hit the chisel with the hammer and then you just skip the next step and expect them to be fine going out into the world carving stone. You have to teach them how to carve stone. You have to show them the basics and you have to give them the concepts. Just giving them a hammer and a chisel and saying, there you go, you whack this part with this part, doesn't practically apply to the real world. Hammer and chisel is only as useful as the people who actually can apply it. The tools themselves are inert and do nothing. I guess to that sense, then, well, I mean, that's the whole complaint in and of itself. Problem being that they didn't teach us to solve for anything. Therefore, you're not teaching us anything at all. Because I was about to say, if they gave us the same problem but actually taught us to solve for an answer, then you've done what I've asked. But that is... the entire premise is that is what they weren't doing. Ain't that nice? Not solving for an answer is the entire premise of setting your students up for failure because you're not giving them any of the actual mathematical skills required. I still don't have poison resist either. I almost want to skip this one just because it's been miserable parking the boat. I think we can get through that river. It's large enough that I do want to explore it though. Did Warlock say where he was heading? Once you figure out what the equation is, you insert the numbers, then you know the proportions to use next time and the time after that, varying initial quantity. Exactly, you have real numbers. Math only works with real numbers. Teaching students to not apply real numbers is setting them up for failure. Not giving them mathematical skills is... it doesn't work. You can't start and stop math at the hammer and chisel. You gave a kid, like, even let's go into college, if you gave a college student an equation and you told them to solve that equation without ever having any of their math skills, they're not going to have the slightest clue what to do, even if you tell them x does equal 32. Without teaching the students how to actually apply the math to the structure, to the formula, you have a pointless, useless class that teaches them nothing. Sure, I will concede if you're at college level and dealing with students who don't have concepts of maths, then perhaps you've done a little something wrong prior to that point. But I wasn't in college level. We were taught this instead of basic math function, in place of basic math function. And I detest to this day that I had theoretical math class instead of anything that was actually ever going to be mathematically applicable. That's not good. Almost makes me prefer the algebra lessons from elementary school. I thought those ones were dumber, actually, back then, believe it or not. The algebra lessons we got in elementary school were things like Sally has 34 apples, and Tanya has 2 times as many apples as Sally. How many apples does Tanya have? You know, it's literally just a verbal English equivalent of writing out that Tanya has 2B. You know, like, that stuff at least, it has the number. You're solving for an answer. You get an actual number out of it. You can write down it equals this. When I got to junior high onwards, you stopped writing equals this. You just stopped at the equation. It was math minus the math part. You would get correct marks for just writing y plus b. No number. You wouldn't actually solve for anything. It doesn't teach kids anything. A bit more of an obscure example, but I would say I also had... I'm gonna die to that. Idiot, I don't have poison, and that's 20 seconds. Heal me? No, I tried. Similar example I actually have is from the cooking class we did, and while I do admit, cooking class in and of itself is probably a blessing when it comes to practical lessons in curriculum. But it was such a weird class because on one hand we'd be taught how to make bread. Actually genius lesson. Taught how to make bread, taught how to make basics, taught how to make bread crumbs. All of these things were brilliant.
Wait, did you die? I just got back and I saw that screen.
I forgot to take
How
a
did you
poison
die?
pot. Level 2
that
leech
sucks.
got me, actually. But I was just in the middle of talking about a different lesson I remember from it was junior high again. School had so many useless lessons. But it was in my cooking class. And again, I'm going to mention silver lining. We even had a cooking class, because I know that's a rarity. But one of the things we were taught in this cooking class was how to make French hors d'oeuvres.
What are those?
Tiny little crackers that you put cheese and dried tomato on.
Oh, I see. What do you mean?
Yeah, like a brilliant party
It's like-
trick, but
Is
for
it okay?
most
Is it like?
people,
Did you say? No, sorry. Go on.
just saying, like as far as use as lessons go, fine for a party trick, great that you learn how to make the shittiest meal on the planet, but as far as teaching kids how to cook for themselves, that does nothing.
I mean, it doesn't sound that bad. We have a kind of like a, I don't know, like a salty cracker over here. It's like a, what is it called? I think it's called, what is it called? I think it's called, I don't know what I forgot what it's called, man. But it's like exactly what you said. It's like crackers. It's salty, and then you can put stuff on it. Like you can put some cheese on it. You can put some cheese and some tomato on it, and yeah, lots of things. That sounds good.
I mean, regardless of how pleasant the thing was, why is that a lesson? Why are you teaching kids who don't know how to cook how to make fancy French hors d'oeuvres instead of... Well, they did teach us how to make bread. Again, I will count my blessings where I get them. They did teach us nice things. I just don't understand why they then segued into absolutely useless things we're never going to use.
I can't bake bread or cake. It always sinks. I'm like, yeah, I can cook and stuff, but yeah, I cannot bake. I suck at baking.
I mean, here's one
My
thing that
father
they missed
did.
out. Speaking of the cooking class, one thing they didn't teach us was how to properly cook, prep, and eat a steak. I didn't know until my mid-20s there was even an answer to that. I didn't know there was a need to know how to cook, prep, and eat a steak. And then someone said to
That
me,
depends, right?
why are you butchering this? Why are you destroying this meat? Why are you cutting it the wrong way?
It depends on
I'm gonna
how
cry.
you like it, how you like a steak. Like I'm a medium rare kind of a person, but
Yeah.
I know people who like their steak well done.
But we weren't taught even any of that. Even the basics of how to cook a steak to a specific style or preference. Instead, we were taught how to put cheese and tomato on a cracker and give it a fancy French name.
Did you make the cracker, or was it like store bought?
No, we made nothing. We got the cracker out the box, we got the tomato out of a jar,
Was it
and we
like
got the
prawn
cheese off a
cracker?
block.
Was it like graham cracker?
We made nothing that lesson. We just assembled someone else's cooking. It was literally the most pointless food lesson I've had.
Huh.
And it goes right next to the most pointless math lesson I had, which is how to not solve equations. I don't think there were too many worse classes than that. I would argue art may not have a practical application in the first place.
We had like a not physical education, but we had like a dance teacher. Her job was to like organize all the school functions and everything, and she was she was the worst. Like she's the, I don't say like this about anyone else, but she did not deserve to be a teacher.
I had a
Because
couple of
she was
teachers
always
like
like, I mean, her MO was like, that I'm going to bully this person. I'm going to make fun of this person. See, I'm someone who don't usually get bullied unless unless I'm letting someone bully me, just because I don't. Yeah. So, yeah, we always had a good conflict with her. Like always, she was always like making fun of people who are not, because everyone is not good at everything, right? Not everyone can. I cannot dance. That's something which I can never do. So yeah, she was always like, you're making fun of people, mocking people for doing something. So teachers like that can make someone hate a subject. I mean, I really don't care about dancing at all. I mean, couldn't care less. But yeah. So I think something like that happened with you and Matt.
No, my teacher was brilliant. Honestly, there was one class I didn't really follow. I'm a very visual learner and a practical learner. So when all I see is text on a whiteboard, I mentally check out. You've lost me. And I had the best teacher in my school. Was actually one of my maths teachers. But he did everything verbally. He explained verbally, he would write in English sentences on the board, and he would just write stuff on the board. I wouldn't process it.
Our
Brilliant
teacher was
teacher.
like, he would
That teacher
never
got
let us
That teacher got some of the best grades out of students at our school. Just not my method of learning. Couldn't do it verbally.
We were like, so the like the sir that I was talking about, like, yeah. His name was Rafiqul Amin. He had cool in his name. He was a really cool person, to be honest. And like, okay, I just doxed my high school teacher, but I guess that's not that uncommon of a name. But yeah, I mean, so he had this one rule that he was not going to solve a sum. Like, he will never solve a sum for you. He'll show you the process. That's the thing. Like, he'll never solve like an example of a math. Like, he'll show you the basic, the skeletal structure of a problem. Like, there are different kinds of problems, right? Like the same kind of math, but the different pattern of problem. Like, the more of the patterns you learn, the better you get. Okay, never mind. So we were not allowed to, like, he would never solve a problem for us. He will do the first couple of steps and ask us to figure out the next thing. And obviously, if someone is absolutely like not being able to do it after several attempts, then he will show you. And the second thing was, even if he did a sum on the board, which he rarely did, he'll do parts of it, but he'll never do a full sum. But even if he did a sum on the board, he will ask you to understand, but he'll not let you copy it. He'll not do not copy it. He just write it down, explain. And when he's explaining, you're not allowed to write. When he's explaining, you're supposed to listen. The moment he's done explaining, he'll just erase the entire board. I found this really annoying at some point of time, but yeah, then I got used to it. It's kind of fun. So his thing was like, do not write it down. Just understand what you're doing.
The memory test thing is definitely what would have flunked me, because I can't. Unless it's practical or a visual interpretation of the lesson.
I mean, that's the thing. See, that's the thing. Like, he explained the sum, and then in order to understand it completely, I will have to do that same sum or a similar kind of sum once again. Once I have done that sum once again on my own, maybe in that class itself or after I go back home, once I've done it, or not just me, everyone in that class, will never forget it for your whole life. Once the sum has been explained to you, not just sum, actually anything, it has been explained to you, and then you do it on your own, without any kind of like help from anything, without checking notes or anything. Just do the whole thing on your own. You might not be able to do it first time, second time, third time, fourth time. Eventually you'll get it. Once you get it, you'll never forget how it works. Like, it's like riding a bicycle. You never really forget how to ride a bicycle once you get hang of it. I mean, you are having a really bad luck with A-bombs.
Oh, swamps in general. This is calm. I can actually have a conversation and chill in this swamp with them.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hang on, I'll be right back in a minute. Oh, also, if you need, I have a root helmet in my the bedside box.
Oh my lord, we have so much root left over. I should actually just make one of those.
Yeah, I have a root helmet. You can upgrade it. You'll stop. You don't need to carry the poison resist after that. It's pretty OP. I mean, we'll need the poison resist for bone mass, but yeah.
Yeah, I should stop using
the helmet will be able to. I mean, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like the helmet
instead
will not save us against.
Yeah.
Yeah, the helmet is not going to save us against bone mass. Like, we will have to use the poison resist for bone mass. But right now we can make do with the helmet. But yeah, you should always carry some poison resist. I'm not saying that we should save the poison resist by any means. I'll be right back.
No worries. Let's see any spawners. Just back to the boat. We do have a little bit of coastline we can go around on the west though. Seconds to fight a blobbly. Simple. Can I repair the boat? Never did kill those leeches that got me before, actually. There's a swamp across the way. I figure even if this place has been explored, which is honestly, the closer I get to home, the more likely it is these places have been explored. I should at least skim the coastline as a bare minimum to see if I can find spawners. I'm not complaining about the formula. You create equations, not math class problems, right? But I'm saying that your formula are useless unless people insert the number. If the job and the equation starts and stop before you put numbers in, it has done nothing and is inert and solves nothing. My complaint is that the only real-world application is to insert numbers, which we weren't taught to solve for. Beach and beach. There's nothing wrong with the formula. I'm saying the problem is with the lesson, because the lesson stopped before any of the actual practical, meaningful part kicked in. At my most generous, the only way you could ever make a numberless formula ever practical in the real world is if there's some building foreman somewhere, some construction worker, carpenter, whatever you want to call them, and they get given a beam. And again, it's a stupid situation because the assumption is someone else has already precisely measured out the beam and given the beam its number. If the construction worker then takes that beam and knows the house is 4 beams wide and 2 beams high, then technically, I suppose he only ever has to know X and Y and not solve for a number. But like at its most generous, because again, you still have to have the person sizing the beam before it goes to this construction worker. He has to know the real number. A lesson that forgoes the actual math part of a math problem is as good as a hammer and chisel without teaching anyone what to do with it. My complaint is not about the formula at all. My complaint is that my teachers, my class, the entire complaint is that the class didn't actually teach anything. Adichie! Welcome in. Have this game on your Steam wishlist. I think it's 20% off from what I saw the other day. But it is one of those games that's already reasonably priced already, I think. 20% off, but I believe... Oh, we have been here. That's the house we were going to ramp off. Was it? Maybe? Maybe not. It might be a different house entirely. I think full price it's $20 US, which would bring it down to like 18 or something if it's 20% off. Give it a look though. It's a chill time. I've somehow managed to burn an extra Lord, everyone else had off 4 hours ago. And I'm still sat here paddling from swamp to swamp, not having any luck finding these spawns. We have swamp across there as a time. This is the one we were just in, and what? I saw another swamp across another lake. Oh, I found another house. Apparently they don't make very good ramps. Now this is just the arse end of the same swamp. Honestly, the fact some games can be like 60 or 70% off and still not be as cheap as what Valheim is full price blows my mind. I know I've been seeing, I don't know if it's a Ubisoft, but there are a couple of AAA title games that get massive cuts on the price, but then you look at the actual numerical price of the game and it's still somehow $30 US after massive discount, and I don't understand how you ever cut. How do you cut over half the price of the game? It blows my mind. I do understand to a certain degree, like when you have those examples, it's always going to be like the collector's edition or the expensive version or something, but this seems egregious. There's no reason in the world you could cut something by 60% and still have it cost more than a week's worth of groceries. That goes beyond entertainment and luxury item into more like vanity territory. Like a Rolex or something. I mean, think about that for a moment too. There's professional level audio software out there for a couple of $100. Video games sometimes cost that much with deluxe super duper editions. You could get professionally into a music career for the same price as probably what Activision Blizzard will charge you for the next Call of Duty. Would it be too bad to have so many games in the backlog? I think I haven't checked it recently, but I have been adding a couple of cheap, nasty games on the side. I know my Steam calculator comes off at 60% unplayed. But
That sounds about right.
I also have only ever paid, so I've played 40% of my games, but Steam calculator also says I average 55% discount. So that means I've played 40% of my games and only paid 45%. That's not a terrible ratio. We're gonna go with waste of money. Welcome back, by the way.
You put a lot of faith in ratios. Well, 10% chance. Let's see if you find a bone here.
Really. I really wish I could front the cost. I kind of can. Shall we go for 5 minutes? Let's go for 5 minutes. Ooh, hang on. Third option. Donation only. Got it.
That Okay, never mind.
Oh, my phone isn't there.
What is Ring of Pain?
Ooh! I could actually, you know what, we might end the night on that. Ring of Pain is a lovely card game. It has a very obscure story that I'm still trying to figure out because I've never beat the game properly yet. But each card has health, attack, defense, and speed. So you play the game and you will try and level up your health, attack, defense, and speed as well. And the idea is basically it plays like an RPG. You level up your character, you fight against tougher bosses, and eventually the bosses will be so tough that you just die.
That's the end game. To
But
reach the
yeah.
point where we die to the boss.
I've never actually done so well that I've got to the second part of the game. I've beat the first part quite a lot, but I've never got to the second part of the game.
So is it like what's that game? Is it like what's that game? Stream Raiders or something where people in your chat can play along?
Oh, it does have integration actually, yes. The
I mean, the
integration is
integration-
it's quite cute. The integration is you can draw your own weapon or item in the game, and then you submit that drawing for me to pick up as a card. The stats are random, you don't get to pick the stat, but your drawing is in the game. What else is there? You can vote on which item I pick. So the integration, honestly, if you've ever played Jackbox Party Pack,
Nope. I've watched people play it.
it's
Wait,
like
hang on, I think
it's a
I've
lot
played
like that.
once.
You all
I have played that game.
contribute. You all contribute a drawing or an item or a suggestion, and then you will
So
vote on
there are
which
like
one to
different
pick.
kind of games.
Oh, I should probably say a specific one. What's the one
No, I mean the game is the same, right? Like it's just one game, or are there like many mini games within this one thing?
Ring of Pain is just the one, but
It's a one game. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
the integration
Sounds
is like
interesting.
the
Like I can replace one of the game cards with one of my drawings. But
Yeah.
then the stats and everything will still remain the same. It'll look like the drawing
whatever
that I
you drew.
submitted.
Yeah, and you get to name it.
That's pretty
I
fun.
suppose that's something too. If
That's,
you name your
I
card.
wonder how they implement it because that's kind of
It's a widget on my stream, so you would have to have the widget open to interact and do the drawing.
that's how I found out. I mean, it's asking me for permission.
Oh, is it still there?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know I had to disable
Yep.
it manually.
I mean, I think you have to remove it from your panels. I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, I might have to, because I don't play Ring of Pain a lot.
Or maybe just yeah,
I'll
or
leave
you
it
could,
there
you
for
could
tonight, because
deactivate
if I switch to it, it'll be
Yeah.
good.
you could deactivate it from your panel. Like you don't have to remove it, just deactivate it so that when you decide to play, you can just turn it on.
Hmm.
That's maybe.
But I absolutely love Ring of Pain. It does. It plays like an RPG. You level up your character, but the
The
rules
name
of the
is really
game
cool,
are
like a Ring of Pain.
you have to fight in a circle. Each room is a circle of cards, and you have to fight in order. Now you can sneak past cards, enemies more specifically, but then you have your sneak stat. They have an awareness stat. It's all just an RPG dice roll stat game, but you have to fight in a circle. So if your exit door is on the opposite end of the room, you can fight left, or you can fight right, or you can pick your way around the whole room as you wish. But you have to either engage in combat or sneak past every card.
Okay, so the main thing is I have to sneak past the cards. I mean, I cannot power my way through. Or maybe if I
You can,
put more points in, strength, I can power my way through. But
Yeah.
then I won't be very sneaky.
you get items as well that can massively change your stats too. Treasure
That's
gives
a
you
lot.
items. Treasure gives you items, and buffs give you stats directly. But I'm actually really keen to show it off. Could I just get this bone Save, quit, and breed up Hand of Fate.
I mean,
Opti-
yeah. I mean,
optimistic?
if you find a bone in this one place,
Mm.
we can. I mean, you can switch to Rings of Pain. But if you don't find a bone, you might. I mean, I'm just like making it trying. Yeah, you can. I'm really interested to see the game.
Well, I have bad news. A bounty of 400 was the only
Oh,
bet,
there's no box.
and there's no chest.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Well, I am kind of halfway home. Hold up. Hold that thought. We have a new contender.
Oh, there's another
No
one,
one,
yeah,
no one did the prediction anyway, but behind that rock, I'm not even gonna look.
Leave the prediction for on for 10 minutes, please. Like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I had it on for 5. There's the chest. I'm not resting anymore either. Or another one spawns. Alright.
Did you check the
Idiot.
box already?
No, I have not. For the grand prize of 0 money because no one bet.
I don't think there is. I don't think there is.
You know what? Suspense. I'm gonna. Drum roll. I don't have a drum roll sound effect. I could drum the table. Do we have a third contender?
Ah, I mean, I've never, I've never felt bad for being wrong, for being right before, like this. I've never felt this bad for being right before. That's what I was trying to say. So what happens if you start a prediction now, before Bouncer Rocky has the points again? You'll not be able to do that bounty thing, right?
No, I refunded basically because no one else. So if I do prediction now, start prediction, will there be a bone? And go.
You can start a prediction for 1 hour and call it like, will I find the last bone today?
Yeah, you could make it a mega prediction. The,
Like a long time prediction, yeah.
you have to try and find a balance between the prediction actually closing before you start the competition. Because clearly, if I find the bone halfway through an hour-long prediction, then people are just going to vote yes immediately.
Okay, so I voted for donation only.
Oh,
What does that, like, which one? I mean, is there a way that you're or is it like something that you're doing in your mind, or how are you choosing like which one this one says like supports? Like, is it the donation only? Is it like for yes or is it for no?
donations, whoever wins gets the donation pool. You're just donating points to the winner.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Like, if yes wins, donation point goes to yes, and if no wins, donation point goes to no. But what if
Yeah.
everyone votes for donation point? What if all the 100% vote is for donation point?
If everyone votes for donation, I'll refund them.
Huh.
Not that mean. But the idea, yeah, if you want to donate, Gradgar has a couple of thousand points. If Gradgar wants to donate...
So technically no one is supposed to vote for the donation only thing, right?
Well, it's that if you want to donate points.
I mean, if
think-
I go for the donation only, there is no way I can win.
Yes, if you go for donation only, there is no way to win. That is true.
Right, makes sense.
But I'm actually curious. Are you Are you able to put more points into a different bet? Like, can you now put points into yes? Or does it not let you?
It does not let me.
Oh, so whatever you pick is what you are forced to stay with.
Yeah. That's how it usually.
I think it's votes that allow you to do twice, isn't it?
I think that's something that you get. It's in the setting. When you're starting a prediction, you can choose like let people cast multiple votes. Let people. Oh
I'll
wait,
have to
no.
give it
Actually,
another look.
okay, that's a different thing. I'm talking about a different thing. You cannot choose like under no circumstance you can choose two different answers.
I know
But
there's
you can.
polls and predictions, which are two different things. A
Yeah.
poll, I think you can vote for multiple times.
I don't think so because of like yeah.
Because
I think
polls,
this
you
kind of
don't
thing you can only.
you don't pick a winner for polls. Polls self-pick the winner based on like it's just
I mean,
most votes wins.
yeah. So yeah, I don't think you can vote for two different things in a poll because just one, right? Like you choose your thing, and if most people choose that thing, then you win. So I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot. Sassy, good morning.
Sassy! Welcome
Why does
in.
Sassy have one next to her name?
She voted for yes.
Oh, that's new because always it's a different thing. It's a tick usually, like a blue tick and a red tick.
If you have two options, it still has blue and red, but if you have three options, they're all blue with a number, sadly. Because yellow
Oh, that
was
makes
too
sense.
difficult for Twitch to figure out.
That looks new.
It is, actually. That was implemented a couple of weeks back. Predictions
Oh,
used to
that
only
makes sense.
have two options, but prediction is still going.
I mean,
Let's find another swamp and we'll land it on the next.
I have done yes, no, maybe before.
In the poll, you could when you were just asking for a yes/no answer, but because
Um, in the okay, no, in the poll you can, but I'm thinking about the prediction.
did you have to manually select what the outcome was, or did it do it automatically?
I'm sorry.
That's
Could you repeat that?
the difference between a poll and a prediction is one of them you have to manually select what the outcome is.
Like in prediction, you have to select manually what
Mm-hmm.
what the thing is. Yeah.
When the timer runs out here, I have to then manually go tell Twitch what the answer is.
Yeah.
Um,
Makes sense.
I see something.
And yeah, Sassy, I closed my game a long time ago.
Good. Chilling
It's just like
and
yeah.
doing a lot of interesting conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it always the conversations that are most interesting to ever try and talk about are the ones that are the hardest to ever actually get words around?
Not always. Sometimes. I mean, not yeah.
Quantum physics is a great example. Like explaining quantum physics is just a nightmare. But I love the topic. I love talking about quantum physics. It's just you ever try talking to someone about it, and half the time you feel like you're just saying
I mean,
nonsense.
I guess it's because how fast the idea is. It's just like, where should you begin? Which part?
Oh, good lord, Jesus.
Can I explain? What are we talking about? Like,
That one actually got
and
me.
it's like, oh, you got like something. Redemption. The trees they move. Oh, is that an A-bomb?
It's healer. I forgot it had that emote. And yes, the trees they move is an A-bomb. I actually shit myself because when I'm in a boat, it's like the only time I ever get worried about my safety because I'm kind of stranded to the boat.
What's
Oh
healer?
my lord. H3, Ethan Klein and Healer Klein are just people that do online podcast stuff. Back in the
Okay.
day, They used to do comedy sketches, and that screenshot is from one of the comedy sketches. The little emote.
I don't see any emote. Like, where is the emote?
The channel points redemption. There's one called the trees they
Oh,
made.
okay. I see. Oh,
I
makes
don't
sense.
actually have it tied to any of my emotes, sadly.
Oh, yeah, I see. That guy looks like Grimm's, but it's not Grimm's. I guess it's Hila. That's what I'm talking about.
It's the reason we chose it. Well played. Complete random chance of wins again. Thought you would have finished by now? I thought Johnathan thought we would have finished 7 hours ago, to be fair, and I think everyone else thought we were
Like
going to
1
finish.
month ago.
Yeah,
John thought we'd
Oh,
finish like
yeah.
a couple of months ago.
to be fair. If it wasn't for Howder, we might have. Howder was the only
Yeah, I
reason we
mean-
couldn't upgrade Frostner, and that was, I think, the last bastion we wanted to hold on
Hear me
to.
out. Okay. Here's the thing. The main reason we were looking for Haldor, right, is so that we can buy. We did not need. Okay, the belt was important, but it was not that important because we haven't moved that much metal. Think about it. Because we have always like made the bare minimum and kept moving. So
Yeah.
the main argument that we came up. I mean, I said that as well. We needed Haldor because we needed the thing, the Yimmy's flesh for the Frostner. That's what we were looking Haldor for. None of us made the Frostner.
Johnathan did.
Okay, did John make a Frostner?
I believe so.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean that. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, we just made one Frostner. We could have all made just silver swords, and yeah. I'm just saying, like I mean,
Howder wasn't
I
needed,
mean,
but
I don't. Yeah, Haldor was not needed. That's what I'm saying. I don't regret it because I don't do regret. But yeah, Haldor was not needed. I knew that we were like this thing, the bone the bone hunt and everything. I knew this was going to happen. This was 100%. This was happening. There's no easy way to get around this. But I mean, it is what it is.
we are heading back north. Should we head due north and see if we can find more land at the swamp? Because we do have a prediction there that's yet to be off.
It's not. I don't know. It's not showing up, the prediction. Did you end it or?
It's still there. I haven't picked an answer yet, so
Oh, I mean, it has
Linger.
ended, but then you haven't. Like, it's not over yet, but then people can't answer it anymore.
yeah, I have to pick. I'm waiting to the next one because we kind of checked the chest before the prediction was over last time. So.
Makes sense.
With the bones in the mud and chests inside crypts. Yes. However, we haven't fought Elder yet, so we do not have any crypt keys and can't go in the crypts anymore. Oh. We have fought Yagluth Moda. That's it. Yagluth and Moda. Bone Mass is next. Then we have Elder and Igathir following. Once we find the last withered bone, we're basically finished with the run. Because Bone Mass backwards is only going to get easier. But unfortunately, without the crypt key, we're a little stuck in the mud, as it were. The only method we know that
No,
we
yeah,
found
that makes
results.
sense. I think. Yeah.
The only method we found results in are the overworld spawners have chests, and those chests sometimes have a withered bone in them. I've been to see one myself, actually. This whole run, we've got 9 withered bones, and none of them have been my own doing, so... There's a statistic.
You know,
If I needed
Will you
motivation
tell
to
them you
not
should drop a withered
continue
bone?
and switch over to Ring of Pain, it would be that I have a 0% hit rate so far. Scared I was gonna miss the end fight sleeping. Hopefully we won't be spending 12 hours next week. We'll be back soon. Have a good stream. No worries, Pidgey. Hope you have a good day. afternoon, night, evening, or morning. Just one more bone. Only get a limited time to put your points in, that's why it's... Yeah, I set it to 5, which ironically was too long, but I didn't. I could have just held off for like 2 minutes to open. I didn't. I peeked in. It is no issue. We shall find another. Is that a tree or is that just the fog? It's just the fog. We have swamp here. Did we ever cover that swamp? We did north of it. Maybe I'll go. Hello. No, I mean. Fine. I might check this river, the swamp river we've got here. I want to be a chest in a swamp river, surely. And then we do have the bone mass to the east, which I figure I might plant myself next to. Johnathan and yourself, you didn't explore the bone mass over here, did you? I think Johnathan might have before he logged off.
Johnathan did. I did not. I think Johnathan went there. And I think he touched the map as well. So you could try.
I'll head back actually, because I wouldn't mind finding out if there's more swamp around. It's definitely...
I think the whole island is a swamp. Maybe a little bit of plains, but yeah.
There's swamp.
Looks like a swamp thing.
Black forest over there. Yep.
What happened on day 113?
Day 113. Let's find out. Ah! I turned left. And we hit an abomination. Right there. I remember that day very well. Because I did. I turned left. And then immediately found out it was a dead-end bay with a swamp in front of us. We had everything come after us to try and kill us.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that. I mean, not being there, but like hearing you talk about it.
Went into my memory. Because I spent the whole day sailing so well, and then I turned left and I was the only one that died, to be fair. But
Oh yeah, I
soured
remember
the
that. It
mood
was
a
me,
little
you
bit.
and Johnathan. I think it was me, you and John, or was that a different place? I remember this one swamp where I think Chris was somewhere else, and you, me, and John, you and I. We were in this one swamp. Oh wait, no, hang on. You're not the only one who died there. I think I died there as well. We have had quite a few deaths.
It would be nice to get like a total death
Not
counter
as
somewhere.
not as many as I expected. I expect to die a lot more.
I've died stupidly in all the wrong places. I died once to Yagluth, 3 times to a troll. I died a bunch back at home base somehow.
I got stuck under a tree and died. In the swamp trees.
There's a couple of
Well, the
times up in a
leeches-
mountain
yeah.
somewhere. Alright.
I think I died in the mountains that one time. Maybe one, like, I had like one, like series of, no, not series of deaths. I think I died once or twice in the mountains. Near our like mountain base where we had the silver and everything.
It's a stop. Oh no, OBS is that thing it does every so often where it stops working properly. I think you were talking with that a little earlier today. OBS's issues.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it shows. I mean, my internet connection is fine, and it's showing that like I'm still streaming, but on Twitch it shows like that not like this thing.
Hmm.
It's weird. It's really weird.
I've noticed a couple of times that there have been times where I properly end stream, like I click the stream end button and everything. It asks for my confirmation. But when I check the VOD afterwards, it goes to that disconnected, not like this page. Pretty weird.
Oh, that's. I. I've seen that happen before, not with me, but I have seen that happen before. And it's like I think it's the same problem as like sometimes when you're not like you have the same software open, but you have closed the game and you have other things going. Instead of like you have a scene for it, right? But it's not showing the scene. It shows that one thing, like looking for game to display. That is, I think it's like the same kind of a problem. I mean, along the same lines. Have you ever seen that happen? Like 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 you have a scene for something like a BRB or ending stream ending. You have a scene for that, but you have ended the software that you're streaming before that. Instead of showing the scene, it shows looking for like that thing, that obvious thing, like looking for new games to capture or something.
I don't think I have, but it does sound like a similar problem.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, no luck in his feelings from this morning.
Yeah, I don't
at
think you're
least.
gonna find bones today.
I at least need to find another spawner, because we have the prediction to complete. And I could call my
You
day
won't find a
done.
spawner here. This is like a fake spawn.
Daytime at least, so the night patrol should leave from the plains. And we just have to go find. Across the river north of us is another swamp too. That we can go out. I can refund the points from a prediction. Except there's a donation pool that I kinda want back if no one wins. That's my bot. I thought my bot would have had thousands of points and just been swimming in premium channel point currency. Turns out my bot had 300 points only. So I've all-ined on my bot every time today. I'm gonna start just lurking on my bot account though, I think.
Okay, I just thought of something. Can you? I don't think you can. I mean, I don't know if you can like make a personalized like a personalized. What I'm trying to say is, if you could, because you have a lot of channel points, right? You have tons of channel point on your own channel. If you check it out.
Oh,
Like
are you
for
saying?
me, like, what if you give like you set not a fixed amount, but like a percentage of like like 1% of the total amount of things that you have. That I mean, maybe that's not possible, but even if you can do it with like a fixed amount, like you have right now, like 300, using your own account, because you are always watching your own channel. Like you have, I think you have tons of channel point. Hang on, let me just check on my account.
The broadcaster has infinite, which is why they can never bet on a prediction.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like I have infinite channel points. What if I make it like you give some channel point of is that possible? I think that should be possible.
Broadcaster can never bet on their own prediction on their channel.
No, not you're not betting, but I don't think there's a way you can give channel point. You have to do it manually.
Yeah. I do like the idea, which is if I set up a prediction and just lost the prediction intentionally to give to my bot account, but I would need someone else besides myself to donate because I
No, but
cannot
that is so much work.
predict.
Like you have to do it so many times to do that. No, that.
Yeah, I mean, if I asked all of the lurkers to donate 2k each, Bouncer Bok, you could have quite a bit of reserve channel points to put towards bounties in the future.
You know what? I'll look into it. But must be another way of doing this.
I still think I should be able to offer a bounty for a prediction. It would be... When you have a massive channel, predictions just self-work. They work fine because you have so many people betting
Oh yeah.
that you end up
Everything
with...
works when you have a massive channel.
Yeah. But for smaller streamers, to get a prediction running and actually make it worth putting stuff into, you want to make people actually try and win, you know? There's stakes on the line if you can put down 1,000 channel points. Even if Twitch has to concede you pull them out of thin air. I honestly wouldn't mind if they just gave streamers a set currency.
Wait, how do you mean set currency? Like channel points?
Yeah, so I earn channel
we have
points
been fine with
maybe
that.
at a super fast rate, or even if at the same rate as everyone else. I still
In
think
in
I'd
which channel? In my own channel.
I still think I'd prefer the ability to bet on my own prediction as a donation compared to having infinity channel points.
I mean, the infinity channel point is pretty good, especially when you're trying things out. Like
True.
you've added a new sound alert or something, you can just
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's not like look, honestly, my bot account has 120 points already since the prediction. So it's not like I can't just burn the bot account. Cassie, it looks like you'll be getting paid whether or not, because I'd rather refund you than my bot account at the end of the day. I lament the fact that I do. I mean, it's donation only for a
See,
reason,
that's the
right?
thing. That's another thing. Like it's the like this prediction right now. It's I think it's kind of confusing because a lot of people might end up voting on the thing on the bounty thing,
I think
right?
donation only. Should I rename it to do not click? And then you have reverse psychology. Do not click just means people are going to click, but I mean, can't be blamed.
I mean,
I'm not to blame at that point.
It's how we have to do it. That's the thing. That makes it. I mean, if you explain it, anything is like yeah.
I feel like
then-
donation pool, donation only. That is gonna have to be the bare minimum I go with. I think if I do a donation system at all.
But then hang on. Let me. So when you let's say that you have a donation thing going on, right? Like I vote on yes and we win. Does it automatically give me the bounty amount?
Yeah,
do you have to do it manually?
you win everything. So the
No,
way
I win. Okay. Let me ask something. For example, this one prediction that you have on right now, finding a bone, yes, no, and then there's a bounty.
Yes.
Let's say 5 people vote on yes, that's 50 points. 5 people vote on no, that's another 50 points, right?
Yes.
So if there's yes, right? So 5 people voted yes, so the total 100 point will be divided amongst 5 people who voted yes. That's 20 point each, right?
Yes.
After that, each of those 5 people, they'll get 300 more points because of the bounty, right?
It splits the total pool between the competitors.
Okay, so the 300 gets divided into like 5, so 60 each. So each of
Yep.
them will get 60 more from the bounty. This thing, are they like, is it done automatically, or do you have to send them 60 each?
No. The amount is split automatically. I just have to pick
Okay,
the winner.
got it. Yeah, okay, got it. So the purpose of having that, I'm just trying to see, like, think if that can, but no, I think that's, we already thought about that.
Normally with a prediction, if you just have the 2 answers, and then you pick the winner, and whoever put channel points in will either win or lose based on how many points you get total. It really is very analogous to gambling, which is probably why a bunch of countries have it banned.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the donation
In the
pool is a
meantime-
guaranteed lose. Donation pool will never win because you either win as a yes or a no in this case.
Because it's not a valid response.
It's just a way to increase, for me to arbitrarily inflate the prize pool effectively. Give me a couple of weeks and maybe I can make Bounceabocky donate 1,000 to the donation pool. That'll spice things up. I mean, I'm sure I could naturally have accounted for maybe... I think I could naturally account for maybe 600,000 channel points myself. If I was counting.
Hang on, I'll just switch to my phone.
No worries. No, what I was meant to do when I had a portal down was go home and get arrested off, repair my tools, and figure out if Johnathan had marked any of that stuff on the cartography table. Where's the map? We are gonna head at least down to this coast. It's Black Forest. We'll put down the bench. We need to grab a little bit more food. Should I have an ultimatum? If I'm gonna give up, my ultimatum will be when I run out of food. We have 3 pop potions left, which gives us 3 lots of 10 minutes. We have 1 more milkshake. 7, 6, 4, and 2. 25 minutes, 30 minutes, 25, 20, 50. The bot's already at 200 channel points. I really am so sad that that doesn't count in OBS. I guess it's one of those things, the chat window itself is what gives you the channel points, isn't it? Because the bot is signed in to a local hosted web server thing, I guess not having the chat window open kills it. But how? Okay. If my bot doesn't have a chat window open, how does it ever reply to any commands given in chat? I don't, like, obviously it's using the bot API, and the bot API probably bypasses the physical window, and the physical window is how... Excuse you. Are you okay? Are you quite okay? I can't hit this thing. Also, active theory is whether or not a serpent will ever attack a boat when a player is not in the boat. Does it? I know it would literally target the boat, but it should prioritize the player, right? He's having a moment. He yelled at the boat, but he attacked me. I really don't think animals actually attack the boat a whole lot. I think they go for the driver. Oh, what now? Hello. Stones in the water. You stone only? But that's all I need. No trophy. Really? One. I don't know if we can get that. No, I will give up. I'll go for.
Can you hear me now?
One. Yes, hello.
Hello. Okay. So I switched to my phone, and for some reason it will not like it was not allowing me to turn off push to talk, and yeah. Can you imagine if I had to push to talk on mobile? Like I have to, bring out a virtual keyboard that do all this thing.
I used to actually use
Anyway,
push to
you
talk on Android, but it's not ideal.
I mean, okay, I'm guessing there's like a button on your headpiece, earphones.
No, it's
Or
on
was
the
it-
phone screen.
Interesting.
There's a giant
I mean,
green
I haven't
button on
done
the app that shows up. It's a bit of a
That makes sense. Yeah, it is a bit of a pain.
swear. A new prediction just rolled out. How much time does board waste jumping to get one scale?
Jumping to get one what?
Serpent scale.
Serpent. Did you get a serpent? Good.
Well, it kind of swam ashore and killed itself under my sword, so I... Dude, why not?
How is it?
I don't have a harpoon. I'm trying to scavenge these scales up as best I can. Where did it go? There it is. Take some stuff back through, shall we? Brute armor shouldn't need silver because it's in the swamp. It should need iron, which we are, I would say, out of, but I have 11 here on the boat. After this, we're gonna head to Bone Mass. We're gonna take the next chest as the results of the prediction. Really feasible too.
But how much longer do you plan on going? Do you plan to go?
An hour tops.
I mean,
Because I mean, I kind of did want to open up Ring of Pain and give that a lovely.
I mean, I think I might crash in another 10 15 seconds. I'm starting to feel
Understandable.
stronger.
Hey, Robertson, welcome. We found 4 of the 5 missing bones, and I am lagging behind, desperately trying to make up the final one. So, with no luck so far. Good luck. How many cores do we have? "17 poison resist potions" really feels lackluster considering I made, I think, 6 potion bases. Still, we're not going to be fighting Moda for terribly long. It's very dark in the house when all the lanterns go. Where were we? I have not found a single one today, honestly. My personal hit rate for bones is 0. I found none last week, I found none the week before that. Not a single one. Zilch. It's all been Warlock and Chris. Chris owns the entirety of today. Guess I found all 4. Did Chris find all 4? Did you find one more? We're looking for one last chest before I end, because I set up a prediction. And then, like an idiot, I opened the chest too early, while the prediction was still running. Another serpent. Good lord, I've streamed for so long today. Sparkle's gone live and she streams in the afternoon. Measure your time in arbitrary, abstract methods, and you too can also accidentally pass 13 hours of the day without realizing. So, my last stop, I didn't check the table. One of the reasons I went home was to check the table. But, my last stop today is going to be bone mass. I'm going to portal up, go back and check where Johnathan's explored. And we're going to fill in the gaps. Assuming there are any, because if there aren't, I might just refund the point. I said when I ran out of food, but I might be to that to just bail. We'll refund the points. Because if this swamp here has already been done semi-thoroughly on the map, I'm just gonna pack it in. We'll figure it out. I thought I was losing my voice 6 hours ago. Here we are. On top of that, I do actually have to go do other things. Alright. Misslands. Starboard. I don't know where we're going to run into. Well, Bone Mass is almost in ahead. So I don't know if he's going to be on a coastline. Oh, you know what else we're going to do? Repair anything we need. There's some swamp. We paused, now we're out of the Mistlands, we can see it. Trying to spot whatever that is over there. And that's just more swamp, but is there nothing else behind it? Mistlands. Just nothing but mistland. No matter. My only fear is that it's planes or something else just as objectable. Objectionable. Objectable. Objectionable is objection. Removing the shin and just having object. Conceptually, I don't know if that is a word. I'm too tired at this point to process language properly, but there's also a drugger onto the boat somewhere. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's just like I'm starting to doze off. Yeah, I'm phasing in and out.
Well,
So yeah.
I have good news. I'll put it in the chat we've got for the reverse boss run, shall I?
Yeah. And you know, I mean, yeah, like, don't go all the way. I can't even think straight. Don't go all in. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry. Don't go all in, right?
I think I'm definitely.
have to
I'm
another thing,
tiring down.
find
I
a
have other
button.
places I need to be today, and
Yeah.
my voice is dying. I thought it was dying 7 hours ago, but now it's even more on fire. Fun.
Yeah, I mean, maybe now it's. I mean, yeah, maybe now is a good time to call it today.
We're gonna
But
do. Let's actually have a look. Did Jonathan put down?
I mean, you already have a plan in motion, right? You want to check out that one thing. Yeah, you want to check out the new bone master. Wow.
Jonathan has
So you could
apparently
check that
done
out, but that
most
could
of
be
this
like
island.
Oh, so that swap is done?
I think it is.
Oh.
Leave something for next Sunday. We're hoping to leave the boss fight for next Sunday, not the bone and another.
I mean, the boss fight's not going to take a long time.
True,
Also,
but
we have this one whole, like, we can take parts or take turns and log in and check for some bones.
yeah, we
throughout the
can
week,
look throughout the week.
whenever we have time.
Considering how long it might take to find one bone, I would like to leave the boss fight for next week and anything prior to the boss fight. Just the bone. Get out of the way.
I mean, after the boss fight, we can do some PvP fighting or something.
Honestly, after the boss fight, I'm kind of interested to see how everyone likes the idea of just gauntlet running the bosses in normal order but naked. Let's do something stupid.
I mean, I've done that before, but then I had proper weapons and stuff like that. You know what? If I'm doing that, if I'm doing a naked run on the same map, I'll take my time and like get some more silver, get myself better silver weapon and stuff.
It's not so much as doing a naked run. Like, if we beat the reverse boss run next week, I wouldn't mind just fighting like 2 Ikathir naked, an Elder naked. Just
Yeah, I don't
do
mind
something
doing that, but like yeah, if I'm doing that, I will need a good weapon. Okay, if I'm fighting Elder and Iketer, I'm not gonna bother. Fine. I'm talking about like Yaglus and stuff. That's where
Yeah.
If I'm going to fight naked fight Yaglus, I need a level 4 silver sword. 100%. Because if it touches you, you're dead.
I still get the shield.
That's how it is,
So
yeah.
I technically should be fine so long as I never take damage. My tower shield stops Yagluth's breath.
It does, but like the AoE thing, right? If it touches you, you're dead.
Yeah, the fire
Because
would kill me
frost
almost
is burning
instantly.
Very fast. Instantly, yeah. The blue fire, the AoE thing. The meteor will also kill you instantly. I mean, I've done a no armor Yaglus run before with other people. And it was kind of pain. I think I only died once, maybe twice. I don't remember, maybe. But it was pain nonetheless. I'm so hungry right now all of a sudden. This happens with me every time.
You're telling me. I've been streaming for 13 hours.
I wait too long, and then I'm like, okay, now it's time for me to eat again. And then instead of making something, I'm like, oh, I'm so lazy, I'm gonna order. God.
I had dinner at midnight, started stream at 5 in the morning, and now it's 6 PM and I haven't eaten since.
I think that's a lot.
We've done 18
is
hours
like-
without food.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, maybe not that much. 18 hours.
I have 6 hours
12
left to
hours,
go
yeah,
to
more like-
midnight, so 18 hours without
More
food.
like 12.
It's
I feel like, you
Spawn.
know, if I'm hungry and I drink like a cup of black coffee, This is very unhealthy, and I'm not like putting it out as like a hack, like life hack. No, but yeah, if you're really hungry and then you don't have the time to prepare something to eat, or you really don't order, just drink a cup of coffee. It'll be your hunger will be gone.
I've actually found the
The
spawner.
same. It also works like if you like every time you're hungry, if you just drink some soda, like Coca-Cola or something like that, that will work as well. But that's also another like a very easy way of getting ulcer cancer.
Is it to do with the calories or something? Because I imagine
It's actually the carbon dioxide. Like
that
already
actually makes
your
sense.
when your stomach is Sorry, go on.
That just makes sense, yeah. So it would artificially make you feel more full than you are.
And also like when you're hungry, right? Just like your stomach, it gets the outer layer of the stomach. Sorry, the inside layer of the stomach gets covered with a layer of some kind of acid. I forgot what it's called. It's a mixture of two. I mean, the thing that breaks down whatever we eat. If you don't have food in our stomach, that acid starts eating on the walls of the stomach. I mean, I know this because yeah. But so when you're drinking cold drinks, it's creating, what you said, it's creating a sense of that you're not hungry anymore. Then your stomach is creating a lot of those acids because you are actually in fact hungry. Which, yeah, pretty painful. Sleep well, Catherine. Thank you so much.
Hey, got a tiny little bit distracted. I found the spawner. I don't think there's even. Alright. We do have a tiny little bit. If there's a spawner here, I'm gonna just traverse a little bit on foot.
Well, I will switch to just like watching the stream.
Honestly, it's been lovely having keeping me company a little bit through this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. It was, yeah, it was a good conversation.
It was actually.
Mm-hmm. And I'm really sorry that I'm really sorry that they did what they did in your maths class. I mean,
It just. Yeah, it is what it is. It baffles me. Because if they just taught the students how to figure out the equation as well, then I'd have no complaint.
I still can't wrap my head around the part where you're penalized for finding a solution to the question. Yeah. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Do not run yourself to the ground, and see you next time.
Yeah, I'll hopefully see you sometime during the week.
Yep. I think I should be able to, I think I should be doing this week. I said that last week, but yeah, hopefully this is the one.
With any luck, we can set some time aside for Stardew next week too.
Oh, yeah, start absolutely, yeah. And you can also also think about, okay, we have time before that, but yeah, also think about what game we like to play after Stardew, after we've completed the Stardew Island thing. I would really like to give Core Keeper a try, because I think you'll enjoy the game. But if you want to try something else,
I'll have a look. Core Keeper might be pretty cheap on Steam Summer Sale right now, so
yeah,
now's the time to pick games up if you hear about them. I might give it a look and see if I can.
Yeah, just check it out, like because it is a lot like it is a lot like Stardew Valley, but the combat is really nice and the game is hard. But then again, yeah, I really like just check out video of people buying the game. But then again, you have not played 60% of the games you want, so yeah, I'll not feel very bad if you don't end up playing too much of that game. Is that rude? Alright. Wait, what happened?
So another one. That one looks cleared out. It's not cleared out. Okay,
Alright
I'm
then, I will.
starting to think Johnathan mapped the area, but might not have actually cleared any of these. Yeah, sorry, I was seeing you next week.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I will see you. I'll see you around. Bye bye.
Oh, we have a chest. Oh, bye. Night. Have a chest? Empty. Okay. He has run through and not cleared them, but it looks like he has at least 1-star elite. He can do some damage. Ow. Big threat down. You're the next big threat. So is your spawner, technically. You. Skeletons do nothing. There you go. So, if that's the case, maybe I should assume he's dashed through and grabbed everything out if there was anything. This is what it is. We do have unexplored map to the north, right here. But unless I can see anything through the muck, I'm not gonna go too crazy exploring. I'm just gonna start heading back to the base. Outward is on half off as well. I feel like I know that game. That's Kenshi Light, isn't it? Kenshi, not stupid mode. Easy, regular mode, Kenshi. It doesn't mean it. I don't know Kenshi. And it also doesn't mean anything if I'm thinking of the wrong game and Outward is something else. I think Outward is like the open world, magic-y sort of game. Do we count that? Do I refund points? Or do we count that chest? I feel like I refund points. It was already empty. I don't have it in me to keep going to more and more and more though. We park down south. Bye. Oh. Number 3 killer of people in Valheim. Forgetting how much damage things do when you don't block. Oh, no. Not my boat there. It was down south. Supposed to be tough to solo, but has co-op as well. Oh, ow. Let's fight behind this tree. Tell you, my total health situation isn't looking pretty great. It's 60 at max. Let's make that a little more healthy, shall we? Ooh. Good with that, technically not that. He found iron somewhere here. That's a rock. He found iron. Actually, slightly. He dug me up iron just now, here, in this spot. And I can't for the life of me find out where. We'll try more inland, shall we? I think that's it. Looks like that's it. Come here. No, there's no way that was max range hitting a tree. I hit it over in the water. Still had a 0. Ooh. There it is. It was just super far in there. Yes, you can find iron this way. Abominations will just straight up mine iron for you without having to dig the terrain out. If you can get them to downward stomp or downward swing, they can damage the terrain enough to actually mine iron. The downward stomp is more reliable, but I believe both can do it. Which is how I even knew there was iron here, because I picked this up after fighting the abomination. This piece of iron gave it all away. I would have never have checked otherwise. If you hit with your hammer, you're looking for a 0. But bear in mind, there are 3 other things in the swamp that will also give a 0. This log here will give a 0. That tree, ancient trees, give 2 hard. These fir trees give a 0. And the only other thing are the stones. So this rock here, the one that doesn't have a label, also gives a 0. So does the muddy scrap pile. So if here's how you test. If you get 2 zeros but only see 1 rock, 1 tree, etc., you can just be absolutely certain by getting rid of the tree, or the rock, or the log, or whatever it is. If I slam here, I get 1 0 with nothing in range because there's the scrap pile. However, it gets you iron I've yet to confirm if it gets you a withered bone. I won't complain about the extra iron though, because we are running a little low back at home base. Jesus. Did it fucking die? So that's a definitive yes to finding bones in piles outside. Why is Discord capturing? I don't want Discord to capture. What's going on there? Discord was probably because I have one of these windows open. Random window, cute little calculator. Nope, nope. That backup game capture should not be set to Discord. Discord just randomly captured. Right. Well, stone's going. That's going. We now have the last withered bone. How is that? A pile I would have completely walked over without even realizing was here. But instead, found an abomination nearby who accidentally mined some of the pile for me. Which led me to then go digging and looking for it, purely because we're low on iron. Nothing to do with being a bone hunt. You get it. There you go. Definitive, 100%, absolute proof. Bone piles, the muddy scrap piles rather, above ground, also carry bones. It's just insanely low chance, but it is still a chance. I don't have to test in my science world anymore. That makes me a little sad. I still kinda want to know how far down they go though. Same as copper, you can keep digging and you can keep uncovering the stuff. But I think the chunks it takes out are always going to be way bigger than what you can mine down to hit. You need fly mode enabled and just fly down there and swing. Okay, well, that's my job done. What a way to end the stream. Think how many you could have had? I'm pessimistic enough and I am absolutely cynical enough to say that I think that would have been the first one we found even if we were mining. I 100% think this still would be the first bone we would have found even if we'd mined everything on our way. I might be wrong, but it is such a low hit chance. I almost would be willing to put money on the fact that that could still be our first bone naturally above ground in a scrap pile. Well, what do we do now? I have a prediction for finding it in a chest. I mean, you know what? The prediction was ambiguous enough that I'm just gonna go, yeah, we found the bone. Bone Yeehaw is gonna be my answer for this. Goo. Textiles. Evidence? Hang on, no, cores are here. Chain. That's a weird feeling. I don't like it. I feel odd. Celebrate midsummer the only way I know how, half naked with a crest on my head. Blame Hollywood if that's inaccurate. Oh my lord, we need to make more sausages. Just out of virtue of having so much on. Right. Well, that's all she wrote. That's it. That's the whole lot. We beat the game. Thank you for joining us today. Delete the world after this, because that's 2 massive expeditions in a row. Spent 60 hours finding Haldor. And to be fair, I have been present to what I understand is every bone hunt so far, but that's the first bone I found, and I don't think I could have picked a better way to have that work. I'm gonna log out before anything terrible happens. I'm gonna check the chest before I go out. I'm gonna screenshot it. Screenshot it again. Because I want proof that there's 10 bones in that chest. If there are 9 bones when other people log back in, I have the screenshot evidence proof. I'm gonna pick them up, put them in my inventory. I'm gonna close the chest. I have 10. I'm gonna put them back. There. Technically all that did was just risk them being desynced, but... Okay, here's something. Let's test this. Can I save? You are not admin. Damn it. How often is world save? I want to sit here and I want to stare at this chest until I see the world save happen. I don't think I'm going to switch to Ring of Pain. I've gone for 14 hours, and that's a high note to end on. We're not going to sour it with anything else. We have beat the game. We're going to end on that absolutely unexpected, complete, random high note. Sassy, are you still here lurking? Because Withered Bone, we did it. It wasn't in a chest, but I'm giving you that you actually earned that. The bounty was less than your bet, but oh wow. I'm ooh, 1.1 thousand go to Sassy and Badici. No one bet 0 bone. 460 points went to donation only. And 660 were put into the Withered Bone. We did it. So congratulations, Padici and Ceci. Have we had a world save? Not been paying attention. How long have I been playing today? I started the game up maybe 4 minutes. There we go, world save. Started the game up maybe 4 minutes prior to OBS. So 14 hours. 14 hours, and we found 5 bones in that time. We don't have a crypt key since we're doing reverse boss. That's not in the title, actually. I should perhaps... maybe I should have explained verbally. We don't have a crypt key because we're doing reverse boss run. So we've beat Yagluth and Moda, and we just found the final 5 bones for bone mass in 14 hours today. Oh. I have screenshots of everything happening. There's my desync notification, which means that the server has saved. In the moment of truth, there's still 10 bones. Alright, we're going on holiday. I'm gonna go celebrate with some whiskey. What a way to end the day, hey? Who do we have online? Should we rate out to a new person today? I'm actually in a pretty good mood after that. It's a hell of a way to end. We spent 3 hours talking about math and felt like I was going nowhere in the boat during that whole time. I spent most of that conversation in the Mistlands. I mean, can I even say that? I think all things considered, we probably spent half of the day, a good 7 hours, talking about math because we kept bringing up the statistics. Shen is online. We have Sparkle playing Borderlands 3, Tidbits playing Destiny 2. Red Fairy is on the Monday Community Day for herself. Sonic Adventure 2 by Code Harley. What do we feel like? Do we want more Valheim? Should we go to someone new? I do have Jenny Peen is online and he could do with a bit more support. As far as Valheim, it's going to be Valheim or other. I'm fine for other as well, but I'll have a look. Shen's only got 1 viewer at the moment, which I think automatically counts for himself, doesn't it? Let's have a look. Low to high. Can I search? I can only search tags, can't I? It'd be nice if I could search titles. Someone's got the tag Chad. I want to clarify that's just humorous. I'm not laughing at anything there. Just the fact Chad is a tag. I've only ever heard Chad used either in those Chad vs. Virgin memes or as like a... No, because you have the Chad guy. That's less of a joke and normally just posted when someone does something you could think is like cool or badass. You post Chad guy meme. But to see it as a tag on Twitch is amusing. I don't know why it's there as a tag. I think we're gonna stick with Valheim, and I don't see a whole lot of titles here taking my attention. I might just send you over to Shen. I usually like to raid wherever I'm going as well, and I will be over in Shen's. So Shen has characters with names too. He's on the adventures of Lagertha. Please come in and hang out. I know he's had a couple of characters with names. Very curious whether or not... I've not personally kept track of him switching between them. We'll go with Shen. I know him, I trust his audience, and I trust him. So, just say hi. I think he's still on the path to affiliate as well, so it'd be nice to give him a tiny bit. Hey, autofill. Thank you, he's lurking. You can cheat. An awkward one to type if you're not familiar with it. And I am way too tired to be familiar with anything. So, I do want to thank you, everyone who's lurked, everyone who's stuck around, and everyone who's actually put up with me today. Especially with the math conversation, oh my lord. I am going to go get some dinner. I'm gonna go say hello to my partner, who I think's been awake for 10 hours wondering what's going on while I'm just screaming in my office. Lord. If you have, it cost 100 channel points, we have a paid message. Now, I know animated emotes are not actually available, so in the place of the bored angry, we have the stinky glitch, which I think is one of my favorite global emotes of all time. If you would prefer the global emotes, we do just have the regular, good old-fashioned, not like this, resident sleeper. But whether or not you buy the face is gorgeous. I love the face. I'm so glad people like the face. 100 points each. 200 to flip it sideways, upside down, and put sunglasses on it. And I will see everyone over in Jenny Bean's chat.